Chapter 51. Killing Magic, Magic Condensed to the Extreme. As the creator of this magic, Gyual's attainments in this area naturally reached their peak. Even after being sealed for decades, he was by no means comparable to Eri and the others. The moment the two collided, they naturally crumbled. Fortunately, they were prepared. As Gyual's magic arrived, small diamond-shaped light screens appeared in front of them, blocking Gyual's magic. This was precisely defensive magic. Defensive magic was derived from reverse engineering killing magic, and its characteristic was dispersion. This dispersion does not refer to the dispersion of one's own magic power, but rather to the ability to disperse the opponent's magical attacks. Killing magic is concentrated at one point, with amazing destructive power, but if it is dispersed, its power will naturally be greatly reduced. This is the result of decades of research by many human and elven mages. Gyual's eyes narrowed. Defensive magic has changed? This is magic reverse engineered from my killing magic. Frieren said indifferently, that's right. In the decades you were sealed, human magic has progressed again. Fern, let him see the human killing magic. As she spoke, Fern's wand lit up with a ray of light, and a brilliant purple crystal spear emerged, as if instantaneous, and arrived in front of Gyual in an instant. What amazing magical condensation! Gyual barely condensed a magical defense in front of him, but it was useless. The purple crystal spear pierced through the magical defense and pierced Gyual's body. What amazing casting speed! Gyual had one more sentence in his heart that he didn't say before his body began to disintegrate. Such amazing killing magic, like an instant cast. It simply surpassed his imagination. Could it be that after being sealed for these decades, the level of human magic has reached this point? No one gave him an answer. Gyual's body eventually turned into ashes and dissipated completely. After Fern cast the magic, she only felt her body empty, and she was unprecedentedly tired. In order to make the attack effective, Fern didn't leave any magic power at all. Now that her magic power was exhausted, she was unprecedentedly tired both physically and mentally, and fell downwards. Just then, she felt herself falling into a warm embrace, and couldn't help but show a smile. Lord God, I did it. Very good. Lu Li nodded. In this way, Fern can also level up. With several months of training, plus the dragon blood baptism, Fern's various ability values had naturally reached S rank long ago. In addition, with the great achievement of killing Gyual, leveling up was naturally a matter of course. How terrifying! As expected of a named demon. Everyone came back to their senses. Kazuma Jayaka Uta's face was pale. If I were to deal with Gyual on my own, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to last long before my magic power was exhausted, and then I would be killed. Eri Spencer Sawamura didn't refute, and nodded lightly. Gyual's magic power was too amazing, and his magic attainments were too high. Facing this kind of existence, they didn't have the slightest chance of winning. Himmel smiled, it's normal. Gyual is a genius among the demons. You've only cultivated for such a short time, and it's already amazing that you can defend against his magic. Lord God, now that we've defeated Gyual, shouldn't we celebrate? Of course. Lu Li waved his hand. Today, there's plenty of dragon meat and fine wine. The group went down the mountain, found a barbecue grill on a lawn, set up a pot, and started cooking. And Lu Li took Fern into the house to update her grace and prepare to level up. 70-old thing, so cute. Fern. LV.1. Strength, SSS Endurance, SSS Dexterity, SSS Agility, SSS Magic Power, SSS Numbers omitted, abbreviated. Magic, Spear of Obsession. Spear of Obsession. A miraculous spear condensed with obsession and magic power. Increased magic breaking and defense breaking ability. Skills, Magic Star, Big Mushroom, Eternal Obsession, Demon Slayer. Demon Slayer. Special attack against demons. Increased abnormal resistance. Increased magic resistance. The reason why Fern's data is so exaggerated is of course the result of Lu Li's cheating. Dragon blood plus grace, plus the hero's swordsmanship, it can be said that Fern is not only excellent in magic, but also not inferior to a top swordsman when carrying a sword. In fact, such training is very damaging to the human body. Ordinary people would not be able to withstand it for a month before dying. But Fern doesn't care, she can use the power of life 3 times a day. Damage? What is that? You can level up. Development abilities include mage, healer, and swordsman. Which one do you choose? Fern thought and said, choose mage. Comprehensive training is just to allow herself to face various situations even alone. Fern's positioning has always been as a mage. Okay, leveled up. Lu Li operated the grace and leveled up Fern. After LV.2, there is no more dragon blood available to refine the body for the time being, and the subsequent body tempering should be done by yourself. Of course, there are many dragons in the myriad worlds, and there will definitely be more in the future. But now he shouldn't let Fern develop a habit of dependence. Fern nodded lightly, I know. By the way, Lord Lu Li, you have been too doting on Lady Frieren recently, even helping her put on clothes. Lady Frieren is about to become a useless person. Speaking of this, Fern's cheeks puffed up slightly, and dissatisfaction flashed in her eyes. Lady Frieren is really, obviously everyone is fair and has opportunities. As a result, she has been clinging to Lu Li every day for the past month. So during the day, so at night. Lu Li reached out and stroked Fern's hair, and said, there is no way, Frieren is indeed more useless in this regard. Fern snorted, then let me do it in the future, I can't let Lady Frieren always occupy Lord Lu Li. Lu Li was helpless. Unexpectedly, little Fern also has such a strong possessiveness, which is really terrible. After agreeing to Fern, the two went out together. Walking out of the tent, Frieren leaned up again. Yuri Kawawa exclaimed, Lady Frieren is up again. Maiko, you are so weak, you clearly said you would take the initiative to attack, but as a result, Lady Frieren is already with Lu Li, and you haven't made any movement. Yotsuya Maiko squinted her eyes, I'm so weak, I'm really sorry. What can she do? She is also very desperate. She is just an ordinary girl, she doesn't have any skills to seduce men. So, she can only watch Frieren and Lu Li come together and become Lu Li's second girlfriend. Yuri Kawawa looked down at her big mine, and said with some resentment, do you think Lu Li likes flat ones? Look, Lady Frieren and even Megami-chan are not big. I heard that. As soon as she finished speaking, she heard a faint voice behind her. Yuri Kawawa turned her head and saw Kato Megami standing behind her with a blank expression, and couldn't help but smile awkwardly. Kato Megami was dissatisfied, and said faintly, what do you mean by flat? My figure is far beyond the average level of high school girls. Yes. Yuri Kawawa smiled foolishly and echoed repeatedly. Yotsuya Maiko sighed, this has nothing to do with being flat or not. Listening to the conversation of the crowd, Lu Li couldn't help but recall a month ago. That was a bright moonlit night a month ago, when Frieren came to the door, and then, it naturally came to fruition. In addition to being very flat, Frieren is very excellent in other aspects. Her skin is fair, her body is slender and delicate, and when held in her arms, she is like a soft jade. Except for being a little clingy, there is nothing wrong with her. At this moment, Frieren was sitting in his arms again, eating dragon meat while feeding him, with a satisfied smile on her face. Kashuma Jayaka Utah whispered, Eri, our Lord God is about to be abducted. Eri said helplessly, even if you tell me, I can't do anything. Our Lord God probably likes flat ones, Eri, you have to work hard. Kashuma Jayaka Utah showed a playful smile. Eri suddenly became unhappy, and her voice suddenly rose, who is flat? I am much bigger than Lady Frieren. She glared at Kashuma Jayaka Utah angrily. Isn't it just fat? What's so great about it? Kashuma Jayaka Utah smiled wickedly, everyone heard that. Eri's expression froze, and suddenly, she felt a dangerous gaze. Looking up, she saw Frieren's emerald-like gaze looking faintly. Lu Li, is size important? Frieren looked at Lu Li. I wonder if there is any magic on the mainland that can make it bigger? It hasn't grown for more than 1,000 years, and it is estimated that it will not grow naturally. Lu Li stroked Frieren's hair dotingly and said, size doesn't matter, I like Frieren herself anyway. Frieren's eyebrows and eyes curved, and she became very happy, say it again. Frieren. Again, Lily. Frieren. Fern rolled her eyes, it's starting again, Lady Frieren is starting to act coquettishly again. Kashuma Jayaka Utah covered her face, the sour smell of love, forget it, let's read a novel. Saying that, she took out a book and flipped through it. Eri, how is the illustration going? Kashuma Jayaka Utah asked while flipping through. Eri complained, of course it's not done, I have to train every day, I don't have much time to draw. On the other hand, is your translation really okay? I remember you are just a failed author. Kashumajayaka Utah was dissatisfied, who failed? I will definitely become the greatest light novelist in the future. What the two were discussing was actually moving Lu Li's story, which has been circulating for hundreds of years, to the world of anime. Chapter 52. Eri clicked her tongue, then suddenly worried, the protagonist in this novel is too miserable. Will it really sell well if we move it over there? The Landly of this world is actually quite ordinary. But Veena couldn't resist adding extra details when writing the novel, like childhood sweetheart elves, big-breasted magic users. In short, throughout the entire series of books, Landly has hundreds of female friends, almost one per book. And then, the endings of these heroines are all unexpectedly tragic, with everyone dying. This kind of protagonist torturing book is no longer popular on the mainland. Kashumajayaka Utah smiled, of course it's no problem. The Sakura people won't mind. As a Sakura person and a light novel author, she knows the light novel market too well. Light novel authors often go crazy, often writing NTR-like things in serious light novels. It can be said that the readers of Sakura country have too much resistance in this regard. Kashumajayaka Utah continued, my only worry now is that this series of novels will never be finished. Hundreds of volumes. This elf-san is too prolific. I suspect she'll keep writing as long as she lives, and will write for more than 10,000 years. 71 The origin of the demon race, solution. Worrying about that kind of thing is meaningless. Katu Megami walked over and placed some dishes on the table in front of them. Besides, we're not short of money. Kashumajayaka Utah picked up a piece of dragon meat, put it in her mouth, and said, but we can't just be freeloaders. Translating some other world works can always earn some money for the familia. Eri nodded, that's right. By the way, Megami-chan, have you been neglected by God recently? Katu Megami's pretty face blushed, not at all. We occasionally go to the labyrinth world to play for a while. Eri's pretty face blushed, damn it. She was still very worried. Unexpectedly, Landly and Katu Megami used the convenience of the other world to go on dates. This is simply a time management master. Katu Megami chuckled, if Eri wants to, you can be more proactive. I feel like if you don't take the initiative, it will be Eri's turn. Kashumajayaka Utah agreed, I always feel like Eri is exuding the aura of a loser. Who will be the loser? Eri was dissatisfied, arguing, blonde, mixed race, clearly a very competitive character in light novels, okay. Kashumajayaka Utah chuckled, Eri, maybe times have changed. While they were chatting about love, on the other side, they were chatting about something different. Himmel asked curiously, God, why does it feel like the demons are endless? Even if we kill the Demon King, the situation on the continent hasn't improved much. What exactly is the demon race? Landly pondered, there are several possibilities. First, the demons are a race from outside the world, a kind of otherworld invasion. Everyone already knew about other worlds, so they weren't unfamiliar with it. Landly continued, if two worlds get close, there might be a war between the worlds. Once a war breaks out, the gods and races of the two worlds will face off. The demons might be invading forces from other worlds. Himmel's expression was solemn, if that's the case, then it's really serious. After all, in this situation, the victory or defeat of the human world is not very important. The decisive factor is still on the side of the gods. Second, a battle of gods. It's possible that humans, elves, dwarves, and other intelligent races were created by one god, and the demons were created by another god. The current confrontation is just a game of chess between the gods. Friaren was dissatisfied, countless lives are dying, just for the gods' game? This god is too bad. Landly chuckled, Friaren, don't use human morality to look at gods. Gods are very strange creatures. Especially some innate gods, they are simply bizarre, for example, being a god but mating with beasts. Friaren was curious, what is mating? Himmel coughed awkwardly, it's better for children not to ask about this. Seeing his attitude, Friaren guessed, Landly-sama, please don't do strange things to beasts. Absolutely not. She definitely didn't want to see a god become dirty. Landly was speechless, I'm not an innate god, so don't worry. Let's continue with the third possibility, which is also the most likely possibility, the struggle between humans and demons is actually a struggle of elements. The great magician Flam once said that demons evolved from magical beasts. I basically agree with this view. So, where do magical beasts come from? Hearing this, everyone pondered and thought. Friar Ren's eyes lit up. Are they generated by magic particles? That's right. Landley nodded. Demons and magical beasts alike disappear into magic particles after death. So, doesn't that also mean they themselves evolved from magic particles? Himmel nodded. Very likely. Humans leave corpses after death, and magical beasts turn into magical particles after death. This is very telling. If the hypothesis of a war between two elements holds true, magical beasts and demons represent magic particles, representing the extraordinary, then what do humans, elves, and these races represent? Hader blurted out, matter. Landley nodded, that's right, probably matter. In one world, yin and yang coexist and oppose each other, and many disasters will always arise. In the cultivation world, yin corresponds to the demonic path, in the magic world, yin corresponds to the demon race and magical beasts. Yin and yang, devour and transform, coexist harmoniously. Demons eat people, humans eliminate demons. It can be said to be the law of nature. Under this theory, demons are almost impossible to eliminate, because demons are part of the world. Clatter. The chopsticks in Himmel's hand fell to the ground. In that case, it's too hopeless for humans. Hader nodded, yet. Friar Ren frowned, God, don't you have a solution? Landley smiled, I just can't eliminate them, but I didn't say I can't seal them or suppress them. Friar Ren's eyes lit up, does God mean that we can seal the demons on the continent in one place? That's right. Landley nodded, in the labyrinth world, I sealed the demons and magical beasts in the depths of the labyrinth, which not only ensured the integrity of the world but also gave humans a chance to breathe, completely eliminating the disasters brought about by the demons. This is still feasible in this world. We can completely build labyrinths, sealing some demons in the labyrinths, with the strong at the bottom and the weak at the top, regularly cleaned by human experts. Himmel clapped his hands, great, God's idea is great. In this way, the problem of the demons is no longer a problem. This is much more useful than us defeating a demon king. In this way, the world can be peaceful. Landley chuckled, you're overthinking it. Without demons, humans won't have internal wars. Friar Ren sighed, remembering her background, that's true. She was a victim of the civil war in the southern states, so she naturally knew that even without demons, humans would launch wars for various reasons. Moreover, after the labyrinth is built, why would people go to explore the labyrinth 2.7? Landley looked at Himmel, heroes like you are a minority among humans. Ordinary people wouldn't risk their lives for so-called future harm. Sheena Mahiru nodded, what should we do? Landley smiled, of course, we'll lure them with benefits. As long as there are benefits, there will definitely be as many people exploring the labyrinth as we want. Friar Ren frowned, but we don't have that much money, do we? No, if we learn Mox all things to gold magic, it should be possible. Landley shook his head, no, that would be too troublesome. Moreover, things are valued for their rarity. If there is too much gold, it is not more precious than stone. Himmel, I remember you have a magic dragon horn, right? Himmel nodded, that's right. However, I gave it to Friar Ren before I died. Friar Ren got up, took out the dragon horn from her luggage, and asked curiously, what do you want this for, Landley? 72 Friar Ren's super strong possessiveness. To study the principle of monster drops. Landley took the dragon horn, if we can make the monsters in the labyrinth drop magic stones and body parts, and they can be used, exchanged for money, exchanged for equipment. Then, labyrinth adventure can enter a virtuous cycle. This is exactly the method borrowed from the dungeon encounter. If magic stones can be used as energy, facilitate life, create equipment, and be used for cultivation, then naturally countless people will break their heads for it, just like oil in the real world. Labyrinth adventure can also be said to be an energy war. As for the drops, Landley in the labyrinth food world has mastered the method of extracting various characteristics and incorporating them into steel, which is actually very simple to use. Friar Ren and her party listened to Landley's explanation, their eyes bright. That's right, in this way, there will naturally be more adventurers. The demons will not be a concern. However, humans will also die, right? Fallon interjected, this is not a problem. After studying the magic of our world, God should already be able to add a curse to the labyrinth that prevents souls from leaving, right? I can. Landley nodded, moreover, I can also set up a teleportation array so that humans who die can be teleported to a safe place to wait for resurrection. In this way, human adventurers can be resurrected infinitely, but the demons will be gradually converted into resources, and the harm of the demons will not be a concern. Himmel exclaimed, otherworld magic is amazing. With these magics, the demons will become a thing of the past. While chatting, eating. After a while, the dragon horn in Landley's hand suddenly disintegrated into magic particles, and then fused from magic particles into a purple crystal. Friaren widened her eyes, has God already researched it? Yes. Landley nodded, with a thought, he disintegrated the crystal again and turned it into a dragon horn. I have already researched the method of turning magic particles into drops and magic stones, just waiting to find some demons and build a labyrinth. Friaren asked, but how should magic stones be used? Landley smiled, it's very simple. He circulated his divine power and passed the method he deduced to Friaren. Lighting, pulling carts, making wands, there are so many uses. As he condensed a few magic stones with the magic particles in the air, he handed them to Friaren. As a 1000-year-old great magician, Friaren's magical attainments naturally go without saying. With the materials, Friaren quickly lit up a magic lamp with magic stones. A magic stone as big as a little finger can probably illuminate for a year, that's really good. Demons are really good energy sources. The magic stone lamp emitted a bright light, giving people a very beautiful feeling. Fallon exclaimed, the fierce demons have become energy sources, that's great. Kashumajayaka Utah came over, no way? Landley, you're actually using demons as energy? It's a good thing the eagle sauce doesn't know, otherwise they'd come over. Ari asked curiously, can we take some back to use? This thing is much safer than electricity, right? Of course you can. Landley waved his hand, okay, I'm full, it's time to get on the road again. Next stop, find the dwarf eyes, and also find a demon gathering place to build a labyrinth. Yay! Friaren cheered, let's go quickly, I can't wait. Everyone got on the carriage, Himmel and a few men in one carriage. Landley's side, more than a dozen people squeezed into a huge carriage. On the carriage, there were many beautiful women, very lively. Friaren saw Friaren lying in Landley's arms again, showing a peaceful expression, and was very dissatisfied. Friaren-sama, there are still many people here. Friaren, don't be afraid. Shina Mahiru was dissatisfied, Friaren-sama, this is not a question of being afraid or not, you shouldn't be eating alone. Friaren hugged tighter, not letting go, Landley is mine. Shina Mahiru, too greedy. Yatsuya Maiko rushed forward and hugged the other side of Landley's body, that's right, Friaren-sama, since you don't talk about martial ethics, then don't blame us for being rude. Seeing this, Yuriagawa Hana also rushed up. Kashuma Jayaka Utah's eyes lit up, and she also had the courage. Marcel shouted, no, the carriage is about to collapse, don't be too crazy. Fallon waved her wand, cast wind magic, and wrapped the carriage, showing a gentle smile, well, Marcel, let them be crazy for a while, this month, Friaren-sama has been too much. Marcel was speechless, Fallon, when did you start fooling around too? Chapter 53. As he finished speaking, a look of realization suddenly dawned on his face, Farine, you wouldn't want to join the war, would you? Farine, join? No, didn't I join the moment I became part of the Familia? Marcel's face turned red, and no way, right? What about Laos? Surrounded by everyone, only Luli's head was visible. Hearing this, he shouted, Marcel, don't slander me. My orientation is perfectly normal, I only like beautiful girls. Marcel rolled her eyes, tch. God is such a flirt. The aura of God. Vina's face was filled with infatuation, I feel like I'm getting closer and closer to God. As a fanatic, and since Li wasn't concealing his aura, Vina could naturally sense Li's location. Casting a flying spell, she suddenly stopped. Looking down, she saw two huge carriages speeding along the road. Vina descended, blocking the carriage's path. Vina requests an audience with God. Cheelchuk, who was driving, quickly stopped the carriage. The carriage behind also stopped immediately. Lu Li-sama, an elf is blocking the road, Friar Ren said, lifting the carriage curtain, taking a glance, and reporting back. Lu Li sensed it and said, "It's Vina. Vina, get in the carriage." "Yes." Vina's face lit up with joy. She lightly landed on the carriage and entered, respectfully bowing, "Greetings, God." Lu Li waved his hand, "Get up, no need to be so formal. Why did you come looking for me?" Vina looked like it was the most natural thing in the world. Vina is God's familia, so naturally, I must serve God. Yurikawa Keiho was speechless. No way, another one. Kashuma Jayaka Utah was shocked. Vina, could it be that Vina? Vina looked at Kashuma Jayaka Utah. Are you referring to? Kashuma Jayaka Utah pulled out a book and waved it in front of her. Vina realized, are you talking about the biography written for God? That's right, I wrote it. Hearing this, Friar Ren rarely showed dissatisfaction. Vina, why did the childhood friend in the book die? As Lu Li's childhood friend from the same village, she was very dissatisfied with the childhood friend's ending in the book. Vina snorted, acting like it was obvious. Of course, God is a hero in the book, how can he be distracted by romance? This is definitely not Vina's jealousy, definitely not. God can only belong to me alone. Friar Ren was exasperated, rarely showing such rich expressions, pointing at her, you said it. You actually said it. I'm going to duel you. I will never give in on this. 73 Kirisu Mafuyu's great failure, Count Granat's expectations, 1/5, thanks to licking salty fish's cat, AS245. I feel like God's followers are all problem children. Kirisu Mafuyu sighed, holding her forehead. Yurikawa Keiho giggled, Mafuyu-chan, don't exclude yourself. Mafuyu-chan also has the obligation to serve God. Kirisu Mafuyu's face was completely red, steam seemed to be whistling from the top of her head. Yurikawa Keiho, call me Kirisu-sensei. Also, serving and stuff is too embarrassing. Yatsuya Maiko chuckled, Keiho, don't tease Mafuyu-sensei, she might faint later. Kirisu Mafuyu covered her face, humiliation. Today's match, Kirisu Mafuyu still lost. Lu Li reached out and gently stroked Vina's golden hair, saying, all right, Vina, get along well with everyone. Yes, God. Vina, who was originally full of fighting spirit, was now blushing and dizzy, as if she were drunk. Friar Ren was dissatisfied, occasionally glaring at Vina. In the vehicle in front, Chilchuk continued to drive, saying, God is really popular. Himmel's hearty voice rang out, of course, God's legends have been circulating for hundreds of years, and many people love God. If God were to found a religion now, he could definitely recruit a large number of believers. Hader echoed, that's right, compared to the goddess, the legends of God are actually more numerous. The reason why there aren't so many believers is, of course, because everyone doesn't believe he's a god. Not long after, the group stopped in a village. Aizen. Himmel. Seeing Himmel again, Aizen still couldn't believe it. However, he didn't overreact. After all, he and Hader had been corresponding, and he already knew about Himmel's revival. It's just that seeing the living Himmel again felt a little unreal. That's great. Aizen was taciturn, leading the group to an open space where a red-haired child was wielding an axe. This is my disciple, Stark. Himmel was surprised, Aizen has also taken a disciple, that's great. Stark must have excellent talent. Stark stopped and looked at Himmel's group. Aizen, don't stop training. Hearing this, Stark instinctively started swinging the axe again. Hader laughed heartily, Aizen, you're too strict. Aizen nodded lightly, strictness will cultivate good skills, so you won't die at the hands of monsters. After giving some more instructions, Aizen led everyone to his residence. After explaining their purpose, Himmel said, Aizen, adventure with us again. After joining God's familia, you can live for a few more centuries, and even your disciple can come along. Aizen was tempted. Aizen wasn't afraid of death. But he didn't like death. Being able to live was still good. Greetings, God. In the end, Aizen joined the familia, received God's blessing, and restored his youth, able to live for a few more centuries. Even Stark joined the familia and received a blessing. After doing these things, Himmel talked about Lu Li's plan. Building a labyrinth. Aizen was very interested. If we can drive the demons underground, that would be a good plan. Driving the demons underground, to be subjugated by specialists, would reduce human casualties on the surface. Eisen naturally had no good feelings towards demons, because his family also died at the hands of demons. Liu Li clapped his hands, then let's head to our destination. I remember, one of the 7 sages of destruction, Aura, is very active. Let her start our era of sealing demons. Friaren's eyes lit up. Aura, not bad, she's a good opponent. Getting into the carriage, the group headed north again. The magic world naturally has ways to quickly transmit information. Not long ago, the group had already inquired about the distribution of demons. Aura was currently wreaking havoc in the Granat territory in the north. Along the way, Liu Li enjoyed the gentle embrace while once again deducing the magic needed to build the labyrinth. This world doesn't have unlimited energy like demons, but it has demons and magic particles. As long as you are good at using magic, everything is possible. In addition, Liu Li had also developed a formula based on the life authority to construct demons with magic power. First, it can autonomously generate demons, so that the labyrinth will not be abandoned due to insufficient demons. Second, absorbing excess magic power in the air can also reduce the number of demons on the ground, which is actually a good way to manage demons. Limiting magic power can limit demons. Elves and humans are actually clear about this theory. However, they only have theory, but no practical methods. After all, their magic level is still far behind Liu Li. As a god, even without the corresponding authority, just learning a little can stand at the peak of magic, which is unimaginable for ordinary beings. For Liu Li, magic is very simple. The closer they got to the Granat territory in the north, the more tense the atmosphere became. Although Count Granat was a capable person, who was very skilled in managing the territory, and was able to let the people live and work in peace even during wartime. But the shadow of war still affected all aspects. This place is really good. Himmel was very motivated, we must not let the demons destroy this place. Eisen nodded lightly, not bad. Hader laughed heartily, then let's have another good fight. After the war is over, let's celebrate properly. Ari's face turned pale. Can such words be said before the war? Kazuma Jayaka Utah chuckled, Ari, don't scare yourself, there are many experts in our team. As she was speaking, a team of guards came forward. Liu Li's group entered the city without any disguise. A blue-haired hero, a dwarf warrior, and a white-haired elf, such a team was too conspicuous. Are you the hero Himmel-sama and Frieren-sama? A tall and upright middle-aged man with brown hair and blue eyes, looking like a nobleman, stepped forward, bowed slightly, and asked. Himmel quickly responded, Lord, you are too polite. Granat showed a look of joy, so it really is you. His gaze fell on Liu Li, and his expression became even more joyful, his voice even trembling a little. Could this adult be that one? Himmel nodded, that's right, Liu Li-sama is the legendary black-haired elf who saved the world. Granat was overjoyed, his eyes turning red, that's great, adults, please come in. First Himmel was resurrected, and then the black-haired elf appeared together. This led Count Granat to guess that Himmel's resurrection was related to the legendary black-haired elf. In this way, wouldn't his son, who went out to fight the demons and eventually disappeared without a trace, be saved? 74 Aura, don't come over here. Entering the Count's mansion, Count Granat had the maids serve drinks and pastries, and was very polite. Looking at Liu Li, his eyes were full of anticipation. Before he could speak, Liu Li said, I already know what the Count wants. You want me to save your son, don't you? Count Granat nodded excitedly, adult, you are wise. I wonder if it is possible. Of course. Liu Li nodded, resurrection is difficult and easy. As long as the soul is there, and there is still a trace of the body parts, it can be resurrected. The Count's son died at the hands of Aura at the execution platform. If the body is still there, resurrection is not a problem. Aura's obedience magic seems very powerful, but it actually has a flaw. The more determined a person's will, the stronger the resistance, and they can even break free from control. Therefore, she would cut off the heads of those who were enslaved by obedience magic. The Count's son was also one of those who had his head cut off, inversely illustrating that his son's willpower was not bad, and his soul might still be there. Chapter 54. Of course, this is just the plot of the original anime, what the reality is remains to be seen. As for the resurrection spell, it now only requires a trace of the physical body to work, which is naturally due to the power of life. With the power of life, it's impossible for Liu Li to create a race connected to the luck of heaven and earth, or even the protagonist of the world, but it's no problem to just restore the body with cells. For a god of life, this is the simplest thing. Count Granat was overjoyed. Everything is in your hands, my lord. By the way, I wonder if there is anything you need my help with during this visit? Please tell me, my lord, whether the matter succeeds or not, I will do my best to assist. Count Granat has guarded the territory for generations and is irreconcilable with the demons. Liu Li has been the nightmare of the demons and the hero of the human race since his legendary existence began. Their interests are at least aligned. Liu Li pondered for a moment, and then told him about the dungeon plan. Count Granat was very happy to hear this. In this way, wouldn't the demons no longer be a concern? If everything goes smoothly, that's naturally the case. Then I wonder what you want me to help with. Count Granat couldn't wait. Do you want me to find people to dig the dungeon, or to quarry stone? Neither. Liu Li shook his head. When the time comes, I just need the count to give me a piece of land to build an adventurer's guild in the city and purchase dungeon materials. Building a dungeon with manpower, even if the warriors and mages of this world are very powerful, is still a very large project, and the foundation cannot be completed in a short time. Rather than doing that, it's better to use his vast magic power and authority to complete it. Count Granat said cheerfully, no problem. I can now decide to give you 50 acres of land in the east of the city. He clapped his hands, and after a moment, a servant brought over a land deed. The count explained, this was originally a large merchant's residence. Before, the merchants were killed by the demons, and I bought the land. Of course, it was bought at the original price, and the funds were used to comfort the orphans of the merchants. Recently, this piece of land was about to be sold, and since you need it, my lord, I will transfer it to you. Liu Li took it with satisfaction and handed it to Friar Ren. Friar Ren, please hold this for me first, I'll go outside the city. Friar Ren was shocked, afraid that he would suddenly disappear. I'll go with you. Last time he disappeared, Liu Li made her wait for 1,000 years. If he disappears again, who knows how long she will have to wait. 1,000 years is not long for an elf. But that is when there is nothing on her mind. If there is something hidden in her heart, someone hidden in her heart, 1,000 years will be extremely long. Liu Li smiled, it's okay, I'm just going to choose a place to build the dungeon. Well, since everyone wants to go, let's go together. So, even Count Granat took his guards and followed Liu Li and his party out of the city. Outside the city, Aura was resting when she suddenly sensed the people leaving the city and was overjoyed. More people are leaving the city, and I can have more puppets. Thinking like this, Aura commanded her puppet army to surge towards Liu Li and his party. The puppets under her command were all powerful figures. Even after death, even if their heads were cut off, their bodies still had instincts and were very valiant. Faced with a large number of puppets, even Friar Ren could only run for her life in the face of this formation. Li, let me take the lead. The magic wand appeared in Friar Ren's hand, her expression serious as she looked at Liu Li. You can save a little magic power. Kato Megami knocked an arrow and prepared. Liu Li smiled, they're just ordinary puppets, if you need help with even this, how can you build a dungeon? With a thought, magic power was released. Suddenly, the world changed color. The originally clear sky became dim. Infinite magic circles appeared in the sky, and the next moment, infinite vines appeared on the ground, wrapping the puppets and preventing them from moving at all. Even Aura was wrapped in vines. Impossible! What the hell is this? Aura was terrified. She had never seen this level of magic power, even on the Demon King. No, the Demon King could not be compared to him at all. Just as she was thinking, she saw a black-haired man walking over leisurely. Aura's pupils shrank when she saw the person coming, black-haired elf, the taboo of the demons. Why did I encounter him? If I had known earlier, I would have run away. Liu Li looked at the shivering Aura and said, Aura, I'm very interested in your obedience magic, let me study it. No. Aura was scared to death. Don't come over. But Liu Li turned a deaf ear to her words, walked up to her, put his hand on her shoulder, and began to analyze it with divine power. Aura's forehead was covered in cold sweat and her body trembled. After a while, she heard Liu Li say, okay, I'm done studying it. Obedience magic, it's a bit interesting. Demons are a natural magical race. They are born with some magic, and flying is an instinct. This race is too blessed by nature. Obedience magic is also a kind of magic rooted in the soul, very powerful. Aura relied on this magic to become one of the 7 sages of destruction. Consuming divine power, the magic principle has been understood by Lu Li, and then sublimated into a more powerful magic, enslavement magic. This magic is more advanced than Aura's magic. There is no need to behead, and the enslaved person cannot resist and will be controlled forever. This magic is the last link to complete the dungeon. With enslavement magic, he can ensure that the demons in the dungeon are under his control and will not run out. Even after death and reincarnation in the dungeon, they are still subject to his control. He chose Granat territory precisely because Aura was here. Aura, would you like to be my dog? After completing the enslavement magic, the first person to enjoy it was naturally Aura. As a god, he will always encounter dirty work, and someone has to do it. As for the members of the family, some are truly powerful and can be used as pillars, and they cannot be allowed to get involved in these grey things. Some are members of the harem, and they cannot be allowed to get involved in these things either. Aura is very good for doing work. Demons have no emotions, so it's perfect to use them as a front. Aura, would you like to be my dog? Lu Li asked. Aura trembled and showed a hint of joy when she heard this. Woof. As for shame, there was none at all. Demons themselves respect the strong, and Lu Li's magic power was simply stronger than her by an unknown amount. Being a dog is not shameful. Very good. Lu Li nodded, stretched out his finger, and gently touched Aura's brow. The next moment, Aura felt that she had established a very terrifying connection with Lu Li, as if the other party could make her disappear with a single thought. Obedience magic? No. This is a more advanced magic than obedience magic. Master. Aura was even more obedient and her attitude was more respectful. Lu Li nodded and turned his gaze to a demon not far away. Rhine, the mimicry magic holder, one of Aura's executioners, has good talent and, more importantly, a good appearance. He casually cast enslavement magic and enslaved her. Rhine, continue to follow Aura in the future and work for me. Yes, Master. Rhine naturally had no objection and did not dare to have any objection. After completing his plan, Lu Li stepped into the void and flew into the sky, with infinite magic power surging. The next moment, the earth began to tremble. Infinite magic particles were born in the earth, turning the underground thousands of meters into a series of labyrinths, and then connecting them to form a dungeon. Even the first floor of the dungeon had an area of 10 miles in radius. The deeper the dungeon, the larger it became. By the 100th floor, the area reached 100 miles in radius. Lu Li's magic power was terrifying to the extreme. In addition to divine authority, it was easy to control 100 miles in radius, even if he was not a creator god. Teleportation magic circle, resurrection magic circle, soul curse, restraint control magic, enslavement magic. One magic circle after another was imprinted on the dungeon, giving it very unique abilities. It can detain demons within a few thousand miles and send them to the dungeon to become monsters that adventurers can brush. The monsters' souls are immortal, they can condense magic particles, die and be resurrected, and be reused. It can also collect the adventurer's corpse to the corresponding dungeon, pay gold coins, and be resurrected immediately. Most importantly, Lu Li finally imprinted the power of life on the dungeon. In this way, the dungeon becomes a unique life. As long as it is not destroyed all at once, the dungeon can absorb magic particles to recover. Even if the dungeon is damaged by a strong enemy, the dungeon can give birth to powerful monsters to drive away the intruders. In this way, the function of the dungeon is very complete. As all the formations were imprinted, the demons on the ground disappeared in an instant, were locked into the dungeon, and became the monsters of the dungeon. Aura and Rhine only felt a darkness in front of them, and they arrived in an ice field, and they were very scared. At this moment, Lu Li's voice sounded, "You stay in the dungeon first, and I will take you away later." The people of this world hate demons very much. Aura and Rhine naturally cannot stay by his side, they can only be taken to the anime world to do some things that cannot be put on the table. It's still very good to have subordinates to serve him when something happens. Yes. The two bowed respectfully, relieved, and began to observe the environment they were in. Dungeon? It is said to be a city, but it is extremely vast. At least in Aura's perception, she could not sense the edge at all. Master is really amazing. Aura praised, following Master may not be a bad choice. Ryan nodded lightly, yes, Lord Aura. As the demons disappeared, the remaining thousands of headless puppets on the ground also fell to the ground weakly. Count Granat, Friar Ren and his party also came over. Li, has the dungeon been built? Friar Ren's eyes were bright. The magic power just now was so strong. Compared to when we met a few months ago, you have become much stronger. Lu Li smiled, that's natural, don't forget what the strongest method of my lineage is. He turned his gaze to the puppets and said, next is the resurrection. Count Granat asked, do you need to prepare anything? Nothing is needed. Lu Li shook his head, his expression changed, and his words changed. It seems that I really need to prepare something. After these people are resurrected, they will probably eat a big meal, let the restaurants in the city prepare first. Chapter 55. Count Granat was taken aback, Lord Lu Li wants to resurrect them all. Indeed, Lu Li nodded. They are all heroes of humanity. Heroes like Himmel, selfless and sacrificing, were beyond Lu Li's capabilities, but it didn't stop him from admiring them greatly. These people did not retreat in the face of the demons, so how could he be stingy with a little magic to give them a new life? Count Granat was excited, Lord Lu Li, rest assured, I will do my best to ensure that the returning heroes are well fed. With that, he ordered the steward to notify the city. Lu Li took out the staff of life, the aura of life around him becoming even more intense, his temperament becoming more lofty. Although he stood there, he seemed to be standing in the infinite starry sky, giving people a mysterious and unpredictable feeling. As the aura of life emerged, the originally decaying bodies of the puppet army began to grow muscles, and the severed heads began to grow back. The light of life enveloped an area of several miles, instantly turning the lifeless puppets into living people. As souls were drawn into the puppets, one puppet after another began to move. What is this? Wasn't I controlled by aura and then beheaded? Me too. This. The crowd was dumbfounded, unable to believe it. When they saw Lu Li, they immediately understood the cause of the matter, and they all prostrated themselves on the ground. Thank you, Lord, for saving our lives. Lu Li waved his hand, rise, all of you are heroes of my human race, and you deserve this opportunity. Now, enter the city to celebrate, and we'll talk about other things later. Yes. Thank you, Lord. The crowd was delighted and, after tidying themselves up, entered the city, naturally causing another sensation. After all, the people had long heard about the puppet army outside the city, but they never expected that these dead people would be resurrected. This time, quite a few people were resurrected, more than 3,000. Such a major event was big news throughout the continent. As for Count Granat, he was hugging his son, too excited to speak. 76 The dungeon officially operates, huge familia wealth. At the same time, Lu Li's existence once again entered people's field of vision. If before he was just a legend, just a glimmer of hope in people's hearts, then now, Lu Li's existence was completely accepted by the people of Granat territory as a godlike, majestic being. In particular, the appearance of more than 3,000 resurrected people was absolutely convincing, and no one dared to question it in the slightest. That was a god. That lord was no longer an ordinary elf mage but had already become a god. In an instant, Lu Li's faith power increased a lot. Especially the families of the resurrected, their faith was unwavering. My lords, please come in. Count Granat led Lu Li and his party into the mansion. At this time, a luxurious banquet had already been prepared in the mansion. Thank you, Lord Lu Li, for allowing our father and son to reunite. During the banquet, Count Granat repeatedly raised his glass, his face flushed with drink. Count Granat's son was the same, accompanying him until the end of the banquet. After the banquet ended, Lu Li and Friar Ren returned to their room. Li, when we were building the dungeon just now, why did a magic circle suddenly appear under our feet? Friar Ren asked with some worry. Is that a teleportation array? Could it be that fighting the demons has dangers I don't know about? Lu Li nodded, actually, there is another possibility for the existence of demons. The world wants to replace the races of the world and let the demons destroy the humanoid races. If that's really the case, our actions are tantamount to going against the heavens, which is very dangerous. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, a figure suddenly fell from the roof. It was Vina. Vina was not embarrassed at all. Lord Lu Li, that would be too dangerous. If that's really the case, we can just hide. As an elf, she didn't have many emotions, only cared about Lu Li, and naturally didn't want Lu Li to be in danger. Even Friaren agreed at this moment, nodding gently. Lu Li smiled, all right, isn't everything fine now? At least for now, the demon problem isn't that big. Vina, you should go back to rest. Vina refused, it's Friaren again tonight. No, Lord Lu Li, I want to too. With that, she looked at Friaren with dissatisfaction. Friaren blocked in front of Lu Li like she was protecting food, not giving an inch. Stealing elf, Li is mine. Who's stealing? Vina protested, you're clearly the newcomer. I'm the childhood sweetheart. I've already written you to death. Lu Li was speechless, all right, since that's the case, let's all be together today. After speaking, he didn't care about their expressions and pulled them to rest. Nothing happened overnight. The next day, Friaren and Vina were much more harmonious. Especially Vina, a silly smile appeared on her face from time to time. Anyone with eyes could see what had happened to her. Yotsuya Maiko exclaimed, Maiko, big crisis. Yotsuya Maiko said lazily, I know, Zayahua, you're too anxious. Yurikawa Hana said helplessly, Maiko, why are you like Otto? Yotsuya Maiko retorted, I'm really sorry for being Otto. Granat territory. With Count Granat's help, the existence of the dungeon was quickly known to everyone, attracting the attention of many mages and warriors. The Adventurers Guild was also built by Lu Li himself, using magic and authority. It wasn't as grand as the Babel Tower in the Is It Wrong to Pick Up Girls in a Dungeon? World, but it was still hundreds of stories high and very large. As for why he added authority, it was of course to prevent mages from causing damage. With authority, unless they were also gods, it would be absolutely impossible to dismantle the building. Evening. A team of adventurers entered the guild. Does the Adventurers Guild really accept magic stones? Clerk, of course. The adventurer team's eyes lit up, and they took out the small bags on their backs and poured them onto the counter. The clerk began to count, 10 ordinary magic stones, 10 silver coins, 1 demon horn, 5 silver coins. Sir, do you want cash or to exchange for weapons? Weapons? The adventurer asked curiously. What kind of weapons are there? There are dragon bone wands, made of dragon bone material, which can increase attack by 50%. The clerk took out a jade-like wand from the counter and introduced it. The 50% increase here includes casting distance, magic attack power, magic speed, and other items, which are absolutely rare. There are also dragon scale wands, which can increase by up to 70%. The adventurer's eyes lit up, and he asked excitedly, are there any for warriors? Yes. The clerk nodded and introduced other products. There are ordinary dragon scale swords, which are made of dragon scales and ordinary refined steel. They are excellent in armor-piercing and magic-breaking abilities. One sword costs between 10 and 100 gold coins. The more expensive, the more dragon scales are used, and the more powerful it is. Of course, there are also divine weapons made of fine gold and dragon scales. One sword costs at least 300 gold coins. The adventurer listened, although he was very tempted, he had no money in his pocket and could only give up. Forget it, let's exchange for money first, and then talk about it when we have money. The adventurer reluctantly suppressed the thought in his heart, took the silver coins handed over by the clerk, and left reluctantly. After the first adventurer exchanged, followed by the second adventurer, the third adventurer. As adventurers exchanged for silver coins, and even wealthy adventurers added money to exchange for magic wands and dragon scale swords, for a time, dungeon adventurers became a trend in Granat territory. Eliminating demons, becoming a hero, and making money, why not? Even if you die in the dungeon, you only need 1 silver coin to resurrect once in the first year, which is simply a sure win deal. In just a few days, thousands of adventurers poured into the dungeon, bringing back a considerable number of magic stones and demon drops. Fortunately, Lu Li had already lowered the drop rate of drops, and with the existence of the dragon scale sword, the dungeon's income and expenditure were balanced. With the appearance of magic stones, related industries such as magic stone lamps, magic stone air conditioners, magic stone fans, and magic stone pots also rose in Granat territory, becoming the hottest industries. Even some merchants sold these goods to other places, which attracted a considerable number of adventurers. The Magic Stone Energy Plan has achieved initial results. So much money. Friar Ren pounced on a pile of 4.1 silver coins like a dragon. With this money, Mai and Li's life will be more stable. In fact, magic stone lamps, magic stone air conditioners, and other things were all ideas that Lu Li came up with, and Friar Ren implemented them. Now, the Magic Stone Household Appliance Company established by the Familia has become the leading enterprise in Granat territory, with a daily income of at least 10 gold coins, and sometimes hundreds of gold coins. With the existence of the guild, Lu Li's Familia has an income of at least thousands of gold coins in this world, which is more than the accumulation of some great nobles for several generations. Fortunately, Lu Li's construction of the dungeon was large enough, even a fool would know that his strength was strong, and with thousands of powerful resurrected troops guarding the city under the city, like god guards, no one dared to pick peaches. Even without counting Lu Li's own power, just these thousands of people are already no less than the power of a small country, and they are qualified to share this cake. 77 Casting a new authority, Aura becomes human. Lu Li. Race, God. Divinity, 6600. Authority, Life LV.1. Faith, Slight, integers have been converted to divinity. Familia, 18 people, names omitted. Skills, Grace 1 Certificate Forever Yin Yang Eyes Ordinary Heroine Ice Return Magic Circle Kendo Mind Flash Heaven Strike Enslavement. Lu Li looked at the light curtain in front of him, pondering in his heart, and began to consider casting a second authority. As soon as his thoughts arose, the light curtain immediately displayed the list of authorities he could cast. The more powerful the authority, the more divinity it requires. Of course, if he has understood enough, the divinity requirement for casting the authority will be reduced accordingly. Among them, empty, sword, and mind are the reasons for this. Yin Yang Eyes Yin Yang authority requires 5000 divinity, derived from Familia Yatsuya Maiko. Magic Circle Time and Space authority 5000 divinity, derived from Familia Friar Ren. Law of Reality and Illusion 5000 divinity. Ice authority 1000 divinity, derived from Kirisu Mafuyu. Ordinary Heroine Existence authority 2000 divinity, derived from Kato Megami. Chapter 56. Return. Space authority. 1000 divine power, derived from Eri Spencer Sawamura and numerous teleportation spells. Swordsmanship. Sword authority. 1000 divine power, derived from various swordsmanship and axe techniques from the Friar Ren world. Anything with a blade can be a sword. Mind. Mind authority. 2000 divine power, derived from magic in the Friar Ren world. Forging authority. 100 divine power, derived from the alternate body, Tall Man Lu Li. Elemental authority. 100 divine power, derived from the elven alternate body. Culinary authority. 200 divine power. Enslavement. Enslavement authority. 5000 divine power, derived from understanding Aura's obedience magic. Life authority LV.29,000 divine power. After pondering for a moment, Lu Li made a decision. This time, I'll forge the yin yang, space, forging, culinary, and elemental authorities. As soon as he had the thought, divine power rapidly depleted, and skills like yin yang and space began to sublimate, transforming into authorities under the infusion of divine power. During this process, Lu Li's mastery of the 5 authorities infinitely increased, reaching the realm of the gods, and he also understood the functions of the various authorities. Yin Yang represents order and can stabilize various laws and magic. In the primordial world, Lao Tzu's Taijito could stabilize earth, water, fire, and wind, which is based on this principle. Lu Li's Yin Yang is only at level 1 right now, so naturally, it can't reach the power of stabilizing the universe, but it is more than enough to stabilize various magic and weak chaotic laws. Besides this, Yin Yang also has some superficial effects. Harmonizing Yin and Yang. This effect can be used in cultivation or in interactions between men and women, providing some significant benefits. Space, forging, culinary, and elemental, needless to say, becoming authorities is exactly what it sounds like. These aspects have reached the realm of the gods. The light screen changed, and the authorities were updated. Lu Li now possessed 6 authorities. Lu Li. Race, God. Divine Power, 200. Authorities, Life LV.1, Yin Yang LV.1, Space LV.1, Culinary LV.1, Elemental LV.1, Forging LV.1. After experiencing the wonders of the various authorities, Liu Li realized he had a deeper understanding of the dungeon. Taking a step, he directly appeared in the deepest part of the dungeon. Master. Seeing Liu Li's appearance, Aura and Liney immediately stepped forward to greet him. Liu Li nodded. Aura, come here. Aura was puzzled but still walked forward without hesitation. Liu Li reached out and began to study the structure of the demon race's body. With the activation of Life Authority, Aura's form underwent a tremendous change in a short while. The demonic horns on her head disappeared, and she turned into a human. Even the unique aura of the demon race disappeared. Aura was shocked. I actually turned into a human. Without too many thoughts, just shock. This was indeed something only a god could do. Not bad. Liu Li nodded in satisfaction. From now on, you are human. No, you should be a quasi-elf human who can live for thousands of years. Not only did he change the demon race's form, but he also retained the demon race's talent and magic. Although forging the various divine authorities did not improve Liu Li's life authority, it allowed him to make connections and gain a deeper understanding of the authorities. He then looked at Liney. Liney understood and walked forward. She had no resistance to becoming human. Anyway, whatever Master said, that's what it was. This was the law of the demon race, the strong could decide everything. Don't even mention changing races, even taking lives was nothing. With Aura's successful case, Liney's transformation naturally had no problems at all. Wait a moment, and you will come back with me, Liu Li said. You have good talent, so cultivate diligently in the future and don't waste it. After all, these two were meant to be used as front men. If their strength was too weak to be useful, they would just become vases. In that case, wouldn't it be redundant? Yes. Aura and Liney responded quickly, very frightened. Changing their race still couldn't change their demon race's thinking. In the demon race, being useless meant death, which was too terrifying. Liu Li nodded lightly and began to modify the dungeon. The teleportation formation was changed to Space Authority. The dungeon itself was also attached with Space Authority. To destroy the dungeon now, one would have to break through space. In addition, Liu Li gave the Yin-Yang Authority to the safe floors. With the Yin-Yang laws in place, any chaotic demon race or person on this floor would be like being roasted on fire, greatly increasing the safety of the floor. The current safe floor was truly safe. After doing all this, Liu Li moved his mind, rolled up Aura and Liney, and returned to the guild. Ending his cultivation, he pushed open the door and walked out of the room with the two. Who are they? Friar Ren, seeing Aura, immediately bristled. Demons. Although there was no demonic aura, she had seen Aura before. Liu Li reached out to appease Friar Ren and said, Friar Ren, she is human now and also our servant. Let her atone for her sins in the familia from now on. Servant. Friar Ren heard and snorted. Did Li take a fancy to her appearance again? A mere demon girl is not cute at all. Liu Li laughed, yes, Aura is nowhere near as cute as Friar Ren. Friar Ren heard and smiled, extremely satisfied. As for Aura and Liney, they didn't dare to say a word from beginning to end, very clear about their status as slaves. They only breathed a sigh of relief after Friar Ren stopped pursuing the matter. 78 Thank you for the generous reward, K. Is that the demon aura? There's not a trace of demonic aura. How amazing! Lord God is too promiscuous, even accepting demons. In the evening, at the dinner table, everyone wasn't interested in the food but became interested in Aura and Liney, who had turned into humans. Himmel and the others were curious about the species change, Yotsuya Maiko and the others were denouncing Liu Li's promiscuity. The only thing worth mentioning was that because they had turned into humans, Aura and Liney were not being shouted at or killed. Aura's crimes were many. She had killed many people and was deeply sinful, which was beyond doubt. But since they had become servants of the god, let the god restrain them. They still believed in Liu Li. With Liu Li restraining them, Aura and Liney would at most become two tools and were not worth worrying about. After dinner, Liu Li returned to his room, waiting for Friar Ren, but saw the door quietly pushed open. The person who came was not Friar Ren but Yotsuya Maiko. Maiko. It's me. Yotsuya Maiko was dressed very lightly, with only a nightgown on. She pushed the door open and entered. Lord Liu Li is too much, too promiscuous. I must punish Lord Liu Li today. Yotsuya Maiko said to herself, her clothes becoming fewer, and walked forward, pushing Lu Li down. Wow! Today's Maiko was simply too proactive. Lu Li did not resist, enjoying Maiko's service. Half an hour later, a flash of white light shone on Yotsuya Maiko, and the recovery magic activated, and the battle continued. Lu Li was speechless. You all use magic in this kind of place. Friar Ren would activate the magic circle when defeated, borrowing the past and future selves to join the battle. Katu Megami was very proficient in recovery magic, and so it was. Unexpectedly, Yotsuya Maiko was also like this. Fortunately, Lu Li was not an ordinary person, otherwise, he would have become a dried corpse after a few days. Yotsuya Maiko snorted, her pretty face flushed. It's all Lu Li's fault. If I didn't use recovery magic, I wouldn't be able to make Lu Li restrain himself. Is that so? Lu Li chuckled. In fact, even with magic, she couldn't exhaust him. Life Authority and Yin Yang Authority were too useful in this regard. Thinking of this, Lu Li activated the Yin Yang Authority to harmonize Yin and Yang. Yotsuya Maiko only felt comfortable all over, warm, and even her strength and magic power increased. Compared to dual cultivation techniques, Yin Yang Authority was much stronger. Harmonizing Yin and Yang with it, both sides benefited greatly. Of course, now that Lu Li was a god, the increase was not so obvious. But he didn't care, as long as he was happy. Thinking like this, Lu Li waved his hand and isolated all the aura in the room. Outside the door, several people who had gathered together immediately showed disappointment. Hyakuri Kawahana, so stingy, can't see it. Kashuma Jayaka Utah listened intently, even the sound is gone. Kirisuma Fuyu, humiliating, why am I watching this? Just as she was talking, she heard footsteps, and it was Phelan. Phelan was curious, what are you doing? She moved closer, wanting to observe. Kirisuma Fuyu quickly grabbed Phelan and said, Lu Li is already resting. There's nothing to see. Phelan should go back to sleep. Hyakuri Kawahana nodded repeatedly, that's right, children won't grow taller if they don't rest well. Phelan was originally smart. Seeing the three people's performance, she immediately understood, her face flushed red. Lord Lu Li is 2H. Saying that, she ran away like a gust of wind. After one night. The next morning, Lu Li woke up refreshed and saw Yotsuya Maiko already awake, exuding a lazy aura. The girl had become an adult, and her temperament had undergone a huge change, with a bit more charm. Maiko, now that you have become my person, I will find you in every life. The love of a god is very heavy. Chapter 57. Humph, Mitsuko Yotsuya softly snorted. Do I not know the temperament of the divine? However, the last sentence was completely unnecessary. Lu Li asked in surprise, why? Mitsuko Yotsuya retorted, the divine divides love into hundreds, even thousands of parts, how could it be heavy? You, a philandering god, shouldn't try to say pretty words like others. Haha. Lu Li wasn't embarrassed in the slightest. Mitsuko really understands me. Originally, he just wanted to show off, but he didn't expect that it would be a bit funny for a philandering god like him to do so. Alright, it's time to get up. Mitsuko Yotsuya propped herself up, about to rise. Otherwise, the others will laugh at us later. Lu Li grabbed Mitsuko, and said, has Mitsuko forgotten something? Mitsuko Yotsuya's face turned red, lewd. Saying that, her pretty face turned to the side as she found a hair tie and tied up her hair. Approaching noon, Lu Li and Mitsuko Yotsuya walked out of the room. Only Aura and Lin were still in the entire familia. Where are the others? Aura reported, Master, the other members of the familia have either gone to the dungeon or the guild. Mitsuko Yotsuya sighed, now I'm definitely going to be teased by Hui-chan and Kaka. If someone had said a few months ago that she would be addicted to bed matters, she would definitely have beaten their dog head. But, now, looking at the already fiery red sun outside, Mitsuko Yotsuya only felt her cheeks burning as if on fire. She didn't have the indifference of Friar Ren, clinging to Lu Li at all times without feeling ashamed. Under the service of Aura and Lin, the two had lunch, and Mitsuko Yotsuya hurriedly left to go to the dungeon to train. For safety, Lu Li even bestowed grace upon Aura and Lin, allowing them to accompany Mitsuko Yotsuya. After doing all this, Lu Li became idle and began to study magic particles. The Labyrinth world and the Frieren world both belong to the Western fantasy magic world, but the essence of magic is not the same. The magic of the Labyrinth world originates from demons, and magic power is a combination of natural energy and life energy, which can be regarded as elemental magic. In the Frieren world, magic originates from the mind and is derived from the modification of external magic particles. In the Frieren world, the stronger the imagination, the more powerful the magic. This is unimaginable for the magicians of the Labyrinth world. A magic particle hovered in Liu Li's hand, and was eventually separated by him using the yin-yang authority. Creation favors the ingenious, yin and yang divide the dawn. Yin and yang not only have the effect of fixing all kinds of power but also have the ability to divide. Dividing a magic particle is not a big deal for Liu Li. As the magic particle was divided, the composition of the magic particle was also revealed before his eyes. 79 The composition of magic particles, the essence of the world, 7/8, thanks to 187444 The urging. Magic power is composed of yin energy and life energy. Liu Li was not surprised at all that magic power contained life energy, that is, innate origin energy. After all, the demons originated from magic particles. Since magic particles can give birth to life, they naturally contain life energy. Looking at the yin energy and continuing to dissect it, the yin energy was further divided and turned into many malicious energies. Necromantic energy, bone energy, blood, resentment. Yin energy is full of various gloomy auras that exist in the world. What are demons? Previous assumptions were overturned by Liu Li, and now he has an accurate answer. Demons are the embodiment of resentment and death energy that cannot be digested by the world. When humans eliminate demons, they are cleaning the world's origin on behalf of the world. The reason why there is so much resentment is, of course, due to the disappearance of various races since the Age of Gods. In many worlds, there are many races in the mythological era. These races are very powerful, and they are races related to the luck of the world. They are the heaven and earth's own sons and daughters. Their fall, even if it is only one person, the resentment and blood energy are even greater than the death of tens of thousands of ordinary humans. Inherited to this day, there are not many races on the continent. And where is the resentment of those dead races? Part of it accumulates in the world, and part of it turns into demons. The war between humans and demons is actually a war to cleanse the world and gain the position of the protagonist of heaven and earth. Success become the master of heaven and earth. Failure yin energy covers the world, turning it into a world of silence, and the world may restart. The role of humans in this world is probably equivalent to the sea of blood in the prehistoric world, playing the role of purifying the world. And the reason why the demons in this world are born with magical power is also very simple. Whatever nature the magic power that gives birth to them has, they will have the same nature of magic. Yin energy can be said to be the origin of this world. Races born in yin energy naturally have innate advantages. And the reason why human magic pays the most attention to mental imagination is also very simple. The essence of the mind is the light of the soul. And the soul is naturally yin. Soul power is naturally compatible with yin energy. The stronger the soul, the stronger the imagination, and the stronger the magic will naturally be. This statement is valid. My establishment of the dungeon is equivalent to establishing a sea of blood in this world, digesting all kinds of yin energy in the world, correcting chaos, and returning to the right path. How can there be no merit? A thought arose in Liu Li's heart, and then he felt a little funny. This world may not have any merit system at all. Moreover, even if there is a merit system, it probably won't come at this time. After all, relative to the entire world, the dungeon he is building now is still too small, and the yin energy that can be transformed is not much. But this is not important. As the magic power analysis is completed, he can already transform magic particles into divine power. With divine power, what does it matter whether there is merit or not? Once the authority reaches 1v.9, he will become an eternal god, equivalent to the Taoist Deluo, infinitely free in time and space, and merit is just a floating cloud to him. He took out the staff of life and imprinted the authorities of forging, yin-yang, etc. on it. Instantly, the aura on the staff became more mysterious. With a thought, all kinds of authorities were activated, and another magic circle was added to the dungeon, which began to transform magic particles into divine power. 50 points a day, that's a bit too little. After waiting for a while and calculating the divine power harvest, Liu Li frowned. The labyrinth world, with the origin of heaven and earth and the demons as the source of transcendence as the source of the labyrinth, has a very high efficiency in transforming divine power. In this world, the formation for transforming magic power into divine power is only the dungeon itself, and the gap is immediately highlighted. Even if this world has more magic power and the dungeon is built larger, the conversion efficiency will be much worse. But it's enough. When I build a few more dungeons, I think I can make up for the lack of divine power. Granat territory. Outside the city. Dungeon. There is only a huge stone gate about 100 meters high and 20 meters wide, connecting to the underground. After a period of exploration, the adventurers of Granat territory are no longer unfamiliar with the dungeon. Groups of adventurers carrying swords, axes, and wands enter the city below. From time to time, there are adventure teams returning with full harvests and smiling faces. From time to time, there are also unlucky adventure teams with frustrated faces throwing coins into the coin slot on the right side of the stone gate. As silver coins were thrown into it, rays of light emerged, and then, adventurers were resurrected from the white light. This is the resurrection magic. Of course, in order to avoid a total party wipe, some teams will deposit corresponding silver coins in the dungeon before going down into the dungeon. Once wiped out, they will automatically resurrect outside the city below. Seeing those light clusters, the adventurers were a little curious at first, but now they are used to it. However, there are exceptions. At this time, a figure stood outside the dungeon, with curious eyes, analyzing the resurrection magic with her magical knowledge. This person is shrouded in a layer of light, and others will ignore her existence because of this, but for Friar Ren, it is very conspicuous. Because she also knows similar magic. The corresponding formulas unfolded, and Friar Ren had already seen the other party's appearance clearly. A head of smooth, golden hair reaching her waist, pointed and fair ears, delicate features, like the most perfect creation of the gods, a graceful figure, with undulations, even if it is just a plain white robe, can make her look gorgeous. It's an elf. Of course, this elf is definitely not a character who wins by appearance, but a powerful figure. On her body, there are extremely powerful magic fluctuations, obviously a powerful mage. Friar Ren knows that this is just the magic she has revealed, and there is actually more hidden. The reason why she is so clear, of course, is that Friar Ren knows the other party. The golden-haired elf turned her head, her eyes indifferent. "Oh, long time no see, Friar Ren." Friar Ren nodded lightly, her expression not fluctuating much. "Long time no see. Ancestor, why did you suddenly come here?" As far as she knows, her ancestor Saria is a homebody elf who has no hobbies other than studying magic, and she will not be tired of staying at home for 1,000 years. Studying magic. Saria pointed to the dungeon. The dungeon is very interesting, and the resurrection magic is also very interesting. Feline looked at Friar Ren curiously and asked, "Friar Ren-sama, who are you talking to?" Friar Ren looked at the surprised team and said, "Let's go back and talk about it. Ancestor Saria, why not come with us? I think Lu Li will also be very happy to see you again." Saria's eyes lit up, and she nodded lightly, "Okay." Back then, Lu Li said that he would become a mage who surpassed me, and now he has done it. Thinking of what happened more than 1,000 years ago, Saria showed a playful smile. Time seemed to return to more than 1,000 years ago. "If Lu Li can surpass me, I can promise you any condition." The words at that time, even after 1,000 years, are still in my ears. I wonder what conditions Lu Li will propose. Saria was curious. 80 Saria, Lu Li is too outrageous. "Yo, ancestor." Seeing Saria, Lu Li was not surprised at all, because he had discovered the other party when he was transforming the dungeon. Saria rolled her eyes. "Are you so indifferent even when you see your ancestor?" Lu Li looked as a matter of course. "We are elves, why not be a little indifferent?" Hat. Saria didn't believe it at all. She already understood Lu Li's lewd life. Cold personality. Chapter 58. Bullshit. You've already got a harem, what's with the cold act? Riku, I'm so hungry, I want food. Friar Ren whined, not caring who else was around, and clung directly to Riku. Riku laughed, "I've already asked them to prepare it. Today's meal will definitely satisfy Friar Ren." Friar Ren was curious, "Is there something special today?" "Yesterday, I forged the culinary authority and blessed Aura and Rhine with it. Now their cooking skills have entered the realm of the gods." As for when Aura and Rhine returned, it was naturally before Friar Ren. Yotsuya Miko was alone. After wandering around the dungeon for a few hours, she brought people back. Nothing else, it's too boring to grind dungeons alone without partners. As for Aura and Rhine, although they transformed into humans, they didn't understand human emotions for a while. Even if they wanted to join the conversation, they often talked at cross purposes, making Yotsuya Miko very speechless. Friar Ren's eyes brightened, want to eat. Friar Ren's eyes brightened, want to eat. Riku chuckled, stroking Friar Ren's hair, and said, if we're going to have people cook, at least they have to know how to cook, right? If their cooking is good, we're the ones who benefit. Friar Ren nodded gently. Saria was curious, authority? Friar Ren said you've become a god, Riku. Is that true? That's right. Riku nodded. With the thought, divine power was revealed, and Saria had no more doubts. Although she had never seen a goddess and didn't know what a god should look like. But the divine power on Riku's body made her truly feel the gap between a mage and a god. It was a chasm between heaven and earth. I didn't expect that people could really become gods. Saria sighed, by the way, what about your master? Saria had taken in a total of 3 disciples, Flam, Lahurn, and an elf of the same race. Among them, Flam was Friar Ren's teacher. Lahurn was the examiner for the first-class mage exam. The elven mage of the same race was Riku's master, a male elf with a rather cold personality. About 300 years ago, he blew himself up with explosion magic, Riku said with a hint of helplessness in his voice. Thinking of this, he was a little speechless. Although the scene at that time was not comparable to his other self, it was also very terrifying. He was almost affected by the explosion magic released by his master. Elves are indeed incomparable to other races when it comes to courting death. Saria was stunned. I see, that's indeed something he could do. Also, I heard that you also caused a big commotion before. Yes. Riku knew what Saria was asking and nodded gently, admitting it. The large basin of hundreds of miles in the north was indeed created by me. Saria sighed, your lineage is truly crazy. After speaking, she felt proud of the mages of Riku's lineage. Even she couldn't achieve that kind of world-destroying destructive power. How could she not be happy that her grand disciple had reached this level? Saria was too curious about the unknown and about magic. As they spoke, an enticing aroma wafted over, and Aura and Rhine carried the dishes to the table. The dishes emitted a golden light, giving people an extremely extraordinary feeling. Even Saria, who was not as gluttonous as Friar Ren, felt a strong appetite at this time. Ancestor, please sit down. Riku invited. As for the other familia members, they had already become familiar with each other and didn't need Riku to say anything. They had already taken their seats. Saria nodded gently and chose a chair close to Riku, clearly wanting to chat while eating. Oh, what is this? After tasting the feast, the topic couldn't help but shift from magic to dishes. It was so delicious. Whether it was the ingredients or the craftsmanship, it was by no means what she knew. Friar Ren smiled happily, it's dragon meat. Dragon meat from another world. Saria was shocked, dragon meat? Another world? Looking at Riku, she saw him nod gently and say, this is a product of a magical world. In that world, the source of all transcendence is the heart-wrenching demons. Humans use the power of demons to build labyrinths. In the labyrinths. Saria was curious, won't the monsters in the labyrinth turn into magic particles and disappear? No. Riku shook his head. The monsters in that world are fundamentally different from the monsters in our world. Can I take a look? Saria asked. Riku nodded, of course, but let's talk about it after the meal. Friar Ren's eyes lit up, I want to go and see too. Himmel echoed, God, I remember you said that you would go on an expedition every 3 months. Now, it should be almost 3 months over there, right? Riku nodded, that's right. In that case, let's start the first expedition tomorrow. It just so happens that the familia's equipment is still lacking some materials. Although the dungeon built in this world also drops some items, most of them are materials from demons, and their characteristics often amplify magic. For example, using the characteristics of demon horns as materials can imprint more magic arrays. As long as mages inject magic power in advance, they can activate them in times of crisis, which is very convenient. In addition, the characteristics of demon horns can also increase magic by a factor of 1, which is stronger than the magic amplification of dragon scales. It is indeed a race born for magic. However, it is not good to use demon drops to make swords and other things. In terms of defense and armor penetration, demons and giant dragons, which are physically strong species, still have a gap. Yay! Hyakuri Kawahana cheered, we can eat those strange monsters again. Laos ate the dragon meat in large bites, his eyes shining. Friar Ren's face was flushed, and she was excited, are we going on an adventure tomorrow? How is it compared to the dungeon? You can't be careless. Riku warned, his eyes falling on Marcel. Marcel once died at the hands of a slime. Marcel was speechless, God, really, you're dragging me out to whip my corpse again. Friar Ren looked shocked, can slimes also kill people? Marcel. Hearing this, everyone laughed. Corpse. 81 Magical 9 Breaths Technique, Saria's Power. After the meal, Riku talked about the issue of authority distribution. Before, there was only the authority of life, and the permission given to everyone was to use the authority of life 3 times a day. Now that there are more authorities, there are more choices. After a discussion, the Familia members finally chose the authority of elements and the authority of space. Elements, in the normal state, can amplify magic, and in the authority state, they can enter the realm of the gods and reach the point of destroying the world. Authority state, 3 times a day. The authority of space can defend, store things, and can also be used as a return to city skill, which is quite convenient. In addition, Ice and Senshi also chose the authority of forging, which is very compatible with their race. With the authority of forging, plus the processed green dragon heart given by Riku, the equipment for ordinary Familia members and the guild can be handed over to them in the future. In this way, Riku's life will be more leisurely. God, I want the culinary authority. Friar Ren was very excited, in the future, I also want to cook for God. Shina Mahiru and others also looked over. That's right, how could they forget that although the culinary authority can't amplify any combat power now, it's too useful for daily life. If they don't master cooking, wouldn't Riku be hooked away by the 2 demons, Aura and Rhine? Kato Megami gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and said softly, I also want the culinary authority. Hyakuri Kawahana raised her hand, I want it too, I'll make delicious food for everyone. Even Laos's eyes became fanatical. Okay. The Familia are all foodies. Riku chuckled, okay, I'll give you another culinary authority. Everyone cheered when they heard this. Saria watched everyone allocating authority permissions, and her heart itched. Authority, that is the realm of the gods. How could Saria, who is obsessed with magic, avoid this temptation? Riku, can I also try the authority? Saria asked expectantly. Riku nodded, of course, but you need to become a Familia member first. The authority and divine arts of the gods have always been given to the apostles and believers. He will not change this rule. Saria didn't hesitate at all and said, then give me grace. Shina Mahiru exclaimed, wouldn't that mess up the seniority? Saria said indifferently, it doesn't matter, elves don't care about this. Elves in this world are like this. As long-lived species, they have not established a country, and even the formation of villages is rare, let alone the corresponding civilization and etiquette. For elves, as long as they are happy, everything is fine. Of course, as a member of the human race, elves still have a bottom line, at least they will not collude with demons. Friar Ren nodded gently, indeed, this is not a problem for elves at all. Watching Saria go into the house to prepare, Friar Ren was not dissatisfied at all. Arari said softly, I remember that Friar Ren is very possessive, isn't she? Why is she so open now? Friar Ren's eyes fell on Kato Megami and Yatsuya Maiko, and then swept over the Familia members such as Shina Mahiru, the meaning of which was self-evident. Most of the female members of the Familia are eyeing Riku covetously, and Riku is greedy, so there is no way she can guard against it. Arari, are you not interested? Friar Ren asked. I'm not interested at all. Kashuma Jayaka Utah laughed. Arari was immediately dissatisfied, Black Stocking's fat woman, are you laughing again? I just thought of something happy. Kashuma Jayaka Utah said indifferently. Arari rolled her eyes, you're clearly laughing at me, I'm going to fight you. Trash. Kashuma Jayaka Utah sneered, who's afraid of who? Chapter 59. Saria was a woman of action, and she prepared quickly. Saria had no reservations about showing her back. Lu Li stepped forward, granted the grace, and imprinted the data. Saria. LV.1. Strength, I0 endurance, I0 dexterity, I0 agility, I0 magic, I0. Magic, magic ring, omitted, magic source curse of origin. Magic source. The source of a line of magic, increases casting speed, power, and distance. Increases the speed of magic power growth. Balance, attributes such as strength and endurance will increase with magic power until balanced. Curse of origin. By invoking this curse, power can be borrowed even in unfamiliar worlds. Can borrow the magic power contained in the world. Increases the speed of magic power growth. Skills, Magic Star, omitted, Scholar's Zeal, omitted, Fairy's Sigh Demon Slayer, omitted, Fairy Paradise. Fairy's Sigh. The Fairy's Swan Song, a single magic attack amplified 100 times, can be used once a day, active. Magic power amplified 10 times, passive. Fairy Paradise. Activating this curse allows oneself to be in Fairy Paradise, unable to be harmed, and unable to harm others. Activating this curse increases the speed of magic comprehension and the speed of magic power growth. As the source of a line of magic, Saria's skills in magic are quite magnificent. Among them, the curse of origin is what Lu Li coveted the most. No matter where one is, one can borrow the world's origin and transform it into one's own power, equivalent to a magical version of 9 breaths Qi absorption, one of the highest secrets of Qi refining and cultivation. Next time he forges authority, he can use it to forge the corresponding authority. As for the Fairy's Sigh, it can also give himself a 10-fold increase in normal state, seemingly powerful, but at most just a small trick. Of course, this is compared to the curse of origin. If it were simply singled out, the Fairy's Sigh would already be enough to become the trump card of cultivators in the heavens and worlds. Lu Li explained the various terms and skill effects on the grace, and Saria listened with sparkling eyes, fascinated. However, Lu Li is wrong about one thing. Saria shook her head. Ordinary mages and cultivators have no way to travel through worlds, the power of the curse of origin may not be stronger than the Fairy's Sigh. Lu Li nodded, that's true. By the way, Lu Li, have you thought about what conditions you want to propose? Saria's voice was soft and full of temptation, any conditions are fine. Lu Li said seriously 1.5, really? Saria's ears turned red, you don't really want to propose that kind of condition, do you? Although she was somewhat mentally prepared, she was still a little overwhelmed by such stimulation right from the start. Of course. Lu Li smiled, but not now, but later. Now that the meat is in the pot, it's natural to eat it whenever you want. Saria breathed a sigh of relief, realized it, and found that Lu Li had already considerately walked out and closed the door, and quickly put on her clothes. In this moment, her heart beat much faster than usual. This was something she had never experienced in her long life. Perhaps, it's not a bad thing to experience the things between men and women in this way. A smile appeared on Saria's face, at least I don't dislike Lu Li. Just as she was thinking, she felt that she had been given several authorities, and couldn't help but study them. 82 Yurikawa Hana, Maiko has turned the gods into carnivores. Hana. After washing up and returning to the room, Lu Li found the quilt bulging, and upon closer inspection, it was a blonde girl hiding there. Yes. Yurikawa Hana showed half of her face, her eyes somewhat expectant and somewhat cowardly. She was very motivated before coming, but now she wants to back down. Seeing this, Lu Li smiled and walked forward. Yurikawa Hana has already taken a step towards him, and the rest is of course up to him. He still has this responsibility. I have to say, since becoming a god, without the pressure of survival, he has become more and more happy recently, and he doesn't refuse this kind of thing at all. No. It seems that he didn't refuse before either. It's just that the members of the familia are all relatively reserved girls, and he didn't actively push it forward, so he was abstinent for a while. Thinking of this, seeing Yurikawa Hana's shy appearance, these thoughts were immediately thrown to the back of his mind. With a beautiful woman in front of him, it's a waste of time to think so much. Yurikawa Hana's figure is definitely in the first tier among the many familia members, even Kashumi's 30 Hill Poetry Feather can't compare. Now, of course, it's best to enjoy yourself. He casually set up a space barrier to cut off the eavesdropping plans of others, and the night wind and rain began from here. God is so horny. The next day, Yurikawa Hana stood at the sink, brushing her teeth, her face full of blush. It's all Maiko's fault, the gods have been turned into carnivores. The originally ignorant Yurikawa Hana grew up overnight and learned a lot of knowledge. That's knowledge she would never have known before. Blame me. Maiko's voice rang out and walked in. What does it have to do with me? It's clear that God himself knows those things. Okay, everyone has gone to the dungeon, we clearly agreed to go on a labyrinth expedition today. Yurikawa Hana was helpless. What can I do? It's all God's fault for being in such good health. Yotsuya Maiko nodded lightly, recalling her previous service. She felt the same way. No wonder Frieren has become less aggressive, it turns out that she can't monopolize it. So, the expedition plan was shelved and postponed for a day. Liu Li and the Familia had no objection to this. They are all adventurers, going to the labyrinth or the dungeon is the same. Even Saria accompanied Frieren to the dungeon, adventuring and analyzing the dungeon. Liu Li, who didn't get up until the afternoon, was not idle either. He leisurely washed up and ate under the service of Aura and Ren, and then took a step and came 1,000 miles away, and began to build the second dungeon. With the authority of space, yin and yang, it is easier to build a dungeon again than the first dungeon. I saw Liu Li waving his scepter, and the authority imprinted in it was automatically activated. Countless magic circles emerged, some floating above the sky, and some located under the earth, began to lead magic power and transform the earth. Half an hour, when the earthquake stopped, a dungeon identical to the Granite territory had appeared on the northern plateau. At the same time, the demons within 1,000 miles were also swallowed by the dungeon and fell into the underground spaces of each layer. The strong were in the lower layer, and the weak were in the upper layer. From now on, they have also become monsters that can drop magic stones and items. From then on, as long as the magic particles do not dry up, their souls will always be reincarnated in the dungeon, and be brushed over and over again by adventurers. For Liu Li, the appearance of a dungeon represents an increase in his divine power income. 50 divine power per day is here again. Leaving a stone tablet to explain the purpose of the dungeon, Liu Li moved his mind and ran to the next place. The demons of this world are like chives in the ground, cutting one crop after another, naturally they cannot be wasted. Putting them in the dungeon, since they can produce magic stones and other items, and can provide divine power, is their destination. When Liu Li returned in the evening, there were 10 more dungeons on the continent. Almost 90% of the demons have fallen into the dungeon and become his means of production. As for why not all the demons and monsters are thrown into the dungeon, of course, he also has his considerations without foreign enemies. The central countries and the northern countries will probably start a civil war like the southern countries, causing countless deaths and injuries. The consequences of that are probably no smaller than the consequences caused by the demons. In view of this, Liu Li even left a warning under the stone tablet, stating that the dungeon is not absolutely safe, and if the country where it is located does not send adventurers to clean it regularly, the demons will pour out and cause a big riot. This is a sword hanging over the heads of many countries and nobles, and it will also bring a certain amount of peace and motivation, so that humans will not become completely useless. OIST. Northern Branch of the Continental Magic Association. Feeling the vibration of the earth, the Magic Association acted quickly and soon discovered the existence of a dungeon. This is a matter of course. After all, Liu Li built the dungeon without hiding the magic power fluctuations of the dungeon. How could mages who are extremely sensitive to magic power not find the trace of the dungeon? 5 mages carefully landed from the air, walked to the stone tablet, and saw the words written on it. A mage frowned slightly. This is a dungeon, it is the kind of dungeon that appeared in Granite territory. In the magical world, information spreads not as fast as in modern society. But the spread of information between mages is not slow. The dungeon in Granite territory has appeared for a while, and the Magic Association has naturally known about it for a long time, and Saria also got the news from the Magic Association. Another mage suggested, why not go to the dungeon to explore first and see if we can get more information? Okay. Everyone nodded and looked at the dungeon portal. However, we must first invest resurrection coins. Resurrection coins, that is, silver coins. It's just that because you can be resurrected after throwing coins, it is called resurrection coins by adventurers. That's natural. The 5 mages each invested a silver coin, 4 people walked into the dungeon, and 1 person stayed on top to prevent the team from being destroyed. Half an hour, the 4 mages returned fully loaded. The monster drop is good, I collected 10 magic stones. I have a little less here, but there is a demon horn. Everyone looked at the harvest and came to the conclusion this dungeon is indeed like the dungeon in Granite territory, and has the corresponding functions. It seems that the elf god took action. A mage sighed, I didn't expect that the savior elf who was only circulated in novels actually made the merit of saving the world. Demons are almost extinct in the place where the dungeon is located. This great cause is no exaggeration to say that it is saving the world. Yes. Another mage echoed, now that the matter has been investigated clearly, it is also time to go back and report. The appearance of the dungeon has too much impact on the pattern of various places, and the magic association should prepare early. The ownership of the land after the demons disappear, the ownership of magic stones and drops, the responsibility of guarding the dungeon. These things need to be negotiated by all parties. Chapter 60. Driven by enormous profits, the various forces had much work to do. 83. The trust of the Familia, and Lu Li's methods. Magic association. Dungeons, a considerable number of dungeons. This deity has truly given us a big problem. The higher-ups of the Magic Association received reports from magic users in various locations and felt a headache coming on. With the demons gone, the vacuum created has enormous benefits, and various kingdoms are likely to fight tooth and nail over it. Plus, dungeons can produce magic stones, which are naturally clean and highly efficient energy sources, so countries won't give up easily. Benefits. Endless benefits. For these benefits, any clear-eyed person can imagine the great wars to come. Forget it, report to Lady Saria. In the end, the Magic Association decided to let Saria decide what to do. The northern and central continent countries also received the news, frequently mobilizing troops to prepare to get a piece of the pie. Even the somewhat chaotic southern countries had their wars mediated, turning their attention to the northern lands. Although the northern lands are bitterly cold and not as wealthy as the south, the area is quite vast, making it a rare piece of fat, and they must compete for it. Considering this, in addition to the immediate benefits, the countries also considered the future. If they don't get involved in the benefits of the northern lands and allow the central and northern countries to grow strong, when those countries have well-equipped soldiers and ample food, what will the southern countries use to resist if they move south? Rather than sit and wait for death, it's better to get involved now. The central countries actually have the same idea as the southern countries. Even if they can't eat the meat themselves, they absolutely can't let the northern countries get fat. Nurturing a tiger is never something a wise person would do. Granat territory. That evening, Saria received a message from the Magic Association and frowned. This is really a problem. Although Saria likes to stir things up, she has never experienced a problem that could easily trigger a world war. A human civil war would be too troublesome. At the dinner table, Lu Li was completely oblivious, enjoying the feeding from Mulika Kawahara and Mahiru Ashina. Friaren was the same, squinting her eyes, her face full of happiness, being fed by Fern. Yatsuya Maiko sighed, I always feel like Lady Friaren is being spoiled. Fern agreed, Lady Friaren has become a useless person. Friaren's voice was lazy, what does it matter? This leisurely life is too wonderful. Vina complained, Friaren, eat properly. It's okay for Lord Lu Li to enjoy being fed since he is a god, but why can't you eat properly either? Friaren, I like it. Just as they were arguing, Saria spoke, Lu Li, you've created 10 more dungeons, and most of the demons in the northern lands have been cleared. How will the territory be divided, and how will the dungeon benefits be divided? Yatsuya Maiko was shocked, Lu Li, you clearly only got up at noon today, and you've already done so much. Building 10 dungeons in half a day. This is too outrageous. Laos, it's a pity that these dungeon monsters can't be eaten, otherwise it would be great. Kato Megami worried, the dungeons are distributed throughout the northern lands, how can we guarantee our own benefits? Shina Mahiru nodded, one guild's daily profit is at least 1,000 gold coins, 10 dungeons, that's 10,000 gold coins a day, which is a huge fortune. Shina Mahiru, Kato Megami and Yatsuya Maiko can be said to be the most concerned about the Familia's assets. They are very sensitive to wealth. They naturally don't want to give up this kind of benefit. Lu Li smiled, it's simple, isn't Grandmaster Saria here? Just share a portion of the benefits, and let the Magic Association and various kingdoms participate. It's unrealistic to eat all the benefits, and the Familia doesn't have that many people. It's better to share some of the benefits and let all forces participate. With more people participating, the daily output of the dungeons will actually be greater, and the Familia's monthly income will be even greater. Saria sighed, but the various forces won't be so obedient. Even as the founder of the Magic Association, she wouldn't dare to say that the Magic Association would be of one mind with her. In the face of profit, even fathers and sons may turn against each other, let alone other more fragile relationships. Don't worry, I am a god. Liu Li's expression was calm. Grandmaster, just send messages to all parties, and I will take care of the rest. All right. Saria nodded. Remember not to be too ruthless, the human race can't stand the torment. Liu Li smiled. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. At another dinner table, Stark asked in a low voice, Master, aren't you worried? Aizen was very calm. The deity has his own plans. Himmel echoed, that's right, except for sometimes being a little willful, the deity is reliable most of the time. Hader nodded, the deity is a savior-like existence, everyone is very relieved. Throwing most of the demons into the dungeons saved countless humans. As for leaving Aura behind and transforming her into a human, this kind of small matter is simply not worth mentioning. Stark remembered everything that happened after meeting the deity and nodded slightly, that's right, the deity is always very steady in his actions. The next day. Granat territory. The people suddenly noticed that there were many well-dressed people on the streets. Some of these people were magic users, some were warriors, and some were nobles with guards. Hey, isn't that the city lord of a certain northern city? That's the duke of a certain southern principality. Hey, how did they suddenly get here? Adventurers and commoners discussed. Suddenly, a well-informed person spread the word. Overnight, each country had an additional teleportation array that led directly to the Granat territory. In addition, a major event occurred in various countries last night. A large mountain disappeared from each territory out of thin air. In just one night, hundreds of mountains disappeared across the continent. After that, the Magic Association sent a message, stating that the deity had sent a message, asking countries to send people to the Granat territory to discuss the benefits of the dungeons and the division of territory in the northern lands. First a big stick, then a carrot. The various forces naturally dared not be careless, and sent their respective representatives early in the morning, or went to the Granat territory in person. Since the deity said that they could discuss it, then why would they use force? Of course, the most important thing was they had no chance of winning if they used force. Given the deity's means of causing trouble in various places overnight, the nobles of various countries were afraid. Since they couldn't resist, they naturally accepted it. 84 Who approves, who opposes? Ainley, you're here too. A haughty middle-aged man, dressed in glittering gold, walked down from the carriage with the help of a maid, looked at another convoy, and said in a sarcastic tone. The leader of the other convoy looked more like a warrior than the middle-aged man in gold and silver, tall and straight, with strong muscles, wearing a suit of armor, carrying a great sword, and with a fierce temperament. Hearing this, he sneered, nonsense, with such great benefits in the north, how could I not come? Someone recognized the two. The one in armor was the monarch of the Ainley Principality, a country established by force, with a very sturdy national character and brave and good soldiers. The one in gold and silver, afraid that others would not know he was rich, was the monarch of the Ruyu Principality, Ainley Principality's neighbor. Unlike the martial Ainley Principality, the Ruyu Principality had a prosperous commerce and a very developed economy. The two countries were adjacent and often conquered each other. One relied on its national army, and the other relied on its economy, hiring a considerable number of mercenaries. The two southern principalities had been fighting for more than 10 years, and it could be said that they had a deep-seated hatred. It was already very good that they didn't fight when they got together. The Ruyu Principality monarch laughed loudly, what if you come? With your stinky temper, do you still expect to get any benefits? The Ainley Principality monarch's face changed, and he suddenly calmed down, since the deity has invited us, he naturally has a plan, how can you 497 merchants speculate? The two confronted each other, glanced at each other, and said no more, walking towards the place where the conference was held. Speaking of the place where the conference was held, it was actually made by Liu Li overnight. As long as you were in the Granat territory, you could see that building when you looked up. In the center of Granat territory, a huge white tower stood, covering hundreds of acres, with a height of about several thousand meters, built by Liu Li overnight with divine authority. Of course, the land was donated by Earl Granat. Liu Li decided to use this place to hold national consultation meetings. After the meeting, this place would serve as the headquarters of the Adventurers Guild. As the various forces arrived, the first floor of the tower became very lively. Fortunately, Earl Granat strongly supported it and provided a considerable number of service personnel, and the conference site was orderly and there were no problems. As a bell rang, the conference began. Lu Li, accompanied by Saria and Friar Ren, appeared out of thin air at the conference site and sat on the central high platform. It seems that everyone is here, so let's start discussing the Northern Territory and the benefits of the dungeons. As for whether everyone was really there, not only did Lu Li not care, but the nobles present didn't care either. If they didn't attend when the benefits were divided, would they expect them to give up the benefits after they were divided? Lu Li would not agree to this kind of thing, and they would not agree even more. I have recorded the vacant territories in the north and divided them equally among the countries. Lu Li took out a map and began to explain, the northern countries are divided into adjacent lands, and the central countries and southern countries are divided by drawing lots. With the teleportation array, you don't have to worry about these lands being unmanageable. Of course, this division is temporary. Later, if you have any objections, you can divide it yourself, whether it is warriors fighting with swords, magic users fighting with magic, or rock paper scissors, I will not interfere. The only point is that you must not provoke war. Do you all agree? We have no objection. The members of the countries listened carefully and quickly expressed their opinions. The most satisfied were of course the northern countries, because they could receive land adjacent to their own countries, which was convenient for management. The southern countries and the central countries pondered for a while, and did not object either. It was naturally good to be able to get land, everyone was happy. Of course, the countries had their own ideas in private. The Ryu Principality monarch said softly, Ainley, I have a suggestion, I wonder if you can gamble with me, the bet is the territory obtained by drawing lots later. Ainley sneered, no bet. The Ryu Principality had a lot of money, who knew what kind of characters he would hire. The Ainley Principality had no chance of winning if it gambled. The Ryu Principality monarch sighed, sure enough, you don't trust me. Ainley just sneered, he must have something wrong with his brain to trust a merchant. While speaking, it was already the two's turn to draw lots. Under Lu Li's chairmanship, the two stepped forward in turn and drew their territories. Chapter 61. In half an hour, the division of the northern lands was completed. All the forces participating in the conference received the territories they wanted, which was a nice appetizer. Of course, Lu Li also reserved a good place for his dependents as their future base. The various countries had no objections to this. A living god naturally had the right to allocate his own benefits. Next is the division of the dungeon's benefits. Lu Li looked at everyone. Whether it's the magic stones from the dungeon or the dropped items, they are all quite good things. I believe everyone already knows this. Everyone nodded. They knew it all too well. Magic stones can be used for lighting, heating, transportation, cooking, air conditioning, in short, they have many uses and are an efficient and clean energy source that can replace the current energy on the continent. If there were enough magic stones, the strength of each country would greatly improve, so they naturally coveted the dungeons. I propose that an adventurers' association be formed by personnel from the Magic Association, the Holy Church, and the nobles of each country. Lu Li looked at everyone, taking in their various expressions. This will not only prevent demons from running out and causing trouble but also facilitate the division of benefits. I want 30% of the dungeon's benefits, and the remaining 70% can be discussed on site by the three of you. 30% of the profits may not seem like much, but in reality, it was quite significant. After all, how many people were in his family? 30% of the profits was enough to satisfy them. After all, if he wanted various parties to send people to manage and work, he naturally had to ensure that those parties received tangible benefits. It would be absurd to expect the horse to run without feeding it. Recruiting people also required paying wages. In addition to this, Lu Li also converted divine power through the dungeon, making him the biggest winner. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances and nodded slightly. With the god taking 30% of the benefits, there was still a considerable amount left. 70% was enough for their various forces to divide. I think our country's nobles can take 40%, and the remaining 30% can be split equally between the Holy Church and the Magic Association, suggested the monarch of the Azure Moon Kingdom. The president of the Magic Association was dissatisfied and proposed his own division method. Such a division is too unfair. I propose that the nobles can take 30%, and our Magic Association and the Holy Church each take 20%. The Holy Church had also sent people over, and upon hearing this, they began to fight for their own interests. Grand Master, aren't you going to say a few words for the Magic Association? Liu Li asked in a low voice. Celia shook her head, let them handle it themselves. Anyway, after I founded the Magic Association, I didn't manage it much. Moreover, despite her high status, the benefits she could obtain were not much. A mage was just a mage. Even a mage who existed since the age of gods was nothing compared to the power and status of a god. At least the nobles of each country and the Holy Church would not pay much attention to the opinion of a mage, even if it was Celia. No matter how powerful you are just one person, and your strength is limited. 85 Food crisis, terrifying appetite of family members. In the meeting hall, people from all sides argued with each other, their faces red with anger. By noon, they had finally roughly determined the division of benefits. The nobles of each country provided personnel to manage the guild and received 40% of the profits. The Holy Church and the Magic Association were responsible for supervision and received 30% of the profits. In short, both parties needed to provide personnel, and a considerable number of them. As for Liu Li, he just waited to collect the money. Controlling the dungeon, Liu Li naturally would not be fooled about how much the dungeon produced. With force in hand, he could overturn the table at any time, and everything was under his control. Of course, the above was just a preliminary division. How the nobles of each country would divide their 40% of the profits, and how the Holy Church and the Magic Association would internally divide the profits, all parties were still haggling. This was none of Liu Li's business. At noon, Liu Li considerately had Aura prepare a portion of grilled dragon meat for everyone as lunch. Although it was called lunch, the portion was quite small, only 2 tails of meat per person, as well as a bowl of rice. The culinary authority, coupled with the deliciousness of the dragon meat, immediately made the people from all sides become prisoners of the cuisine, paving the way for Liu Li to sell the gourmet food of the maze world in the future. Back at the family's residence, Laos exclaimed, God, there's a big crisis. Our dragon meat is running out. Yotsuya Maiko sighed, there's really not much left. Today, Liu Li generously sent out hundreds of pounds again, and we're almost out of food. Although eating ordinary food can also fill their stomachs, who would be willing to eat steamed buns when they could eat dragon meat? Ari Spencer Sawamura was surprised, didn't we slaughter several dragons before? It's almost all eaten. Katu Megami glanced at Ari Spencer Sawamura and said, Ari Spencer Sawamura doesn't manage the household, so she naturally doesn't know our daily consumption of dragon meat. Just Friar Ren alone can eat a dozen pieces of dragon ribs in one meal. Friar Ren was quite the glutton. In fact, not only Friar Ren, but everyone else's appetite was not small at all. Even Ari Spencer Sawamura, who had a small appetite, could eat 2 pounds of dragon meat in one meal after becoming an adventurer, which was quite a lot. Now, the entire family, including Hader and Liu Li, had 20 people in this world, and they needed to consume 300 pounds of dragon meat every day. And a wyvern weighed about 3 tons. After removing the internal organs, bones, scales, and other inedible things, there were only 4,000 pounds left, which could only support the family members for half a month. The group had been in this world for several months, and the 5 wyverns had long been eaten. Even the huge green dragon had only a little bit left. Yurigawa Hana exclaimed, it's a big crisis. It would be sad not to have dragon meat to eat, right? So, when are we going to the maze again? Shina Mahiru asked, Liu Li, is everything here almost settled? Liu Li nodded, it's indeed almost settled. With the addition of the countries, the Magic Association, and the Holy Church, we just need to collect the money, so there's no need for us to keep an eye on things here anymore. Celia's eyes lit up, then what are we waiting for? Let's quickly go to the maze to hunt. Although she was not a glutton, she was very curious about the other world. Friar Ren also looked forward to it. Li, let's go. All right. Liu Li nodded. Gather the family, let's set off now. A moment later, everyone gathered, passed through the space gate propped up by divine power, and entered the maze world. Of course, when entering the world, Liu Li still routinely used divine power to endow the family with the common language and common sense of this world. By the way, the monsters in this world are not that strong, so you have to restrain your strength, Liu Li instructed. Otherwise, the monsters will turn into ashes and we won't be able to eat them. With Himmel's swordsmanship, a single sword strike would probably chop the red dragons and other monsters into pieces on the spot. Senshi said with a serious face, indeed. That would be too wasteful of food. The others also looked solemn. This was a big issue related to everyone's meals. Himmel guaranteed, God, don't worry, we will be careful. After explaining for a while, Li let a group of people go down to the dungeon. Himmel, Hater, and other male members formed one team, and Frieren, Katu Megami, and others formed another team. Of course, to ensure that all the spoils could be brought out, Lu Li created a storage scroll. As for the Space Authority, everyone's use of it was not very skilled. It was okay to store some small things, but it was impossible to use it to store spoils, as they simply could not store them all. It should be known that the volume of a dragon was quite large, far exceeding everyone's ability. Returning to the family's residence, Lu Li became idle instead. Watering flowers, growing grass, and leisurely strolling around the yard. But before he could be leisurely for long, an acquaintance came to his door. Hizzle, why are you here? Lu Li asked, looking at the dark-skinned elf in front of the door. Hizzle was very sincere, I am here to thank you for saving the Golden Country. If it weren't for you, I would have continued down the wrong path. After removing his identity as the Lord of the Maze, he regained the desires he had lost. After talking with the people of the Golden Country, the extremism in his heart was finally cured. At this time, he finally knew how wrong he had been before. Although the people of the Golden Country were immortal, it was equivalent to sitting in prison for hundreds of years, even worse than sitting in prison. Their bodies were not free, their food tasted like wax, and their lives had completely lost their joy, completely like walking corpses. You're welcome, I actually got a lot in return. Lu Li didn't care much about this. Now that the demon has been sealed, all the people of the Golden Country should live well in the future. Hizzle, you are truly noble. In fact, everyone wants to invite you to be the king of the Golden Country and lead everyone. Lu Li shook his head, since the Golden Country has its own royal family, it would be better for them to rule the country themselves. Being the monarch of a country seemed good, but the responsibility was too great. If he became the monarch, how would he be able to slack off? Moreover, he already possessed what a monarch could possess, and even possessed more. Becoming the king of the Golden Country would only be a shackle. Upon hearing this, Hizzle could only give up, since you are unwilling, I won't force you. So, he left with gratitude. After Hizzle left, Lu Li looked towards the direction of the sea, his eyebrows slightly raised, the Canary Squad is here. It seems that the changes in the maze have finally attracted the attention of the major forces in this world. The Canary Squad was an adventure squad specializing in abnormal maze situations, similar to the international police. In short, wherever there was a problem with the maze, they would be there. Of course, don't think too highly of the Canary Squad. They were basically all problem personnel. Their solutions to problems were always very crude, and they didn't care about the lives of the people above the maze at all. In order to solve maze problems, they often caused the people above the maze to lose their families and die. The dark-skinned boy Kabul became an orphan in this way. Lu Li didn't take the arrival of the Canary Squad to heart. He quickly withdrew his thoughts and began to tend to the flowers and plants. Although all the members of the Canary Squad were elves, neither their character nor their appearance were to Lu Li's liking. Speaking of which, the elves in this world really didn't have the feeling of being the essence of heaven and earth in Western fantasy worlds. They were very different from the elves in Friren's world. Even Marcel was just a walking emoji in Lu Li's eyes. When he had free time, he went to buy many herbs that could extract the characteristics of monsters and made them into medicinal pills. 86 Maze changes, the Canary Squad's helplessness. Outside the maze. Miss Run looked at the maze gate, his brows tightly furrowed. Recently, the mazes in this world have undergone major changes. In other places, the mazes have become very ordinary, with no more demons appearing. However, the maze in this homeland of the Golden Country has become very deep, and each level of the maze is incredibly wide, like a world. All clues pointed to this one maze. The changes started from here, and the Canary Squad had to come to investigate the cause of the matter. After waiting for a while, the members of the Canary Squad gathered and began to report the news they had gathered. Captain, I asked dozens of adventure squads for news. As expected, as the rumors said, the maze has become very huge. Furky reported. Another person reported, moreover, the number of monsters has also increased. According to adventurers, the probability of encountering monsters now is several times higher than before. The maze is indeed changing, what should we do? Miss Run didn't come to a conclusion easily. After everyone had reported, he said, let's go down and take a look. Seeing is believing. However, one thing must be noted, and that is to be careful. The maze is not simple. As someone who had made a deal with a demon, Miss Run knew how powerful demons were. Demons were good at bewitching people. Once they were taken advantage of by a demon, it would be dangerous, and they wouldn't be able to use their great skills. Furky guaranteed, Captain, don't worry, this isn't the first time we've done this kind of thing. Miss Run nodded and waved his hand. Everyone entered the maze with vigilance. Chapter 62. As professionals responsible for handling labyrinth anomalies, the Canary Squad naturally possessed labyrinth data for this area. However, upon entering the labyrinth, they discovered that the data was wildly different from reality. The first layer of the labyrinth was originally a commercial district. Of course, this was a later designation. In reality, this layer consisted of various tomb passages, crisscrossing and described in records as being about 8 meters high, constructed entirely of stone. It was called the commercial district because this layer was relatively safe and had many open spaces for trading supplies. But now, this layer had become unrecognizable. The tomb passages had become taller. Looking up, one couldn't see the top, as if the height was infinite. The width of the tomb passages had also changed from 3 or 4 meters to hundreds of meters. Miss Lin sighed, the labyrinth has indeed become enormous. Looking at Frake understood, waved her magic wand, and a spell flew out, straight towards the top of the tomb passage. Originally wanting to see how high the top was, the magic flew out but didn't reach the end. Seeing this, Miss Lin had no choice but to give up, waved her hand, and headed towards the second layer of the labyrinth. This walk took a whole day, encountering many mutated giant scorpions, as well as walking mushrooms and slimes, costing everyone a considerable amount of effort. The magic concentration in the labyrinth has increased, and the monsters have become more vibrant and larger. Entering the second layer of the labyrinth, Miss Lin became more vigilant. The magic concentration here was even denser, and the monsters became even more exaggerated. Originally, wooden bridges were built between the big trees, but now, the big trees had become towering stone pillars, and the wooden bridges had become stone bridges, making them more solid. The only thing that remained the same as the upper layer was that the labyrinth was extremely huge. Miss Lin and her group walked in one direction, spending 3 days without seeing the edge of the labyrinth. Captain, we don't have much food left. If we don't return, we'll have to eat monsters, Frake suddenly reminded. Miss Lin nodded, stopped, and took out a teleportation scroll, then let's go back. At the same time. Labyrinth, 7th floor. Yotsuya Maiko's team was fighting a group of wyverns. There were quite a few wyverns, as many as 30, but the team members were not afraid at all. After training in the Frieren world, the team's firepower had become very sufficient. Just Frieren and Saria could easily contain the wyvern group, preventing them from exerting their air-to-ground advantage. Meanwhile, Shina Mahiru, Yotsuya Maiko, and others went forward with their swords to slaughter them, appearing very relaxed. After killing the last wyvern, Yotsuya Maiko quickly collected the wyverns into the painting to prevent the dragon blood from being lost. After all, although some members of the team knew extraction techniques, they were not as skilled as Liu Li and could not effectively utilize the dragon blood. Dragon blood was a supreme elixir for improving aptitude. Although it only worked on LV.1, it was still priceless and could not be wasted. Katu Megami sheathed her sword, feeling somewhat emotional. There are more monsters in the labyrinth. Before, when we came to slay dragons, it wasn't easy to find them. Now, we've already killed 7 groups of wyverns. Yurikawa Hana nodded, we've already killed 180 wyverns. Should we switch to a different type of dragon? Wyvern meat isn't bad, but I'd like to eat some red dragon or green dragon meat. Arari echoed, yeah, eating wyvern meat every day will definitely get boring. Yotsuya Maiko finished collecting the dragon corpses and waved her hand, then let's go to the next floor and see if we can find any green dragons or red dragons. With that, the group made some supplies and headed to the next floor. At the same time, Himmel's team also had a full harvest. For Himmel's team, who could defeat the Demon King, the shallow-level dragons were simply no different from ordinary monsters. In fact, they even needed to hold back a little to avoid smashing the dragons into pieces, affecting their edibility. This world's labyrinth is quite good. Himmel exclaimed, all kinds of monsters are quite delicious, Eyes, don't you think? Eyes nodded, indeed, it is very good. While saying this, he started grilling the meat. Being a grilling expert and having spent some time with Senshi, he had learned the means of cooking monsters and was now very skilled at handling them. Hater, after eating, let's continue moving forward. God told us to go on an expedition, and we need to deal with some powerful monsters 5.4 to prevent them from running out of the labyrinth and harming ordinary people. Senshi agreed, we can harvest food and solve problems at the same time. An expedition is a great idea. Back on the ground, Mislin had a headache. With the current changes in the labyrinth, not to mention the Canary Squad, even if the Elven Kingdom was summoned, it would be difficult to solve the problem. The labyrinth was too big. They couldn't see the end of the second layer, as if it were a world. What about the third and fourth layers? Moreover, according to the labyrinth's rules, the further down, the more powerful the monsters. Could people really deal with the monsters below? Frake asked, Captain, what do we do now? Mislin pondered, send the message back and go see the current island owner to see if he has any useful information. 87 The Canary Squad visits, Labyrinth Development Plan. Mislin's team had a reputation, and not a good one. Roughly equivalent to the eagle sauce in the real world. The current island owner was very timid when this kind of existence came to his door, providing all the information he could, almost saying where he slept at night and with whom, without any backbone. This couldn't be helped. The Elven Kingdom was too strong, not something a small island owner like him could provoke. He only took over this island to make money from the labyrinth here and didn't want to risk his life for it. You mean, before and after the labyrinth changes, someone brought a large number of dragon materials out of the labyrinth? Mislin's eyes narrowed. How is that possible? The teleportation scroll production technology was in the hands of the Elven Kingdom, and most of the teleportation scrolls circulating outside were small scrolls that could only pass one person, making it impossible to bring materials out of the labyrinth on a large scale. The other party's ability to bring out so many things meant that they had mastered storage skills or large-scale fixed-point teleportation technology. Frake and the others were also shocked. Impossible 01, is the technology of the tall people already so advanced? Clearly, their elf race was the race that reigned supreme at the pinnacle of magic, okay? Mislin frowned and flipped through the information again. When she saw Lu Li's appearance, her eyes changed. It's him. Frake asked curiously, does the captain actually know him? Mislin nodded, this Mr. Lu is not simple. He is a descendant of a sword-forging family in the eastern great country, capable of forging extraordinary divine weapons as an ordinary person. There was chaos in the eastern country before, and Lu Li disappeared. Some people suspected that he was kidnapped by rebels. Unexpectedly, he quietly ran to this small island to take risks. Frake suddenly understood, so it's someone from the Lu family. I remember now. It is said that the Elven Royal Court also has a divine weapon forged by the Lu family, which is very powerful. Does the captain suspect that everything in the labyrinth was caused by him? Mislin waved her hand, we'll know if we ask him in person. Let's go. So, the group turned around and left without even saying hello. Seeing this, the island owner not only didn't feel dissatisfied but smiled and sent the group out the door. Watching the group leave, the island owner's fat cheeks trembled, and he let out a long sigh of relief, finally sent them away. If these people insisted that it was his problem, he would lose a layer of skin even if he didn't die. This kind of thing was like the eagle sauce using a tube of washing powder to say that you have dangerous items at home, which was impossible to explain. The Canary Squad acted swiftly and arrived at Lu Li's familiar residence in a moment. In fact, the two places were not far apart, only a few minutes away. After all, the residence built by the former island owner was also one of the best locations on the island, not far from the current island owner's residence. Arriving outside the manor, Mislin's gaze fell on the vines climbing on the walls, and her eyes became sharp. Being able to use man-eating plants to guard the house, it seems that Mr. Lu is not as simple as the legendary swordsmith. Frake nodded, how amazing, I actually sensed a sacred aura from these man-eating plants. Lycian agreed, so it wasn't my illusion. Just as she was thinking, the manor door opened, and the man-eating plants retreated to both sides. Mislin was startled and was about to speak when she saw a young man sitting in the manor, leisurely lying on a rattan chair, basking in the sun. Mislin shouted, may I ask if you are Mr. Lu? We have something to discuss. I wonder if we can come in. They had one attitude towards the island owner. They had another attitude towards Liu Li. The Canary Squad had a flexible attitude. They were quite arrogant towards people with ordinary status, but quite gentle towards people with status and strength. The reason for changing their attitude and being polite to Liu Li was that Liu Li was a well-known descendant of a sword-forging family throughout the continent. On the other hand, although he had left the Eastern Great Country and come out to take risks, he was, after all, a member of the Eastern Great Country, and a member of the elite. Even the Canary members in the Elven Kingdom didn't dare to be too negligent. "Come in." A faint voice sounded. Miss Lin straightened her clothes and looked at everyone until everyone had straightened their clothes before stepping into the courtyard. As soon as she entered the courtyard, a wonderful feeling arose in Miss Lin's heart. The magic concentration here was more outrageous than the labyrinth. She valued Liu Li even more in her heart. Coming closer, Miss Lin was about to speak when she saw Liu Li sit up straight, look at them, and say, "I already know what you want to ask. The changes in the labyrinth were indeed caused by me." Miss Lin was startled. Did Mr. Liu Li make a deal with the devil? Devils cannot be trusted. Liu Li waved his hand. "Don't worry. I didn't make a deal with the devil, but sealed the devil in the depths of the labyrinth. You should have checked the labyrinths in other places. You shouldn't have sensed the aura of a devil in other labyrinths, right?" Miss Lin was shocked. Did Mr. Liu Li seal all the devils? That's right. Liu Li nodded. In fact, although devils have thousands of incarnations, there is only one source. Sealing countless devils is actually just sealing one. Miss Lin was overjoyed. In this way, no one in the world will be tempted by devils anymore. Mr. Liu Li has really done a great thing. Having suffered from devils, Miss Lin was too clear about the horror of devils. The sealing of the devil was definitely a 267 huge thing. Liu Li remained noncommittal about this. Miss Lin continued, "Then what are the changes in the labyrinth?" Liu Li pondered. "It has become bigger, deeper, and needs to be cleaned often in the future. Otherwise, the monsters will not stay peacefully in the labyrinth." Miss Lin worried, "But the monsters have become very powerful. It may be difficult to clean them." Even her Canary Squad, with all the supplies, couldn't go down many layers of the labyrinth. "I am very clear about this." Liu Li nodded. "So, I plan to transform the labyrinth to make resurrection easier. At the same time, I will give the people who break into the labyrinth a stable income. With a stable income and easy resurrection, I think more and more people will break into the labyrinth, and dealing with monsters will become easier and easier." Miss Lin didn't understand. Stable income? Even if Mr. Liu Li once had considerable wealth, it cannot last. Liu Li was confident. "I have channels to sell monster materials. As long as adventurers can bring back materials, they can be exchanged for money. In this way, adventurers will naturally have a fairly stable income." The so-called channel was naturally the Frieren world. Having eaten dragon meat, the nobles there were very concerned about monsters. The monsters that no one cared about here were top ingredients there and could be sold for a good price. 88 The shock of the Canary Squad. "I see." Miss Lin nodded. "Speaking of which, Mr. Liu Li should also have means to allow adventurers to bring back a large number of monsters." "That's right." Liu Li nodded, took out the ring made of space-time, and threw it over. Chapter 63. The ring is made of ordinary steel and dragon scales, making it quite sturdy. Most importantly, it contains a considerable amount of space. After forging the Space Authority, even without using illusion magic, one can easily create a space ring capable of storing items. Miss Lin carefully accepted the ring and tried it on, discovering that it not only significantly amplified magic but, most importantly, contained a space of about 1,000 cubic meters. "How amazing!" Miss Lin sincerely praised. Mr. Liu Li is indeed a descendant of a forging family, capable of making such wondrous things. Saying this, she passed the ring to the curious Freaky and others. After everyone tried it, their faces showed shock. This was definitely a work far surpassing the magical technology of the Elven Kingdom. They never expected such a work to appear on a long ear, filling the team members with shock and admiration. As individuals who constantly suppressed the labyrinth, they held a mindset different from ordinary people. Respect for the strong. The Canary Squad especially respected the strong. Liu Li chuckled. "This isn't some forging technique." As he spoke, his aura changed, and divine might manifested. Miss Lin was shocked. This. Liu Li smiled. "I have become a god." With the thought, the remodeling of the labyrinth began. With the experience of the 11 underground cities in the Frieren world, remodeling this labyrinth was naturally effortless. In a moment, the labyrinth's strength increased. The labyrinth's revival function increased. The most obvious change, of course, was the giant portal that appeared at the labyrinth's entrance, clearly stating the labyrinth's various changes and the added revival coin slot. Like in the Frieren world, Lu Li set the revival fee at only 1 silver coin in the Dungeon Meshi world. The first adventurers who discovered this were ecstatic. The corpse retrieval team used to charge a lot for revival, dozens of gold coins. Even if the gold-silver-copper exchange rate in this world was only 10 to 1, that was enough for them to revive hundreds of times. I wonder if it's true. The adventurers were curious but hesitant to verify. No one was willing to die for no reason, even if they could revive. Death itself was too terrifying. Just as they were thinking this, some light clusters appeared before the labyrinth's gate. The light dissipated, revealing adventurers. Many of these adventurers had decayed clothes, clearly individuals who had died in the labyrinth long ago but had not been found by the corpse retrieval team. Am I revived? A revived adventurer murmured, looking around at the surroundings, somewhat disbelieving, where is this? It wasn't until someone came forward to inquire and explain the changes in the labyrinth that he suddenly understood. It's true. I've been dead in the labyrinth for 3 years, but I didn't expect to be revived, and it only cost 1 silver coin. All my other money is still on me. Me too. It's been years. I never thought I could revive. These adventurers were extremely excited, took out their coins, and deposited a gold coin at the coin slot before stopping. You guys just revived, aren't you going back into the labyrinth? Too reckless. Adventurer, didn't you see? The lord who changed the labyrinth said he's buying walking mushrooms, giant scorpions. These monsters are weak, making it easy to earn money. The unit price Lu Li gave was neither high nor low. Walking mushroom, 5 copper coins each, 20 of them could be exchanged for a gold coin. Giant scorpion, 5 copper coins each. Slime, 5 copper coins each. These were monsters from the first layer of the labyrinth. As long as one was careful, even ordinary people could kill them, then take the monsters out of the labyrinth and exchange them for money. Inside the manor, Lu Li restrained his divinity, but Miss Lin and her group couldn't recover for a long time. It was too shocking. Gods were too outrageous. At this moment, Miss Lin had no doubts. Compared to the god before her, demons were simply insignificant, no wonder they were sealed in the depths of the labyrinth. The Canary Squad became even more respectful and then took their leave. They still needed to report what happened here to the Elven Kingdom. Whether it was the changes in the labyrinth, the seal of the demon, or the appearance of the god, they were all significant events. As for Lu Li, after remodeling the labyrinth, he found that there was still one thing to do. Sell the space rings. If he didn't sell the space rings, the adventurers would have no way to bring up the monsters from the second layer, which would be too wasteful. With a thought, he directly opened a space gate and found Kato Megami's team, who had already reached the 13th floor. Allah, Line, temporarily end your adventure and come back to help with work. Frieren objected, doing those things is not allowed. Shina Mahiru nodded, if Lu Li needs help, I can do it. Urugawa Hana raised her hand, I can too. Lu Li was helpless, what are you thinking? After saying that, he explained his plan. Filun's eyes lit up, indeed. In this world, 10 silver coins exchange for 1 gold coin, but in our world, 100 silver coins exchange for 1 gold coin. We can buy monsters at a considerable advantage. As long as they didn't use gold coins, but used silver and copper coins from the Frieren world to buy the monsters here, it would be equivalent to using only 1/10 of the money to exchange for the corresponding goods. As for the fact that the currency of the Frieren world was different from this world, that was not a problem at all. This world was still in the period where gold and silver were currency, and it was not a unified country. As long as the weight and material of the coins were the same, no one would care what the patterns on them were or which country issued them. Yatsuya Maiko asked, how much does Lu Li plan to sell the 1,000 cubic meter space rings for? 1,000 gold coins. Kazuma Jayaka Utah frowned, if it's so expensive, most adventure teams won't be able to afford it, right? The equipment of an adventure team was already a huge expense, and adding another expense of thousands of gold coins, most teams would not be able to afford it. Lu Li smiled, don't worry, Isn't there installment payment? Yotsuya Maiko was shocked. You actually brought lending to this era. Lu Li shook his head. Don't be so surprised. Lending is not an invention of modern times. It existed in ancient times. Kato Megami asked, what if someone runs away with the ring? I've thought about that too, Lu Li said calmly, just bind the ring to the labyrinth. Only after paying off the loan can they take the ring away, otherwise, they can only use it on this island. Kato Megami nodded, that's a good idea. After chatting with everyone for a while and replenishing some seasonings for them, Lu Li took Ala and Line away, arranging for them to be responsible for buying and selling goods outside the labyrinth. 89 Elf Race's Gift. Ala, do you understand? Bringing Ala back to the familia's residence, he explained and asked. Ala nodded, understood, Master, I will definitely do it well. In fact, Ala was speechless. It was just using copper and silver coins from the Frieren world to trade for monsters and gold coins in this world. It wasn't difficult at all. She wasn't stupid. How could she not understand? Master was treating her like an idiot. The demon race just didn't understand human hearts, it didn't mean she didn't understand things like business. Line also nodded gently, Master, I understand too. Lu Li was satisfied and handed over some storage rings. These specially made rings are for you to buy monsters, the space inside is extremely large and can store many monsters, the other space is only 1,000 cubic meters, which are sold to adventurers. Ala and Line took them, turned and left to do things. After a period of training, Ala and Line had become accustomed to their duties as servants, doing things quite efficiently. Whether it was cooking or cleaning the room, they did it very well, even Frieren had no objections to this. Arriving at the labyrinth gate, Ala chose an open space and cast magic. As the magic light emerged, a building suddenly appeared on the open space. Such a big movement immediately attracted the attention of the adventurers on the scene. 480 Ala was somewhat indifferent, disdained to talk to people, and entered the house to arrange the goods. The work of introducing naturally fell on Line. Line used to be the head executioner under Ala, so naturally she had no objection, standing outside, accepting the adventurers' inquiries. What? Your Chamber of Commerce is the Chamber of Commerce of the Labyrinth Remodeler. Space Ring. Can you also pay in installments? As one adventure team paid for a space ring in installments and tried the convenience of the space ring, it immediately ignited the enthusiasm of the adventurers. Any team with strength took out a ring in installments, and then went down to the labyrinth. Mislin's team had not yet left. After learning of the existence of the space ring, they also spent money to buy a few. For ordinary people, 1,000 gold coins was very expensive, but for members of the Canary, it was very cheap. This space ring is quite useful. With it, you no longer have to worry about insufficient supplies when venturing into the labyrinth. 1,000 cubic meters of food, an adventure team can't finish eating for several years in the labyrinth. Mislin looked serious, I want to go back myself and report to His Majesty, things here are getting bigger and bigger. The strategic value of the space ring is far greater than ordinary people imagine. So, Mislin used a teleportation scroll and returned directly to the Elven Kingdom to meet the Emperor. In the palace, the Elf Emperor sat on the dragon chair, posing arrogantly, listening to Mislin's report. When he heard about the gods and the changes in the labyrinth, he couldn't help but show a trace of panic. If it was a true god, even the Elven Kingdom would not be able to fight against it. Mislin, are you sure he is a true god? Mislin looked serious, Your Majesty, I am sure. Standing opposite the gods, let alone defeating them, I don't even have the thought of fighting against them. Hearing this, the Emperor was silent. The Canary Squad was a soldier who had experienced many battles and had a very firm mind. If they couldn't even have the thought of fighting against them, then who in the Elven Kingdom would have the will to fight? Thinking so, he tried the space ring. After using the space ring, the Emperor sighed, this is a magical technology far surpassing our Elven Kingdom. It seems that this God's majesty is indeed not simple. Looking at Mislin, he said, Mislin, on my behalf, pass on the decree to allocate 3,000 miles around the Golden Country Island to Lu Li's Majesty as a gift from the Elven Kingdom, ordering all vassals and island owners to evacuate as soon as possible. Elves are a long-lived species. Moreover, the elves in this world are not a race with few desires. Therefore, their national form is quite similar to that of England in the Age of Discovery, with countless overseas colonies. Chapter 64. The Golden Country area is, in fact, a colony of the Elven Kingdom. In fact, except for a limited number of countries, the entire continent is a colony of the Elven Kingdom. Therefore, the Elf King could casually give away thousands of miles of ocean and land with just a word. Mislin naturally had no objections to this and instead thought His Majesty was brilliant. Compared to the land in the Golden Country, befriending a god clearly offered greater benefits. Yes, Your Majesty. The Elf King then looked at the governor on the side and said, Governor, issue an order to change our diplomatic policy towards the Eastern Great Country. Although Mr. Liu Li has become a god, we don't know if he still cares about his homeland. However, we cannot afford to ignore it. The Elven Kingdom cannot afford to be enemies with a god who can change the world. The governor responded respectfully, Your Majesty is wise. Not invading the East is not a big deal for the Elven Kingdom. In fact, since the beginning of colonization, the Elven Kingdom has had too many colonies, to the point where they have become unwieldy and difficult to manage. The Elf King was very satisfied with their responses and continued, Finally, allocate 1 million gold coins to purchase 1,000 storage rings for rewards and military use. Yes, Your Majesty. Both Mislin and the Elven Kingdom's administrative personnel fully supported the Elf King's decision. This 1 million gold coins could secure 1,000 storage rings, a strategic resource, and also befriend a god, making it a very excellent plan. When Mislin and the Elven Kingdom's administrative personnel arrived at Golden Island, the atmosphere there had become extremely heated. As adventurers brought monster after monster to the surface and exchanged them for silver coins, all the adventurers went crazy. Even some commoners couldn't resist the temptation and went down into the maze to catch ordinary monsters. It was too profitable. An ordinary monster could be exchanged for several copper coins, which was much more profitable than farming. The god is truly resourceful. The accompanying governor saw the lively scene and personally experienced the vastness of the maze, and no longer had any doubts in his heart. God. This is definitely a god who can change the world. The Elven Kingdom must not be enemies with such a being. Greetings, Your Majesty God. The governor respectfully presented a map. The Elf King congratulates Your Majesty on becoming a god and offers the sea and land within a 3,000-mile radius centered on the Golden Country as a gift. Liu Li smiled, it seems the Elf King is very wise. In that case, I can't let the Elf King suffer a loss. With a thought, he took out a dragon blood crystal, with dragon blood surging on it. In the blink of an eye, the originally old governor became very young. This. The governor was stunned. He was already over 300 years old, and according to the lifespan of elves, he was probably about to be buried. But now, he felt that he could live for hundreds more years. I have granted you 700 years of life. Also, pass this gem to the Elf King. Crush this gem, and the Elf King can also live for hundreds more years. Liu Li gathered dragon blood and sealed a trace of vitality with his life authority. Even across thousands of miles, he could transform the other party's life form. Now that the Elf King was in line with his interests, he naturally had to ensure his immortality. Otherwise, if the Elf King died, there might be another war, which would annoy him to death. Thank you, Your Majesty. The governor was overjoyed. He was a close minister of the Elf King. It could be said that as long as the Elf King was around, his family would continue to prosper. He had not only gained 700 years of life but also could extend the glory of his family. His Majesty God was too generous. 90 The World Tree and the First Expedition's Harvest. That day, the governor thanked him profusely and took 1,000 space rings back. Left to Liu Li was a huge territory of nearly 7.065 million square kilometers and 1 million gold coins. Of course, the so-called 7 million square kilometers of territory was actually mostly sea, with land accounting for only 1/10, and mostly small islands. But this was not small either. You know, the real-world treasure island is only 35,800 square kilometers. Even if only 1/10 of the territory was land, Liu Li now had the equivalent of 20 treasure islands in land area, which was already very large. In the following days, the Elven Kingdom's efficiency was unprecedentedly high, quickly evacuating all the island lords and nobles from Liu Li's territory, leaving only some personnel to maintain order, with subsequent officials entirely dispatched by Liu Li. At the same time, the news that the Elf King had received a 700-year lifespan from the god's grace exploded in the world, making people from all walks of life envious. In addition, storage rings have become a symbol of status for the nobles of various countries, and have been to tens of thousands of gold coins each. Troubles are increasing. Lu Li was a little overwhelmed. Where should I find people to govern? The Elf King has really given me a big problem. Nearly 700,000 square kilometers of land requires a lot of administrative personnel. Most of the dependents are just adventurers, and they don't have the slightest talent for governing a place, so you can't count on them at all. Moreover, even if they could be counted on, it would be a drop in the bucket. There are too few people. While thinking, he counted the gifts given by the Elven Kingdom. Gold coins, 1 million. 4th generation world tree, 1. Territory, 7.065 million square kilometers. Elven maids, 12. The 4th generation world tree and elven maids were secretly sent over after the Elf King regained his youth. The 4th generation world tree is much more precious than Marcel's wand material. Even the Elf King didn't dare to give it away openly, but secretly sent it, which shows how valuable it is. This tree is top-notch material whether it is used to make wands or improve the environment. However, the above uses can only be said to be a waste of resources. The real purpose of the world tree is to breed elves and support the divine kingdom. Holding this world tree, Lu Li's god panel directly gave a response. The original need for 100,000 divine power to open up a divine kingdom was directly reduced to 50,000. It can be said that the world tree is simply priceless to Lu Li. Nourishing it with divine power, Lu Li received it into his body. Mobilizing his authority again, he observed his territory. After some calculation, Lu Li soon had a territory development plan. As the elemental authority was mobilized, huge stone bridges began to rise between the various islands in the territory, connecting all parties. The stone bridges are extremely strong, and Lu Li has strengthened them with authority, so there is no need to worry about dispelling the magic and turning them into nothing. The stone bridges are extremely wide, about equivalent to an 8-lane two-way road in the real world, with a width of 30 meters. The authority is extremely powerful, and in just a moment, all the hundreds of islands in the territory were connected. In addition, Lu Li also raised a stone tablet on each island, explaining the purpose of the bridge and stipulating the future tax policy. The Lord built the stone bridge. In the future, we can also take the things from our island to other islands to sell. It is said that the prices on Golden Island are very expensive. I wonder if the vegetables and grains we grow here can be taken there to make a lot of money. In the future, only 10% tax will be collected, and there will be no other taxes. The Lord is really a good person. That's for sure, the Lord is a god. With bridges, people can exchange what they have, and the Icelanders are very happy. As for the adventurers, they are not surprised by the sudden appearance of the bridges. If he can turn the maze into a world-like existence, what's so strange about building some bridges with divine power? With this free time, wouldn't it be better to catch a few slimes to sell? In the following days, Lu Li also issued a recruitment order, using the imperial examination system to gather some talents to help govern the place, and everything in the territory finally got on the right track. As a god, he can do whatever he wants in his territory, and no one dares to criticize him. Therefore, whether it is selecting talents or reforming taxes, there is no obstruction. After half a month, Kato Megami and Himmel's team came out of the maze, only to find that the world outside the maze had undergone earth-shaking changes. What? Marcel was shocked. The Elf King actually gave the 4th generation world tree to Lord God. Is he senile? Yurikawa Hana cheered, so many gold coins, 1 million. Yatsuya Maiko was shocked, so, our dependents have a territory of more than 7 million square kilometers. Shina Mahiru silently calculated, Sakura country is only more than 300,000 square kilometers in size, and even if the territory of the dependents only counts the land area, it is almost the size of 2 Sakura countries. The other dependents opened their eyes wide, unable to believe everything in front of them. Friaren was very calm, don't take this kind of thing to heart, everyone. Have you forgotten that in my world, Li also divided more than 100,000 square kilometers of land for the dependents? Fern snorted, Friaren-sama has seen a lot, so she naturally doesn't care. Friaren was dissatisfied, is Fern complaining about my age again? I will cry, I will really cry. Saying that, she reached out to pinch Fern's face. Saying that, everyone made a fuss. Lu Li waved his hand, okay, the expedition is over, let's take stock of the harvest, and then, it's time for everyone to go home. Himmel had a smile on his face, our harvest this time will definitely be great. 0. Yatsuya Maiko snorted, we will definitely not lose either. Saying that, the two teams began to take stock of the harvest. Himmel's team, Basilisk, 500, Giant Octopus, 50, Sea Serpent, 106, Wyvern, 300, Green Dragon, 50, Red Dragon, 92, White Dragon, 66, Earth Dragon, 75, Eastern Dragon, 8, Water Horse, 33. Yotsuya Miiko's team, Basilisk, 800, Giant Octopus, 99, Sea Serpent, 76, Wyvern, 600, Green Dragon, 90, Red Dragon, 192, White Dragon, 166, Earth Dragon, 275, Eastern Dragon, 38, Water Horse, 533, Walking Mushroom, 1200, Plant Sheep, 605, Unicorn, 33, Maze Rabbit, 403, Flying Pig, 206. In addition, the Dragon Slayers also harvested some of the dragon's treasures, harvesting 220,000 gold coins and 1,200 gems. These gems and gold coins did not appear out of thin air, but were left over from the former Golden Country and collected by the dragons. Himmel looked shocked. That's not right, you guys are cheating, right? Hater chuckled. Himmel, don't forget, Miss Yotsuya's team has two top magicians. Himmel was stunned, his eyes falling on Frieren and Saria. That's right, these two top magicians. Especially Saria, who is a character from the mythical era. Even if dragon species have high magic resistance, they can't resist the opponent's control skills. A set of control skills down, and then let Kato Megami and others step forward to hack and kill, the efficiency is definitely higher than ours. 91 Everyone LV.3, returning to the world of anime. Saria was very proud, snorting softly and looking towards Lu Li. Frieren rarely raised her tail. Li, how is it? You did a good job this time. Lu Li smiled, wash up and prepare to eat. Frieren expected, who is cooking? She doesn't like to eat ordinary food now. Lu Li smiled, don't worry, the cooks have very good skills. The Elf King sent 12 elven maids before, and I turned them all into dependents, bestowed the authority of cooking, and their skills are naturally excellent. Marcel was dumbfounded, is the Elf King so generous? Laos smiled, Lord God gave him hundreds of years of life, how could he not be generous? Yurikawa Hana's reaction was a little slow, and she exclaimed at this moment, our dependents must have killed 900 wyverns, calculated at 5,000 gold coins for the materials of one wyvern, the wyvern alone can earn 4.5 million gold coins. Converted into yen, that's several trillion. Yotsuya Miiko found it funny, Hana, you can't calculate it like that. With so many wyverns, where can you sell them all at once? Even if you add Frieren Sama's world, you can't digest it. It will take a long time to digest this thing. Chapter 65. Zymel nodded, indeed. There are only so many adventurers, they can't possibly process all those materials. Eri, it doesn't matter, our familia isn't short on money right now. Even without processing the materials, we already have 1.5 million gold coins. And that doesn't even include the revenue from Aura's side. Upon hearing this, everyone felt great and hurried off to wash up. A moment later, the group sat down at the dining table and began their celebration. The 12 elf girls, carefully selected by the Elf King, were exceptionally beautiful, with top-notch demeanor and etiquette. They carried dishes to the table, their movements graceful, making everyone feel like they were attending a palace banquet. Not bad, even better than what Aura makes. Li, eat this. In short, with the familia's return, the familia residence became lively again. In the following days, the familia members were not idle. After Lu Li extracted the dragon blood, everyone began to break down the dragon materials, sorting and categorizing them. Among them, the Eastern Dragon reached a length of 100 meters, was wingless but could fly, and could manipulate lightning. It was the strongest creature encountered during this expedition. Its dragon blood was the most potent, yielding 500 dragon blood crystals, which could be used by LV.2 members, making it a very noteworthy achievement. Other materials, such as walking mushrooms, were of relatively low value and not calculated. Only dragon-type creatures and unicorns were considered. Based on previous market prices, this expedition's earnings reached 50.33 million gold coins, which could be converted into over 5 trillion yen in the real-world currency. The most valuable materials were, of course, those from the Eastern Dragon and the horns of the unicorns. Materials from the Eastern Dragon could be used to create flying tools and lightning-based tools. The unicorn's horn could purify water sources, which was quite remarkable. After dividing up the various materials, Lu Li granted everyone updated blessings. Unsurprisingly, everyone was able to level up. After the expedition, everyone had accumulated experience and achievements. To maximize everyone's stats, Lu Li took out the Eastern Dragon's dragon blood crystals and refined everyone's stats to SSS level before leveling them up. Most of the Familia members reached LV.3, with only Aura, Lin, and the Elf King's mates remaining at LV.1. In the following days, Lu Li gave everyone 1,000 gold coins as a reward for relaxation. In the blink of an eye, the vacation ended. Lu Li summoned Aura and Lin, preparing to return to the world of crossover anime. After all, things in the Frieren and Dungeon Meshi worlds had temporarily come to an end. Master, in this period, we sold 500 storage rings, earning 500,000 gold coins, Aura reported, and the daily expenses for purchasing monsters are about 100,000 silver coins. These silver coins are exchanged from this world's gold coins, with 1 gold coin exchanging for 100 silver coins in my original world, so the actual daily expenditure is only 1,000 gold coins. In the end, Aura had a surplus of 480,000 gold coins. Lu Li pondered and had Aura return to the Frieren world to exchange 80,000 gold coins for 8 million silver coins for use in the Dungeon Meshi world, while the remaining 400,000 gold coins were transferred to the Familia's working capital. At this moment, the Familia's working capital reached 1.876 million gold coins and 1,200 gemstones, which could be converted into nearly 200 billion yen. The Familia was no longer short on money. In the Frieren world, Lu Li's status was very high, and exchanging gold coins for silver coins was very smooth. The reason for not using gold to exchange for silver in the real world was also very simple. First, the Frieren world used gold and silver coins, making it easier to exchange. Second, the exchange rate between gold and silver in the Frieren world was almost the same as in the real world, with little difference. Leaving the silver coins to be managed by several Elf Familia members, Lu Li sent the Zymol team back to the Frieren world to explore the dungeon and guard the world. He then brought the curious Frieren, Saria, and Fern back to the crossover anime world. The magic in this world is so strange. As soon as Saria arrived in this world, she sensed the difference in magic. If the magic in the Frieren world was violent, then the magic in this world was full of a decaying aura. Frieren nodded lightly, the magic feels a bit unpleasant. Practicing magic in this world might cause psychological problems. Of course, this had little impact on them, as they were already top-tier mages. Lu Li nodded, the magic in this world does have some problems, but it's not a big deal. With a thought, the yin-yang authority was imprinted on the Familia residents, and immediately, the magic flowing into the Familia became fresh and natural. Everyone was already used to this. Oh right, I have class on Monday, I need to prepare my lessons. Kirisuma Fuyu suddenly remembered her responsibilities, said something, and returned to her room to work hard. After adventuring in another world for a few months, she almost forgot her teaching duties. Eri smiled, Kirisuma-sensei is really diligent. We're not short on money right now, so it doesn't matter if we work or not, right? Lu Li gave each Familia member 1,000 gold coins, and they hardly spent any of it. Converted into yen, it was over 100 million. Enough for everyone to not work for a long time. Kato Megami shook her head, Kirisuma-sensei is a responsible person, work is probably not just for money. As she spoke, Frieren and Saria disguised their appearances, grabbed Lu Li, and walked outside. Fern saw this and quickly followed. Lu Li-sama, I want to go shopping too, Fern looked eagerly. Frieren said speechlessly, Fern, you're too clingy. Fern retorted, it's Frieren-sama who's too clingy. Arguing, the four of them left the Familia residence. Kazuma Jayaka Utah and the others saw Lu Li leave, chatted for a while, and took their spoils from the other world, preparing to go home. Having leveled up to LV.3, they could explain some things to their families. Yatsuya Maiko felt a bit depressed, I said I had a boyfriend before, and now I have to change my story, it feels so troublesome. Also, did God forget something? I didn't forget. Lu Li's voice sounded in her ear, but he didn't appear. I'll accompany them shopping today, and help revive Mr. Yatsuya tomorrow. Anyway, it's still early since we're leaving on the weekend. Yotsuya Miko revealed a happy expression. I understand, then Lu Li, have fun with Frieren and the others. 92 Mata Mata, Suao Yuki. What is this? Takoyaki. And this? Candy apple. Frieren ate all the way, she was quite the glutton. Even Fern and Saria were not to be outdone, tasting the delicacies of another world. The industrialized society, with its commercial prosperity, was far beyond the magical world. Frieren, and Fern were quickly attracted by the prosperity of Tokyo, buying a lot of things. Fortunately, they had space rings, and occasionally slipped into alleys to put things into the rings, otherwise, the bags would have run out of space. Lee, these stockings seem to be very popular on your side, I bought a lot too. Frieren's tone was a bit seductive. Fern complained, Frieren-sama, you should let God rest for a few days. Frieren said coldly, children don't understand anything. That's not true. Fern argued, I heard that doing that kind of thing too much will lead to an early death. Saria found it funny, Fern, that's for ordinary people, it's fine for a god. As they were talking, they suddenly saw a familiar figure, Mata Mata. The other person heard the voice, turned around, and retorted, what's Mata Mata, it's meaningless. You're that Chinese Lu Li. That's right, Lu Li nodded, Suao-san, long time no see. Suao Yuki revealed a smile, indeed, it's been a long time. The story of their acquaintance was actually very simple. Lu Li's parents in this life were overseas workers, who had worked under the Suao family for a period of time, and Lu Li had met Suao Yuki a few times at that time. The reason why Suao Yuki still recognized Lu Li was probably because Lu Li was a foreigner. There were not few Chinese people in Sakura country, but Suao Yuki had obviously seen few, especially someone of the same age, so she naturally remembered him. Lu Li sized up Suao Yuki, feeling that her appearance was 9/10 similar to her appearance in the anime, very pretty and lovely. But after all, she was a real person, not an anime style, so there would naturally be some differences. His gaze fell on the petite girl beside Suao Yuki, and he asked, this is your maid, Kimishima Ayano. Kimishima Ayano nodded, yes, Lu Li-san. Suao Yuki smiled, it seems Ayano also remembers Lu Li. Is that so? Lu Li was a little surprised, he had met this little maid much fewer times. By the way, what were you doing so sneakily just now? It's not sneaky. Suao Yuki protested, we're doing something righteous. We just saw two bad guys breaking into a house, and they just left. We called the police and are tracking their whereabouts. Lu Li was quite speechless and looked at Kimishima Ayano, Kimishima-san, aren't you stopping them from doing such a dangerous thing? The underworld in Sakura country was legal. On the surface, these people were kind and benevolent, but in reality, they were people who didn't spit out bones. In a society where the underworld was rampant, it was extremely dangerous for Suao Yuki to track down bad guys. If they tracked down small gangsters, that would be fine, but if they tracked down underworld members, it would be extremely dangerous. Kimishima Ayano's expression was calm, because we're far away, so there's no problem. Suao Yuki chimed in, that's right, we're not showing our faces, we're just hanging back from a distance, and finally letting the police handle it. Crap, I lost track of them while talking to you. Fern suddenly said, Lu Li-sama, those two people went into the alley. Let's go, Lu Li said, let's go take a look. Suao Yuki panicked instead, don't go, what if they have weapons, won't we just be sending ourselves to our deaths? Rest assured, Lu Li waved his hand and already followed Fern and Saria into the alley. Suao Yuki panicked when she saw this. Ayano, what do we do? Kimishima Ayano said, it's okay if Miss follows. Ayano will protect Miss. Saying this, she already had a weapon in her hand, which was a gun. Ayano, what's that in your hand? Suao Yuki was dumbfounded. Kimishima Ayano was slightly surprised, doesn't Miss recognize it? This is a gun. Of course I recognize it. Suao Yuki said as she walked, I'm saying, how do you have something like this in your hand? Kimishima Ayano said calmly, because I need to protect Mrs. safety, so I carry it with me every day. No way. Suao Yuki was a little dumbfounded, you carry this to school every day, isn't that dangerous? It's okay because there's a safety, Kimishima Ayano replied. Suao Yuki was speechless, this wasn't about whether or not there was a safety. As they were talking, the two had already entered the alley, and they saw the two people they had been tracking facing off against Liu Li. The two were indeed not people to be trifled with, and had already drawn their weapons, which were black guns. Suao Yuki complained, when I didn't know, did Tokyo already become the set of a gangster movie? Even underworld members couldn't carry this stuff around all the time. Now, Suao Yuki suddenly realized how dangerous her so-called righteous behavior was. And how correct it was for Ayano to carry a weapon. Kid, I'm really sorry, it seems you found out some things you shouldn't have, so, game over. The underworld member was about to pull the trigger when he saw a strange wooden staff suddenly appear in the hand of a little girl opposite him, a conspicuous magic circle appeared, and then a purple flying needle floated up 087. Chapter 66. Poof. Frieren couldn't even match Frieren's magic speed, and with Liu Li's training, it was incredibly fast. In an instant, hundreds of magical needles turned the two into sieves. Phelan calmly turned her head and said, Master Liu Li, I felt they were dangerous, so I took action. Liu Li smiled and said, Phelan did a great job. They did want to harm us. Yuki Suo and Ayano Kimishima were dumbfounded. Liu Li, what was that? Magic, you know. There's actually magic in this world. Liu Li nodded, of course there is. Yuki Suo asked expectantly, can I learn it? Of course, Liu Li nodded, suddenly hearing footsteps, all right, Phelan made quite a commotion just now. Let's leave first. Yuki Suo also heard the sound and said, that's right, let's leave quickly, or it'll be troublesome. So, under the cover of night, the group left the alley led by Liu Li. After walking for a while, she suddenly said, by the way, although those two bad guys are dead, I don't know if that family is okay. Should we go take a look? If she were alone, having just experienced something extremely dangerous, she naturally wouldn't dare to go and check the details. But with Liu Li and the others here, she had confidence. 93 Yuri Nakamura, grow up well. Then let's go take a look, Liu Li pondered, Frieren, what do you say? Frieren nodded, Li, whatever you decide is fine. Phelan echoed, I have no objections. As for Saria, she had even fewer objections. Yuki Suo led the way, chattering all the way, talking about interesting things in life. In her impression, Liu Li had always been a very indifferent person, but she didn't expect that meeting him again now would make her feel that Liu Li was quite interesting. This is not surprising. After all, the core of the person has changed, they are not the same person at all. This world's Liu Li, due to his identity as a foreigner, found it difficult to make friends and was a shut-in immersed in the world of anime, so he was naturally quite indifferent to the people he met in life. After walking for a few minutes, the group of 5 had arrived in front of a private house. This was a typical Japanese detached house, with 2 floors. The nameplate above the door read Nakamura, indicating the surname of the homeowner. There was a conspicuous footprint on the entrance door, which had kicked the door panel inward, and the glass on the door frame was also broken, with shards scattered all over the ground. A strong smell of blood was coming from inside, and a sound of desperate sobbing could be faintly heard. Frieren frowned, it's the smell of human blood. Liu Li nodded, yes, let's go in and take a look. Pushing open the door, they saw 3 children lying in a pool of blood. A little girl with empty eyes was crying, holding a corpse. She didn't show any reaction when she saw Liu Li and the others. Yuki Suo was shocked, how cruel. How could those 2 bad guys even kill children? You said they were bad guys, so naturally they have no humanity. Liu Li shook his head and walked forward, little girl, do you want to save your younger siblings? Yuri Nakamura looked up, somewhat puzzled. Save? Her younger siblings' bodies were cold. How could they be saved? Big brother, can they really be saved? Yuri Nakamura sobbed, her eyes without any light, even if I'm still young, I know that people can't be saved once they die. Liu Li smiled and said, that's naturally the case for ordinary people, but it's different for me. The one standing in front of you is a god. Yuki Suo was surprised, a god. Just as she was about to question its authenticity, she saw white light emerging from Liu Li's hand, enveloping the 3 corpses. Instantly, as if time was flowing backward, the solidified blood on the ground turned from solid to liquid and flowed back into the 3 corpses. In an instant, the ground returned to a clean and tidy state, and even the bloody smell in the air disappeared without a trace. And the 3 corpses, which were originally pale and stiff, had their skin restored to a rosy color and gradually became alive again. Yuri Nakamura was shocked and reached out to feel them. She found that her younger sister in her arms already had a heartbeat, and her breathing had also become normal. She was extremely flustered, put her sister down, and checked her younger brother's breathing. They're really alive. My younger siblings are alive. As the eldest sister, she had always felt guilty for not saving her younger siblings, wishing that she was the one who died. Now that her younger siblings were alive, it was as if 1,000 pounds had been lifted off her shoulders. Looking at Liu Li, her eyes were full of disbelief. Big brother, are you really a god? Of course, Liu Li smiled and said, all right, the police are coming soon, and I have to leave too. Remember not to tell anyone about us. Yuri Nakamura nodded, her expression firm, I understand. I definitely won't say it. Miss Suoho, it's time to go. Liu Li looked at Yuki Suoho and walked out first. As the group left, just as they stepped out of the door, they saw Yuri Nakamura chasing after them. God, how should I find you in the future? Yuri Nakamura's eyes were full of anticipation. Liu Li waved his hand, we will naturally meet again in the future. For now, Yuri-chan needs to live well and grow up well. I understand. I will definitely grow up well and become the most outstanding shrine maiden, Yuri Nakamura promised, clenching her small fist, full of motivation. Liu Li smiled and said, then I'll wait for little Yuri to become my shrine maiden. As he spoke, the group had already walked far away. Yuri Nakamura stared blankly until the police arrived and she came back to her senses. Liu Li, what you did just now was abduction. Yuki Suoho complained, you're clearly asking a child to become a shrine maiden, that's too evil. Liu Li was speechless, you're taking things out of context. I clearly said she'd become a shrine maiden in the future. How did it become her becoming a shrine maiden now? By the way, Suoho. Just call me Yuki. Yuki, it's time for you to go home now. What are you still doing following us? Liu Li reminded her. Yuki Suoho was shocked, aren't we going shopping together? When did I agree to that? Liu Li was speechless. Yuki Suoho was aggrieved, we're clearly already in that kind of relationship. In short, Yuki Suoho was quite lively and playful when facing acquaintances. In the end, Liu Li could only agree to her request. It's just shopping. There are already 4 people, it doesn't matter if there's one more. Is Hana going to tell her family about our familia? At the familia's residence, Maiko Yatsuya was packing her things, looking at Hana Yurigawa, who was chattering and playing games. Hana Yurigawa didn't stop her hands, showing a thoughtful look, that's right, it's time to tell them. At that time, I'll definitely scare mom. What about you, Maiko? I have no choice, Maiko Yatsuya sighed, Liu Li has already agreed to help revive dad tomorrow. There's no way to hide it, right? Hana Yurigawa nodded, that's right. After explaining the reason, Maiko, can you move here? Let's live in the same room then, okay? Maiko Yatsuya looked embarrassed, I'm afraid that's not possible. Why? Hana Yurigawa didn't understand, are your aunt and uncle so old-fashioned that they won't let you live outside? Maiko Yatsuya rolled her eyes, it's Liu Li. If I live here, would Liu Li let me live alone? Hana Yurigawa's expression became subtle, that's right. At that time, Liu Li definitely won't let Maiko rest, hehe. Maybe he'll even let us be together. What are you talking about, Hana? That's too perverted. Maiko Yatsuya blushed, I'm leaving first. You should go home soon too. Hana Yurigawa didn't care, what's the rush? It's good to go home late. It's boring to go home now anyway. Maiko Yatsuya shook her head, didn't say anything more, and got up to leave. When she returned home, only her younger brother was there. Her mother was still working outside. Ever since her father passed away, the burden of the family had fallen on her mother alone, and it was common for her to work overtime until very late. Thinking that reviving her father was also a major event, Maiko Yatsuya thought for a while and finally decided to call her mother home to discuss it. A moment later, Toko Yatsuya returned home and complained when she saw Maiko Yatsuya was safe and sound, Maiko, aren't you all right? Why did you call me home? I still have work. Her daughter had always been sensible, so why was she suddenly lying? Suddenly, a flash of lightning crossed her mind, and her gaze fell on Maiko Yatsuya's lower abdomen. Maiko, are you pregnant? This did match the important matter of human life that Maiko had mentioned in her call. 94 Ari Spencer Sawamura, since things have come to this, let's draw a doujinshi first. Mom, what are you talking about? It's not that fast. So, you did it with your boyfriend. Hearing this, Maiko Yotsuya quickly changed the subject, that's not what I want to talk about right now. Kyosuk Yotsuya asked, then what is it? Is there anything more important than this? His older sister had been taken advantage of, how could it not be the most important thing in the family? Maiko Yotsuya had an idea. A huge piece of meat suddenly appeared in her hand, and then, under the surprised eyes of Toko Yotsuya and Kyosuk Yotsuya, she put it on the table. Then, she took out many fruits and a pile of gold coins one after another. This. The two looked at everything on the table and couldn't speak for a moment. Even Mr. Yotsuya, who had long turned into a ghost, looked shocked. What's going on? Maiko Yotsuya said, Mom, and Kyosuk, there are some things I've been hiding from you. Actually, I didn't have a boyfriend at the time. Instead, I joined a god's familia. Toko Yotsuya and Kyosuk Yotsuya felt as if they were lost in a fog as they listened. It was too unbelievable. God. Familia. Another world. If these things didn't have corresponding items on the table, they wouldn't believe a word. But the gold coins on the table were very eye-catching, forcing them to believe. Maiko, are you saying that you've been adventuring in another world recently and even slayed a dragon? Toko Yotsuya said with emotion, thank you for your hard work. Kyosuk Yotsuya asked, Sister, that's too dangerous. Why don't we quit? Although money is good. Chapter 67. But if it meant making his sister trade her life, he would absolutely not agree. Yotsuya Maiko comforted him, there's no danger, and besides, I'm a person of the divine now, how can I quit? Yotsuya Toko was surprised, the boyfriend you mentioned, could it be the divine? Yet. Yotsuya Maiko nodded, the important thing I want to talk about today is also related to this. The divine said that dad can be revived, so I called mom back to discuss it. Yotsuya Kyosuk was overjoyed, dad can be revived. Yotsuya Toko, is it true? Mr. Yotsuya, in his soul state, looked happy, to be revived, that's great. Yotsuya Maiko nodded, really, the time is set for tomorrow. That's really great. Yotsuya Toko was delighted, what do we need to prepare? Yotsuya Maiko shook her head, there's no need to prepare anything. By the way, mom and dad don't have to work anymore, right? With these gold coins, our family can be considered rich. Speaking of which, she suddenly paused. It's just that exchanging gold for money is a bit troublesome, I'll have to ask Miss Yukinashita for help then. For ordinary people, exchanging gold for money is very troublesome. But for a local tyrant, it's not a problem at all. Yotsuya Toko shook her head, how can that be, this is your private money, Maiko. Yotsuya Kyosuk knew that it would be difficult to sort things out at the moment, so he changed the topic and said, Sister, is dragon meat delicious? Yotsuya Maiko smiled, of course it's delicious, I'll make it. A moment later. Dragon meat was served, and the family of three was quite satisfied. Sister's cooking is really amazing. Yotsuya Kyosuk praised. Yotsuya Maiko shook her head, no, this is actually a power bestowed by the divine. Yotsuya Toko praised, the divine is really amazing. Kata's house. What? Katu Hiromi looked speechless, Megami, you guys have already been on an isekai trip. Katu Megami nodded, a little apologetic, sorry, sister, I forgot to ask you to come along at that time. Katu Hiromi complained in her heart, I see that Megami didn't want her sister to disturb her good time, right? Thinking of the gains Katu Megami mentioned, she was quite envious. 1,000 gold coins for pocket money, she doesn't have this benefit here, only ordinary wages to take. To earn 1,000 gold coins, she would have to work for decades. Katu Megami blushed and said, what are you talking about, sister? I really forgot. By the way, I still have a lot of gold coins left, I'll give you some. Then it's settled. Katu Hiromi took the gold coins handed over by Katu Megami with a smile, as if the person who complained just now wasn't her. By the way, Megami, how's the progress between you and the divine? Katu Megami was speechless. Her sister is really good at acting. Nothing much, I guess. Katu Hiromi reminded her, how can there be nothing? There are so many beautiful girls in the familia. If Megami doesn't act, the divine's heart will be stolen by someone else. Katu Megami nodded, I know. But the corner of her mouth raised slightly, a hint of smugness rising in her heart. You think I didn't act, but I'm actually the divine's first woman. If it weren't for Friaren being too unreasonable, she would have occupied the divine's longest woman. Katu Hiromi glanced over, saw Katu Megami's small expression, and felt relieved. Her sister is usually indifferent, but as her older sister, she knows her best, how could she not notice her slight changes? Mom, I'm back! Airi shouted as soon as she got home. Sayuri was curious, Airi's isekai trip is over? It hasn't been long. That's not it. Airi flaunted, the divine can locate time. No matter how long we stay in another world, when we come back, it's the same time we left. In fact, we've been in another world for several months. Speaking of the isekai trip, Airi was quite motivated and put her gains on the table. Dragon meat, gold coins, fruit, magic stones, a big pile. Sayuri wasn't too interested in these things, she just asked, then, is there any progress between Lily and the divine? Ah! Airi was stunned, I'm talking about adventure, what are you talking about? Sayuri sighed, Lily, if you don't grasp it well, the divine will be snatched away. Mom, what are you talking about? Airi was frantic, I'm innocent with the divine. Sayuri sighed, that's exactly why it's not good. If you like him, you have to pursue him, why doesn't Lily understand? I'm not talking anymore. Airi ran away directly and ran towards her room. It's not like she didn't take action. It's just that every action was thwarted. The first time, she met Kazuma Jayakishio who was going out, and then she didn't have the courage. The second time, she met Shina Mahiru, and then she didn't have the courage. The third time. In short, Airi felt that the whole world was targeting her, and every time she wanted to launch an attack, someone would appear, and then her courage would disappear inexplicably. Moreover, she also suspected that with her courage, even if she really didn't meet anyone else, could she really go for it? It's so hard. Airi plopped onto the soft quilt and wrapped herself up, it feels so hard to be in love, if only there was some common sense modification or hypnosis. Thinking of this, Airi immediately became motivated. Love is troublesome, now, let's draw a doujinshi first. 95 Yuaki Suao's fellow patient. We also succeeded in adventure today. Riku and his party found a coffee shop, and as soon as they sat down, Yuaki Suao let out a sigh. You should be less adventurous. Riku said helplessly, don't cause trouble for Miss Kimishima. Although she carries weapons, it is inevitable to encounter many enemies. Yuaki Suao was dissatisfied, I won't, I'm very careful. And, don't you think adventure is interesting? Interesting. Riku was a little amused, if there is a slight mistake, people will die. Yuaki Suao complained, who knew they would have guns? This is said to be the safest Tokyo, actually has guns, too much. You still believe this? Riku sipped his coffee lightly, in short, be safe. Yuaki Suao smiled cheekily, okay, I'll pay attention in the future. And, I also brought people, with Ayano, everything is no problem. Riku's eyes fell on Kimishima Ayano, the little maid still had a calm face, as if she didn't care at all. Seeing this maid, Riku couldn't help but think of Hayasaka AI. I think Hayasaka AI is also very hard. Yuaki Suao's eyes fell on Friaren, revealing curiosity, Riku, is this little girl a powerful magician? Not bad. Riku nodded, Friaren is indeed a very powerful magician. Getting affirmation, Friaren looked very happy. Yuaki Suao was very expectant, is it true that you said you would teach me magic before? Of course it's true. Riku nodded, however, learning magic is very hard. Yuaki Suao was full of energy, I'm not afraid. Riku, teach me magic. Wait until I have time. Riku looked at Friaren and the others, today I'm going to take Friaren and them shopping. Yuaki Suao was a little lost when she heard it. But this loss came quickly and went quickly, looking at Friaren and the others, said, I will take you shopping, I'm still very familiar with Tokyo. Her eyes suddenly fell on the disguise of Friaren and Saria. By the way, and the two sisters, why are you still wearing hats in this weather? Riku looked calm and said, it's a disguise. Disguise. Yuaki Suao was too curious. Riku, you can know when Yuaki becomes one of us. Riku was not afraid to reveal the identity of the elves. After returning to the world of anime, he has used divine power to scan this world, and there is no one stronger than him, so there is no need to be afraid at all. The reason for the disguise is just to avoid trouble. Yuaki Suao played a treasure, we have experienced so much, is it still not one of us? Not count. Riku was unmoved. Yuaki Suao looked resentful. Riku, you have changed, become more ruthless. Riku knew she was acting again and was unmoved. When Yuaki Suao saw it, she could only put her goal on Frieren, but unfortunately Frieren was not an ordinary child and did not eat Yuaki Suao's set at all. As for Frieren and Saria, they were even more unmoved. After drinking the coffee, the group started shopping again. When shopping, Yuaki Suao was even more lively, taking Frieren and the others to try on various clothes, and bought a lot. It wasn't until 7 o'clock in the evening that the 5 people finished shopping. Kimishima Ayano suddenly reminded, Yuaki-sama, it's time, you have to go home. Yuaki Suao had been crazy for most of the day, and also knew that with her identity, she couldn't be outside all the time, so she could only regretfully look at Riku and his party. Riku, then I'll leave first. Frieren, I'll find you to play next time. And Frieren, Saria's sister, see you next time. Saying that, waved and left. Kimishima Ayano bowed slightly to Riku and his party, and followed closely behind. Frieren sighed, big families are not so good, there is no freedom. Frieren nodded lightly, yes, I see Yuaki Ne-san clearly still wants to play. Riku smiled, there is plenty of time to play in the future. Frieren, what else do you want to play, let's continue. Frieren's eyes were bright, pointing to the amusement park in the distance, Riku-sama, I want to play that. Frieren was also interested, I also want to go and see. Riku waved his hand, then let's go and see. Hospital. The body is healthy, but pay attention to maintenance. Under the urging of Kimishima Ayano, Yuaki Suao ended the cumbersome examination and got the physical examination report. Yuaki Suao was proud, see, Ayano, I said I am very healthy, there is no need to worry so much. Chapter 68. Ayano Kimishima was stern and unmoved, even so, regular checkups are still essential. As Yui Suao's close attendant, she was well aware that Yui Suao had been frail and sickly as a child and often hospitalized. Although she was better now, who knew if there might be any lingering issues? Therefore, regular checkups were a must for Yui Suao. However, for some reason, Yui Suao was very resistant to this and always liked to run away, which caused her a lot of trouble. Ayano is so conscientious. Yui Suao said helplessly, all right, I'm going to see Hatsune. It's been a week since I last saw Hatsune, and I wonder if Hatsune-chan's health has improved. Ayano Kimishima reported, with Mrs. Instructions, the hospital is very attentive. Although Miss Otonashi's health has not improved, it has been maintained well. Just maintaining it well is not enough. Yui Suao's energetic voice suddenly turned somber, I hope Hatsune-chan and I can go to school together. Because she had been sickly since childhood, Yui Suao met a fellow patient in the same hospital. Hatsune Otonashi. Unlike her asthma, Hatsune Otonashi's illness was very rare, organ failure. As time went on, her organs would become weaker and weaker, eventually leading to death. This disease could only be treated by replacing the organs. But the Otonashi family was just an ordinary family, where would they get so much money to replace organs? Moreover, organs are not something you can replace whenever you want. As for mobilizing the Suao family's resources to treat Hatsune Otonashi, Yui Suao did have this idea, but the family would never agree. The Suao family was a family that put profit first, how could they spend a lot of money to treat an ordinary person? Therefore, Hatsune Otonashi's treatment has always only maintained the basic functions of her body and there was no way to cure it. Even with her greeting and the hospital giving her some care, Hatsune Otonashi's body was getting worse day by day, and even the smile she showed her was becoming increasingly difficult to maintain. Really, there's no need to deliberately put on a smile to comfort me, having been a sick child, Yui Suao naturally knew how painful it was to maintain a smile when seriously ill. As a fellow patient, she could accept Hatsune Otonashi's true self. But when she saw Hatsune Otonashi's angelic smile, she couldn't say anything and could only pretend not to know. 96 Hatsune Otonashi's hope. After sorting out her mood, Yui Suao showed a smile before pushing open the door. In the room, a delicate girl was lying down, reading a manga. Hearing the sound, she looked up and showed a cheerful smile. It's Yuri-ne-san. That's right, I'm here to see Hatsune-chan again. Yuri-suao giggled, did Hatsune-chan miss me? Of course I missed you, Hatsune Otonashi smiled innocently, by the way, my brother brought me snacks, would you like to eat them with me, Yuri-ne-san? Okay. Yuri-suao did not hesitate to open a bag of snacks and taste them. It's delicious. It seems Hatsune's Ani-chan is also very careful in choosing snacks. Hatsune Otonashi nodded, my brother is indeed very careful. By the way, has Yuri-ne-san encountered anything interesting at school recently? Because she couldn't go to school, Hatsune Otonashi was very curious about things at school, and her greatest wish was to be healthy and then go to school. School, Yuri-suao chuckled, of course there are many interesting things. This week, I met a very beautiful girl, half Russian and half Japanese, her appearance is only a little bit worse than mine. Hearing this, Hatsune Otonashi smiled and exposed Yuri-suao's boast, then she must be prettier than Yuri-ne-san. Why? Yuri-suao pretended to be dissatisfied. Hatsune Otonashi smiled, because Yuri-ne-san is the vainest. So sad, Yuri-suao sighed, so that's the image I have in Hatsune-chan's heart. Hatsune Otonashi was unmoved, Yuri-ne-san won't be angry. That's true. Yuri-suao brushed her hair in front of her forehead, revealing her smooth forehead. Yuri is a very generous person. Such an action would definitely be very greasy if done by an ordinary middle-aged person. But when Yuri-suao did it, it gave people a very cute feeling, making Hatsune Otonashi laugh. After chatting for a while, Yuri-suao saw Hatsune Otonashi showing a trace of fatigue, and quickly said, Hatsune-chan, I still have something to do, I'll come to see you next week. Okay, Hatsune Otonashi nodded, goodbye, Yuri-ne-san. Yuri-suao nodded and left with Ayano Kimishima. Yuri-ne-san is so gentle. Hatsune Otonashi looked at the closed door, I wish I could go to school with Yuri-ne-san. Unfortunately, she also knew that this was unlikely. As she grew older, she could feel her body weakening more and more. She used to be able to chat with Yuri for a long time, but now the time she could chat was getting shorter and shorter. Looking out the window, seeing the setting sun, a sense of sorrow arose in her heart, my life is now like this setting sun, it will soon disappear. I just hope that after I die, Yuri-ne-san, my brother and mom and dad won't be sad. Hatsune's body is getting worse and worse. Walking out of the ward, Yuri-suao was a little broken, revealing a disappointed expression, Ayano, is there any way? Ayano Kimishima shook her head, even if Yuri-sama says so, I have no way at all. She was just a maid, what ability did she have to help Hatsune Otonashi out of the ward? Yuri-suao sighed, that's right. Not to mention Ayano, even she didn't have a way, did she? Change the Suao family? Impossible. The old guys were stubborn and unyielding, how could they change because of her? No. Yuri-suao's eyes lit up, I can ask Riku to help, I'm so confused. Ayano Kimishima nodded, Riku-sama is a god, and he's with a mage, so he should have a way. But, will he help? Yuri-suao clenched her pink fist, full of trust, he definitely will, Riku is not such a cold person. She took out her phone and started editing a message. Riku, can magic cure organ failure? In her mind, even the dead could be resurrected, so this should be easier. Of course magic can't cure organ failure, Riku replied. At least the magic in Friaren's world and Dungeon Meshi's world didn't have this effect. In the original work, Friaren was sick with a cold and was in bed for a while before she recovered. Yuri-suao's little face collapsed, it can't. Immediately afterwards, she received another message, but a god can. A smile appeared on Yuri-suao's face, and her fingers flew as she complained, Riku, you should have said it all at once, I would have been scared to death if I had a heart attack. By the way, I have a friend who has organ failure, will you help? Don't worry, I have some pocket money, I can give it all to you. Riku, how much? Yuri-suao, 20 million yen. Is it okay? Riku, okay, I can help for the sake of our acquaintance. Yuri-suao, that's great. So what about the time, my friend probably won't last long, can you do it as soon as possible? Riku, the day after tomorrow, how about that? Tomorrow, I'm going to resurrect someone. Yuri-suao, no problem, Riku, you're so great. I'm going to tell my friend now. Ending the text message conversation with Riku, Yui Suao felt alive again, her life full of hope. That's right. She was a woman who knew a god. Yui Suao was a woman who was recorded in the history of Meiji Sakura. Hehe. Riku-sama is really doting on Miss Ayano Kimishima. Saw Yui Suao showing a smile, already knowing the result of the conversation, and couldn't help but feel emotional. Just as she was thinking, she saw Yui Suao had already darted out. Yui Suao turned her head. I'm going to tell Hatsune-chan about this, Ayano, wait for me for a while. Hatsune Otonashi was sadly alone, and saw Yui Suao come back, quickly sorting out her mood and showing a smile. What's wrong, Yui-ne? It's great news. Yui Suao's voice was full of surprise. Hatsune-chan, you're saved. Hatsune Otonashi was puzzled. Yui Suao told her what she had encountered today. Hatsune Otonashi said helplessly, Yui-ne-san, although I also read magical girl manga, but gods and such are really fake. No. Yui Suao shook her head. I saw the god revive 3 dead people with my own eyes, so, Hatsune, believe me. Hatsune Otonashi was stunned, not knowing how to answer for a while. For her, gods were still a bit distant. But, Mom and Dad won't believe it, will they? Hatsune Otonashi hesitated. How can we make them believe? Yui Suao was confident and smiled. It doesn't matter, we'll just do it quietly. Hatsune Otonashi was surprised. Do it quietly. That's right, Yui Suao nodded. Anyway, the god is taking action, it's not surgery, they don't need to sign. As long as Hatsune-chan becomes healthy, other things don't matter. Hatsune Otonashi nodded. Well, then I'll listen to Yui-ne-san. Just as she agreed, the door of the ward was pushed open with a bang. I don't agree. Brother. 97 Kashoma Jayaka Uta's attack, Otonashi Yuzuru's compromise. I don't agree to have Hatsune treated by an unknown person. Otonashi Yuzuru's attitude was firm. God? There were too many gods in Japan. 200,000 unknown religious groups, plus the 8 million gods claimed in Japanese mythology, there were more than 8 million gods in Japan. And most of these gods were just lies. How could he hand his sister over to religious people? Did he want his sister to suffer before she died? Otonashi Hatsune's voice was soft, but brother, Hatsune is about to die. If I'm not treated by a god, I'll die soon. Otonashi Yuzuru was dissatisfied and said loudly, Hatsune won't die, definitely won't. Otonashi Hatsune's voice was firm, I will die. Even if everyone doesn't want me to, I still feel like I'm dying soon. Otonashi Yuzuru stopped talking, his eyes were red, and he was silent. What could he say at this time? What his sister said was the truth, the reality, he had no power to change it. Otonashi Hatsune continued, let Yui-ne-san try, I believe Yui-ne. If God really exists, then that would be great. Otonashi Yuzuru looked at Suao Yui and said, Suao-san, I must be present during the treatment the day after tomorrow. Okay, Suao Yui nodded, I'll tell God-sama. Don't worry, Hatsune, everything will be fine, I promise. When that time comes, Hatsune-chan, let's go to school together, let's go shopping together. Then I'll wait patiently. Otonashi Hatsune's smile was bright, like a little angel. Otonashi Yuzuru looked at her, his heart aching even more. Whoever it is, please save my sister, even if you take my life, it doesn't matter. Evening. Chapter 69. Liu Li and his group of 4 returned to the familia's residence. Kashoma Jayaka Uta stretched lazily as she walked out of her room. Seeing Liu Li, she suddenly asked, God, can you explain what's going on with that Sina heroine no Sodatekata on your computer? Liu Li remembered that Kashoma Jayaka Uta had borrowed his computer to write. You saw it? Of course, Kashoma Jayaka Uta nodded. It feels familiar. A side character heroine with a weak presence, a sexy upperclassman, and a blonde childhood friend who loses. Isn't it obvious? Liu Li didn't refute, saying, that novel was created with divine power. Kashoma Jayaka Uta's black silk stockinged legs began to tremble, and she snorted softly, so, it's all the divine power's fault. That's right, it's all the divine power's fault, Liu Li said with a serious face. Humph. Kashoma Jayaka Uta pulled Liu Li into the bedroom. A lying god should be punished. Writing me like that in the book, God, you have to take responsibility. As she spoke, she threw herself into Liu Li's arms. Immediately afterward, the room fell silent. Saria was surprised. I didn't expect Kazumajayaka to be so bold. Friaren's face fell, for Kazumajayaka, that light novel is like a love letter, so of course, she's bold. Feline was dissatisfied, these women are too bad. One day, I'll save God. Saria chuckled, Feline, don't save him. Our God is enjoying it. The next day. After a night, Kazumajayaka Utah had become an adult, her beauty even more charming. She had been somewhat bothered by her depiction in the book and very dissatisfied with being the loser. But now, it didn't matter anymore. Humph, now there's only one loser left. Kazumajayaka Utah sat at the computer desk, typing furiously on the keyboard, full of energy as she wrote her a love metronome. Meanwhile, Lu Li, after being served by Aura and Linyi for washing up, took some fruit and headed to Yotsuya Maiko's house. This was his first time visiting, so naturally, he had to bring some gifts. Lu Li, Yotsuya Maiko said with a smile when she saw Lu Li, come in. Mrs. Yotsuya and Yotsuya Kusuk had been waiting for a long time, their eyes scanning him with great satisfaction. He was handsome and had an extraordinary aura. Most importantly, he was capable, a god. It was a rare blessing for Maiko to be able to associate with him. Aunt Yotsuya, Kusuk, greetings. Yotsuya Toko smiled, it's Lu Li who's being too polite. Please, have a seat. Lu Li Uniakan, have some tea, Yotsuya Kusuk said, offering the prepared tea. My sister is causing you trouble. Yotsuya Maiko was dissatisfied, Kusuk, I'm not causing any trouble. Yotsuya Kusuk repeatedly said, yes, yes, yes. Changing the subject, Lu Li Uniakan, I heard you can revive father. Is that true? Of course, Lu Li nodded. I came for that very reason. Yotsuya Toko was very excited, then what preparations do we need to make? None, Lu Li said calmly. When I came, I already asked Maiko about Uncle Yotsuya's grave and took his genetic material, which is enough to perform the resurrection spell. The cremation rate in Japan is very high, reaching 99%. With modern technology, it is unlikely to extract genetic material from a cremated person because high temperatures can destroy everything. But in the face of the authority of life, none of this is a problem. Yotsuya Toko smiled, that's good. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, the family couldn't wait any longer. Lu Li got up, chose Mr. Yotsuya's original room, and cast the resurrection spell. As the authority of life was activated, the genetic material, which was invisible to the naked eye, began to replicate, quickly transforming into a person with the same appearance as Mr. Yotsuya. Mr. Yotsuya's soul also felt a pull and entered the body. The resurrection was complete. Papa! Darling! Seeing Mr. Yotsuya open his eyes, the Yotsuya family was so excited that they were in tears. Toko! Kusuk, Maiko! Mr. Yotsuya, having been resurrected from the dead, was naturally very excited and wept uncontrollably. After a long time, the family finally calmed down. Yotsuya Maiko suddenly worried, Lu Li, Dad's household registration has been cancelled. Now that he's resurrected, how can we face people? The resurrection of a dead person is a major event, whether in modern or ancient times, and will cause a great sensation. Lu Li smiled and said, it doesn't matter. I've already spoken to Miss Yuki Nashida, and she will help issue an identity certificate. However, Mr. Yotsuya may not be able to use the surname Yotsuya anymore, and he will have to move to a strange place. Mr. Yotsuya was very reasonable and didn't care about this, I'll leave everything to you. As for changing my name, that doesn't matter. Surnames are a privilege in Japan. In ancient times, only nobles had surnames. For example, the priestess Kikyo in Inuyasha did not have a surname. In modern times, the government forced people to have names for the convenience of management. At that time, the Japanese people had a very low level of education and could not come up with good names for a while. To cope with the policy, surnames such as Yamashita, Uegako, and Nyaizuma appeared. Therefore, the Japanese people don't care about surnames that much. Moreover, what is a surname compared to life? As they spoke, Mrs. Yotsuya had already started cooking, and an enticing aroma quickly filled the room. Although she didn't have the authority of the culinary path, there was still a sense of home. Soon, a sumptuous meal was on the table. Lu Li had lunch before bidding farewell. As for Yotsuya Maiko, she still had to help with the move. Only after moving could she live in the familia's residence. Having seen Liu Li's methods, the Yotsuya family naturally wouldn't object to Yotsuya Miko's relationship with Liu Li, even knowing that most of the familia members were girls. Gods are always special. Being able to serve a god, even if only one of many, is an unparalleled honor. 98 The advancing Mahiru, choose Ayase Hatsuyun. Back home, it was still early. Kashuma Jayaka Utah, seeing that Liu Li was free, pulled him into another 300 rounds of battle. In short, this upperclassman's combat power was also very good. Of course, that was only on the premise that there were recovery spells to support her. By the way, haven't you gone home? Liu Li asked afterward. Kashuma Jayaka Utah, of course, I went back. My parents are very supportive. Liu Li was surprised, I thought they would object. Why would they? Kashuma Jayaka Utah shook her head. This is transcendent power. In the past, even the children of large families would have found it difficult to obtain, right? Now that this kind of thing has fallen on a commoner girl like me, how could my parents push it away? Liu Li nodded gently, that's true. In the evening, when it was time for dinner, Uragawa Hana also rushed back, looking delighted. I can live here from now on. Kashuma Jayaka Utah asked, did Hana's parents agree too? Of course, Uragawa Hana said triumphantly. After I told them about the familia and showed them some magic, my parents were shocked. They really jumped up. Shina Mahiru smiled, Hana, you're really filial. Uragawa Hana, hee hee. Kashuma Jayaka Utah was speechless, Mahiru isn't praising you. Kashuma Jayaka Utah still knew some Chinese. After all, her man was from the rabbit country, so how could she not learn some? Looking at Shina Mahiru, Mahiru, you haven't gone back, have you? It doesn't matter, Shina Mahiru shook her head. Anyway, I don't have a home. What's the point of going back? Her parents were united by interests and had no feelings. After marriage, they naturally regarded her as a burden and didn't want to bear the cost. Shina Mahiru used to feel very painful, but now she felt very happy. That way, she could follow Liu Li without any worries. Kashuma Jayaka Utah didn't ask any more questions, nodded gently, and started eating, preparing for another battle tonight. Just then, Shina Mahiru said, I have something to ask God tonight, Kashuma Jayaka senpai, can you give way? Kashuma Jayaka Utah immediately understood. What asking God? It was obviously stealing her food. But she couldn't monopolize it, so she could only nod dejectedly, and even lost her appetite while eating. Friaren and Vina, upon hearing this, were even more crestfallen and somewhat dissatisfied. Liu Li. Liu Li smiled, don't worry, there's still plenty of time. We have all the time in the world. Friaren nodded, okay. After dinner. Not long after Liu Li returned to his room, Shina Mahiru arrived wrapped in a bath towel, obviously having washed up and prepared for battle. Mahiru, there's no turning back after moving forward. Shina Mahiru's pretty face flushed, and she said dissatisfied, God, I never thought of retreating. Liu Li smiled and stepped forward to embrace her. This time, let him take the initiative. Weekend. Around noon, Liu Li was awakened by a series of message ringtones. God, it's noon now. You haven't woken up yet, have you? It was a message from Suo Hyuki. Being able to send a message at noon, it was obvious that she didn't want to disturb Liu Li's sweet dreams. However, if she waited any longer, she would miss the agreed time, and she didn't want to wait any longer. Just woke up, Liu Li replied to the message. I'll be right over. Suo Hyuki replied very quickly, give me the address, and I'll have Ayano pick you up. Okay, Liu Li responded. Chapter 70. After washing up, Aura chose a set of clothes for Liu Li, helped him dress neatly, and adjusted his collar. Then, the doorbell rang. Oh, right, Aura, you and Rainia can go out and stroll around too. Liu Li suddenly turned back and said as he was leaving. Yes, master, Aura and Rainia responded respectfully. Opening the door, it was indeed Ayano Kimishima outside. At this moment, the maid was standing in front of a black limousine. Seeing Liu Li, she quickly bowed and greeted, greetings, Lord Liu Li. Liu Li smiled and said, let's go, Yuki must be getting anxious. Yes, Lord Liu Li. Ayano Kimishima was meticulous, assisting Liu Li into the car before taking the driver's seat and driving towards the hospital. Not long after, the limousine stopped at the hospital entrance. Lord Liu Li, we've arrived. Saying that, Ayano Kimishima got out of the car, opened the door, and reached out to shield the door frame, welcoming Liu Li out of the car. Liu Li, you've finally arrived. Seeing Liu Li get out of the car, Yuki Suao couldn't wait any longer and rushed over. Liu Li reached out and stopped Yuki Suao's oncoming body, saying, "Why are you in such a hurry? It won't be long anyway, it wouldn't matter if I was a little late, right? It's not like it doesn't matter." Yuki Suao complained, "I'm almost a liar in Hatsune-chan's eyes. Are you the god?" Just then, someone suddenly asked. Yuki Suao introduced, "He's my friend's brother, I told you about him before, Liu Li. He wants to watch his sister's treatment." Liu Li nodded slightly, "Let's go up first." Saying that, he took the lead and walked forward. Yuki Suao quickly led the way. After walking for a while, the group entered the hospital room. At this time, there were no doctors in Hatsune Onashi's room, and even the monitoring had been turned off by Yuki Suao. Hatsune Onashi was gentle and frail, her eyes falling on Liu Li, and she asked, Is Big Brother the god?" "That's right." Liu Li nodded, "You're Hatsune Onashi?" "Yes." Hatsune Onashi nodded gently, "Big Brother, can I be saved?" Liu Li smiled and said, "Since you call me Big Brother, of course you can be saved." Hatsune Onashi giggled, "Big Brother is really good at talking." Yuki Suao was dissatisfied, "Lord God, don't just focus on flirting with girls." Liu Li chuckled, giving Yuki a flick on the forehead, before saying, "There are two ways to treat you. One is ordinary treatment. After the treatment, you can live like a normal person." Yuki Suao asked curiously, "What about the other one? Is there anything special about it?" "For the other one, I'll replace Onashi-chan's heart with a dragon's heart. In the future, she will have a super strong body and magical talent. However, if I replace her heart with a dragon's heart, Onashi-chan will have to work for me in the future." Dragon's heart. Yuzuru Onashi and Yuki Suao were stunned when they heard this. Suddenly, they smelled a bloody scent and looked at Liu Li, only to see a heart several times larger than a soccer ball in his hand. This was the heart of a wyvern. Its size and power could not be compared with those of a red dragon or a green dragon, but it was still a remarkable existence for ordinary people. Using it to replace Hatsune Onashi's heart would definitely give her excellent talent. Yuki Suao was shocked, "This is the dragon's heart?" Liu Li nodded, "That's right." Yuzuru Onashi was shocked, "That's impossible, a dragon's heart." He originally thought that the person Yuki Suao had found was just acting to appease his sister, but unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, the other party took out a huge heart. The size of that heart was as big as an elephant's heart. It was absolutely impossible to take it out from someone's chest. Was it magic? Or was the other party really a god? Choose, Onashi-chan, which one do you want? Liu Li didn't pay attention to Yuzuru Onashi and Yuki Suao's shocked expressions, and looked at Hatsune Onashi. 99 Dragon Blood Girl Hatsune Onashi. I choose the dragon's heart. Since I have accepted the gift of God, I must work hard to repay God. Hatsune Onashi's eyes were like those of a pure deer, without any impurities, and she said firmly. Yuzuru Onashi worried, can such a big heart really be used for Hatsune? The weight of that heart alone was probably more than half of Hatsune Onashi's weight. If it was stuffed into Hatsune Onashi's body, wouldn't her body explode? Yuki Suao worried, yeah, is such a big heart really okay? Don't worry. Liu Li smiled, I'm a god, this kind of thing is just a small matter. The two were relieved. Yuzuru Onashi asked, the dragon's heart should be very precious, can Hatsune afford it? There's no need to worry about that either. Liu Li said indifferently, if I say she can afford it, she can naturally afford it. For ordinary people, the dragon's heart was naturally precious. But for him, the wyvern's heart was not a big deal. Even if he used this one, there were still 899 wyvern hearts in the familia's warehouse. Yuzuru Onashi bowed and said sincerely, please, Lord God, if Hatsune can't repay the debt, I will repay the rest. Yuki Suao raised her hand, me too. Liu Li smiled, but didn't say much. He activated the life authority, and instantly, the huge heart in his hand began to shrink, and in an instant, it changed from the size of an elephant's heart to the size of a human heart. However, the power was even purer. On the small heart, the light of life bloomed, giving people a pure and warm feeling. Lu Li brought it close to Hatsune Onashi, and the heart merged into Hatsune Onashi's body as if it were an illusion. Hatsune Onashi only felt her body warm, and the feeling of weakness that she had always felt began to disappear. Power surged through her limbs, allowing her to experience the feeling of health. In a moment, Hatsune Onashi's skin had become rosy and radiant. Just looking at her appearance, she definitely didn't look like a patient. In fact, she was no longer a patient. The so-called organ failure had completely healed under the vitality of the dragon's heart. Hatsune Onashi wanted to sit up and reached out to hold the bed, only to hear a crack, and the iron bed rail was directly crushed. This. Hatsune Onashi was taken aback. Yuki Suao and Yuzuru Onashi were even more at a loss. Lord God, what should we do? Hatsune Onashi looked at Lu Li in a panic. Lu Li stepped forward and gently pressed on Hatsune Onashi's shoulder, saying, I'll seal your power first. After you're discharged from the hospital, come to the Familia to find me for training, and it will be fine after a while. Hatsune Onashi was delighted, so, I'm healed. It's more than just healed. Lu Li smiled, with the dragon's heart, your current body absolutely crushes earthlings, you're already a superhuman. Yuki Suao was delighted, that's great, Hatsune is a healthy baby now, and we can go to school together in the future. Yuzuru Onashi trembled, Hatsune, do you feel better? Hatsune Onashi nodded, brother, I feel very good, can we be discharged from the hospital? Yuzuru Onashi nodded, of course we can. Yuki Suao was a little worried, but, what's the reason? Suddenly getting better, what reason should we use? Yuzuru Onashi was stunned and said, why don't we just not have a checkup, I'll just take Hatsune away. Having seen Lu Li's methods, he naturally no longer doubted whether his sister's condition had improved. Yuki Suao clapped her hands, that's right, anyway, we don't owe the hospital money, let's just leave. Hatsune Onashi said weakly, is that okay? Wouldn't the nurses and doctors be very worried? Yuki Suao smiled, it doesn't matter, I'll tell them later that your family doesn't have money and doesn't want to treat you anymore, and they won't ask any more questions. Not having money to treat is common even in Sakura country. Even if the doctor is reluctant, they won't say much. After all, they weren't rich enough to pay for the patient's medical expenses. Even if they wanted to, they were powerless. Hatsune Onashi nodded, okay. Lord God, I will definitely go to the Familia as soon as possible, please tell me where the Familia is. Okay. Lu Li nodded, gave the address to Hatsune Onashi, and his eyes suddenly fell on Yuzuru Onashi. Onashi, you will have a death tribulation in the future, I'll give you a blessing too. With a thought, a life authority fell on Yuzuru Onashi. Yuzuru Onashi was shocked, a death tribulation? Me? That's right. Lu Li nodded, but don't worry now, with my blessing, you can be resurrected even if you only have one cell left. Hatsune Onashi was a little worried, is it because I'm better that my brother has a death tribulation? Of course not. Lu Li shook his head, this is his own death tribulation, Hatsune, don't take the blame on yourself. Yuki Suao said, yeah, besides, isn't the problem already solved now? Hatsune Onashi was relieved. While talking, Yuzuru Onashi began to pack his things, preparing to escape from the hospital. As a patient, Hatsune Onashi didn't have many things, only some comic books, and they were quickly packed. The group went smoothly, easily walked out of the hospital, got into the car, and soon left the hospital. By the way, Lu Li, give me your account number, I'll transfer the money to you. Yuki Suao said in the car. Lu Li didn't refuse. 20 million yen was just a friendship price. Yuzuru Onashi looked at his healthy sister and said, Miss Suao, let me pay the 20 million. No, brother, Yuki nay, let me pay it back. Hatsune Onashi argued. Lu Li smiled, let's just leave it at that, you don't have to argue anymore. If you really want to pay it back, you can pay it back to Yuki in the future. Yuki Suao snorted, I don't want it. This is the money I saved my sister, Hatsune-chan, you have to call me big sister properly in the future. Yes, Yuki nay. Hatsune Onashi said helplessly, only able to call out sweetly. After sending the Onashi siblings home, Yuki Suao had Ayano Kimishima drive Lu Li again. Soon, the car stopped at the familia's residence. Yuki Suao looked curious and asked, Lu Li, can I go in for a visit? By the way, I also want to learn magic. You can. Lu Li nodded, but don't be too surprised. Ayano Kimishima sat in the car, at a loss, not knowing whether she should follow. Lu Li called out, Miss Kimishima, if you're interested, you can come in and play too. Yuki Suao waved, since Lu Li doesn't mind, Ayano, come along. Then thank you, Lord Lu Li. Ayano Kimishima quickly saluted, parked the car, and followed, her heart filled with endless curiosity. What does the home of this mysterious Mr. Lu Li look like? Yuki Suao cheered, today's adventure begins. 100 Katu Hiromi's plan. Entering the room, Yuki Suao felt that this place was different from the outside world, as if the air had become much fresher. Moreover, the room was very large. Even though from the outside, the house looked like an ordinary detached house, with each floor being only a little over 100 square meters. But upon entering, she discovered that the living room alone was larger than 100 square meters. Lu Li, is this also the power of God? Yuki Suao was shocked. The power of God is so unfair. If everyone had this, real estate companies would go bankrupt. Lu Li chuckled, with this ability, who would bother competing with real estate companies? Hi, hi. Just then, a pleasant female voice sounded. Yuki Suao looked towards the source of the voice and saw a woman with a slightly mature aura and a graceful figure greeting Lu Li. Lord God, I've come to visit. Lu Li nodded, it's Katu. While preparing a fruit platter, Katu Megami said, my sister insisted on seeing the familia's base, so I had to bring her along. Katu Hiromi complained, acting spoiled, Megami, don't talk about your sister like an outsider. Your sister is also a familia member. Megami, don't be too strict with your sister, Lu Li said with a smile. By the way, Hiromi, how's the exorcism agency's website coming along? Katu Hiromi was full of confidence, of course, there's no problem. I asked some senior students to redesign it, and our current official website finally doesn't look like a pirated website anymore. Also, I rented a storefront, which can add some credibility. Lu Li nodded, thanks for your hard work. Lord God, don't just say it, Katu Hiromi leaned closer, her breath like orchids. I want to go on adventures too, Lord God. Sister. Katu Megami's gaze slightly narrowed. Don't get too close. Katu Hiromi sat back in her seat and sighed softly, Megami doesn't know how to share at all. Is she that jealous? Yuki Suao tasted the fruit, watching the interaction between Katu Hiromi and Lu Li, her eyes full of curiosity. Lu Li, these fruits are so unique. I've never seen them before. Lu Li smiled, I naturally have special channels. How about it, do you want to join the familia? As soon as he said that, everyone in the room's eyes fell on Yuki Suao, revealing a scrutinizing look. Yuki Suao cheered, really? Can I? If I join the familia, can I learn magic? That's right, Lu Li nodded. Becoming a familia member allows you to know secrets and learn magic. Then I want to join, Yuki Suao giggled. What preparations do I need to make? Do I need to do something intimate with Lord God? Katu Megami was speechless, we don't need to do that kind of thing. You just need to expose your back. Saying that, she explained the matter of the grace. Yuki Suao understood, I see. Then let's do it now. Katu Hiromi praised, Miss Suao is surprisingly bold. Yuki Suao smiled, because Lu Li is a true god. I've already witnessed it. Katu Hiromi revealed a curious look, witnessed what? Yuki Suao then told them about the previous heart transplant for Otonashi Hatsune. Katu Megami was surprised, the heart of a wyvern actually has this kind of use. Of course, Lu Li nodded. A dragon heart is a source of power. As long as the means are sufficient, using it to replace someone's heart can give them extraordinary talent. It's a rare treasure. Of course, ordinary people don't have this ability. Yuki Suao nodded repeatedly, indeed, a heart weighing dozens of kilograms, stuffing it into a person's body, is definitely not an easy thing to do. While speaking, Yuki Suao was taken to a room by Katu Megami to prepare. Ayano, do you want to join? Lu Li looked at the dazed Kimishima Ayano and asked. Kimishima Ayano was somewhat expectant, if Lord Lu Li is willing, Ayano would be honored. Then let's do it together. Lu Li waved his hand. Go prepare. After the two of them went into the room, Katu Hiromi's expression turned serious, and she continued, Lord God, I actually have another money-making plan. Lu Li nodded, tell me about it. Katu Hiromi took out a piece of paper and presented it, explaining, I heard from Megami that our familia has many monsters that need to be dealt with. Why not open a restaurant in the real world as well? With dragon meat and these monsters, and with the culinary authority, I think we can make a lot of money. Lu Li pondered, that's a good plan, but there's no one to implement it. Megami and the others still have to accompany me to school. Katu Megami nodded. Although it doesn't matter whether they go to school now, she still enjoys the time she spends with Lu Li at school. Katu Hiromi frowned, indeed, if we hire people, we don't know if they'll be loyal. In our world, we can't use servants like elves from another world. Then she said, since we can't run a restaurant ourselves, how about cooperating with the Tsuki Culinary Academy Group? The Tsuki Culinary Academy Group is the largest food group in Sakura country. Not only does it have the strongest team of chefs, but it also controls various import channels for ingredients and is associated with agricultural cooperatives. It is a very powerful Sakura country conglomerate. Lu Li nodded, of course, we can. Megami, give Hiromi a spatial ring and some monster ingredients. Let your sister handle the rest. Katu Megami nodded, I understand. But how do we ensure my sister's safety? Do you still need to worry about that? Lu Li smiled. Hiromi, I have already given you many authorities such as life, elements, and culinary arts. If you encounter danger, you can attack or defend. There's no problem at all. Katu Hiromi sensed the authority and was eager to try. Lord God, can that elemental authority really destroy a city in one go? Lu Li nodded, of course. In fact, this is already minimizing the power as much as possible. Even if it's only element LV.1, it's still the domain of God, and exerting it to its full potential is a power that ordinary people can't imagine. Katu Megami reminded, Sister, don't mess around. Don't unleash the authority all at once. During the labyrinth conquest, members of the familia also unleashed the elemental authority, and then, dozens of miles around a certain floor of the labyrinth were turned into a dead zone, without any life. As for the harvest from killing monsters, naturally there was none. Everything was turned into ashes. Katu Hiromi waved her hand, relax, I'm not a terrorist or anything. Katu Megami rolled her eyes, it's because you're my sister that I'm worried. You've been mischievous and troublemaking since you were little, even more so than most boys. Having this authority in her hands is extremely dangerous. Lu Li smiled, alright, Megami, it's not a big problem. I think Hiromi will be measured. Just as he was saying that, they heard Yuki Suao's voice from inside the room, Lu Li, Lord God, I'm ready. Come quickly. 101 Familia Yuki Suao, Ayano, Yukinashita Harano visits. Discuss the matter first. I'll go give Yuki the grace first. Lu Li instructed, stood up, by the way, if there are things that are inconvenient to do, let Aura and Linnea do it for you. Upon hearing this, Aura was full of confidence, Master, rest assured, Aura will definitely handle things beautifully, and eliminate everyone who stands in Master's way. Linnea was also eager to try, yes, Master. Katu Megami was speechless, Lu Li, let's conduct normal business operations first. If they're unreasonable, it's not too late to let Aura and Linnea take action. Lu Li nodded, whatever you decide is fine. Entering the room, Yuki Suao was lying there, dangling her feet. Seeing Lu Li arrive, she teased, Lu Li, do you feel tempted? Tempted? What's tempting about a back? Lu Li was speechless. Yuki Suao pretended to be shy, this is a beautiful girl's back. Lu Li chuckled, even if it's a beautiful girl's back, I have no interest. But I do have a bit of interest in cupping. Is Lu Li a great demon? Yuki Suao complained. I don't want cupping. The modern era is the internet age, so Yuki Suao naturally knows what cupping is. The thought of her fair back being imprinted with jars made her feel very unpleasant. While speaking, Lu Li had already squeezed out a drop of divine blood, bestowed the grace, and translated and imprinted the data, handing it to Yuki Suao. Yuki Suao. LV.1. Strength, I0 Endurance, I0 Dexterity, I0 Agility, I0 Magic Power, I0. Magic. Skills. Health. Increased life recovery ability. Accelerated growth of strength and endurance. Increased effect of recovery magic. Yuki Suao held her data, very excited. Health, not a bad skill, right? Indeed, it's quite good, Lu Li nodded. With this skill, it's hard to die as long as you don't court death. After explaining the effect of this skill, he bestowed the grace to Kimishima Ayano. Kimishima Ayano's data was very ordinary, like Kazuma Jayaka Utah, a blank slate. Kimishima Ayano was disappointed. Miss Yuki, Ayano is too useless. Yuki Suao smiled, what does it matter? You can awaken skills and magic in the future anyway, so don't take it to heart. Kimishima Ayano, yes, Miss Yuki. After finishing the grace, he turned around and left the room, and saw Friaren leading Fern and Saria out, looking disgusted. Lord Lu Li, Lady Friaren and Lady Saria overslept again, and just woke up now. Friaren smelled Lu Li's scent and directly clung to Lu Li, her voice drowsy, what does it matter? We have nothing to do anyway. Fern was helpless. Lady Friaren, please cheer up. You are an elf, don't ruin the reputation of elves. Elf. Yuki Suao walked out of the room, saw Friaren clinging to Lu Li, pointed ears, she's really an elf. I didn't expect it, Friaren is actually an elf. Looking at Fern, Fern, aren't you an elf? Fern, I am human. Yuki, have you become a familia member too? Yuki Suao's eyes lit up, that's right, we're on the same side from now on. Come, Fern, let big sister hug you. Fern directly hid behind Lu Li, and said, Lord Lu Li, can I use magic? It's better not to, Yuki is joking. Lu Li rubbed Fern's hair, if you cast a magic, Yuki will turn into ashes. Yuki Suao complained, Fern actually wants to use magic on me. Fern snorted, because Miss Yuki treats me like a child, Fern is not a child. Yuki Suao was stunned. Treating her like a child? You are a child. While speaking, Lu Li called out all the members who were meditating and practicing in the familia's base, and introduced them to each other. Kazuma Jayaka Utah shook her legs, and teased, congratulations Lord God, harem +2. Marcel complained, Lord God is too ambitious. Shina Mahiru's eyes were subtle, Miss Suao? Welcome to the familia. Chapter 72. Zhou Fang Yuxi looked at the room full of beautiful girls and couldn't help but be shocked, God, is this your harem? That's right, Kazuma Jayaka Shiwa chuckled, written as familia, read as harem. Shina Mahiru's voice was clear, don't listen to Kazuma Jayaka senpai's nonsense. In fact, joining is voluntary. Zhou Fang Yuxi nodded, revealing a thoughtful look, you are from, the Shina family, right? Shina Mahiru nodded, then shook her head, those are not important. Now my only identity is as a member of the familia. Everyone sat down, chatting, and talking about the labyrinth world and the story of the Friaren world. Because they joined the familia, they were not considered outsiders. Therefore, everyone spoke about these things without reservation. Zhou Fang Yuxi's eyes lit up as she listened, so the wyvern was the result of everyone's expedition. Is our familia already so powerful? By the way, can you eat wyvern meat? Friaren, I've already arranged for Aura to prepare it. We can eat it for dinner. Zhou Fang Yuxi cheered, great, what about those walking mushrooms and scorpions? Are there any? Friaren nodded, of course, today a new member joined the familia, so we are preparing a welcome feast. As she spoke, the doorbell rang. Kato Hiromi ran to open the door. Behind the door were Yukinashita Harano and Yatsuya Maiko. Hi, I'm Yukinashita Harano, and this lady is... Yukinashita Harano's energetic voice rang out. This is Kato Hiromi, also a member of the familia, Yatsuya Maiko introduced. Kato Hiromi led the two into the house and asked, is Maiko's matter finished? Yes, Yatsuya Maiko nodded, the house has been moved to Chiba, thanks to Harano-san's help. Yukinashita Harano said politely, Maiko is too kind. We were the ones who troubled you before. Seeing Lu Li sitting on the sofa, holding a white-haired girl with pointed ears in his arms, Yukinashita Harano quickly greeted him, Hi, Mr. Lu Li, long time no see. That's an elf, right? Scanning the room with her eyes, her expression became even more shocked. Not only were the girls in the room all bright and moving, but they were also one in a million beauties. The house was even more magical. It was clearly just an ordinary apartment, but the living room was surprisingly large. Thinking of what Yotsuya Maiko had said, she couldn't help but believe it. If the Yukinashita family could get on Lu Li's good side, wouldn't they take off? Compared to the extraordinary, everything else is unimportant. God, you said earlier that God was a term of endearment. I didn't expect you to be a real god. Yukinashita Harano naturally sat next to Lu Li. Now, what does Lu Li want the Yukinashita family to do? Lu Li smiled, Maiko did a good job, I'll reward you later. Hearing this, Yotsuya Maiko's cheeks couldn't help but turn rosy, and even the eyes of the others became subtle. They naturally knew what Lu Li's reward was. Yotsuya Maiko was a little shy and muttered in a low voice, you don't have to say such things. 102 Yukinashita Harano's Initiative, Bonus Chapter, thanks to Tianxianyu Dimao and Wu Yongchuan for the rewards. Mr. Lu Li said earlier that the god was a term of endearment. I didn't expect you to be a real god. Yukinashita Harano sat down, took a sip of tea, and sighed. Lu Li said indifferently, weren't we not familiar with each other at that time? Yukinashita Harano smiled, that's true. Now, what does Lu Li-sama want the Yukinashita family to do? Lu Li pondered and looked at Kato Hiromi, saying, Hiromi, tell me about what you mentioned earlier. So, Kato Hiromi told the food plan again. Yukinashita Harano frowned as she listened, God, the Yukinashita family only has real estate-related talent reserves. We are not good enough in the catering industry. Of course, if we only do catering in Chiba, the Yukinashita family can barely manage. The interests of all walks of life in Sakura country have long been divided. The forces of all parties are deeply rooted in a certain industry. They are basically integrated with politics and business, and it is difficult to shake them. Now, if you want to intervene in a certain industry, you have to confront the local leading enterprises. This is a very unwise move. But if it's just Chiba, with the Yukinashita family's status, it can still be done by giving up some benefits for an exchange of interests. It's just hard to say whether it's worth it. Then let's open a few restaurants in Chiba first, Lu Li pondered, then, don't stop negotiating with Tatsuki. As long as the sales channels are opened, we should be able to intervene in the ingredient supply industry soon. Yukinashita Harano nodded, I understand, I will assist Miss Kato. Kato Hiromi smiled, everything is up to Miss Yukinashita. Jo Fang Yuxi raised her hand, can I help you with anything? Lu Li asked, can Yuxi speak at home? Not yet, Jo Fang Yuxi shook her head, a little disappointed. Lu Li said, then we'll talk about it later. Jo Fang Yuxi nodded, okay. After discussing the plan, Lu Li talked about the matter of grace. Yukinashita Harano was generous and said a word, then went to the next room to prepare under Aura's guidance. Does Harano-san have AD? Jo Fang Yuxi whispered in Lu Li's ear, it's actually bigger than my C, damn it, am I going to lose? Frieren was very dissatisfied when she heard this, Li, won't be so superficial. Jo Fang Yuxi giggled, that's not necessarily true. Men are all Oppai aliens. Frieren listened and looked at Lu Li in disbelief. Lu Li smiled, okay, I like them all, that's healthy. As he was talking, Yukinashita Harano was ready. Lu Li entered the room and gave Yukinashita Harano the grace. Yukinashita Harano. LV.1. Strength, durability, dexterity, agility, magic power. Magic. Skills. Versatile. Increased magic adaptability. Increased physical skill adaptability. Increased adaptability to various environments. Increased affinity, increased interaction possibilities with intelligent species. Yukinashita Harano looked at her data and raised the corners of her mouth slightly, having skills should be pretty good, right? It is indeed a very powerful skill, Lu Li nodded. This was not his perfunctory remark, but a fact. The weak are the prey of the strong, and the fittest survive. This is the golden rule in evolution. Species and people who can adapt to the environment are definitely the strongest among the strong. Adaptability is more useful than strength at certain times. Because strength is not necessarily stronger than adaptability when it is not large enough to overturn the table and re-establish the rules. After explaining the grace, Lu Li gave Yukinashita Harano several kinds of power and abilities, so that she had the power to protect herself. If you want people to do things, naturally they need to have considerable power. The talisman of the Chiba noble family can still be used in Chiba, but it may not be so useful in Tokyo. Feeling the power of the authority, Yukinashita Haruno was full of confidence. As the trump card cultivated by the Yukinashita family since childhood, she was very familiar with social rules. If she added her powerful strength, she would definitely be able to add wings to a tiger and be able to negotiate smoothly with all parties. With these powers, our familia will definitely become the king of Sakura country. Yukinashita Haruno had a smile on her lips, suddenly got up, hugged Liu Li, and kissed him. Liu Li smiled, "You really don't have any defenses." After all, Yukinashita Haruno was giving grace at this time, wearing the emperor's new clothes. Yukinashita Haruno's smile was bright, "What does it matter? With God's ambition, isn't this all a matter of time?" As she was talking, she felt a sharp gaze, looked up, and saw a pair of emerald-like eyes appearing in the crack of the door. Stare. Seeing her look over, there was no retreat. Yukinashita Haruno stopped when she saw it was good. "Someone can't stand it anymore, let's talk about these things next time." After tidying up, she walked out of the room, and various dishes had been placed on the dining table, exuding an attractive fragrance. "Is this the food from another world?" Yukinashita Haruno asked with great interest. Marcel complained, "It's not food, it's a monster." As she spoke, she had already put a piece of dragon meat in her mouth. After a few months, Marcel no longer resisted monsters. Zhou Fangyuxi raised her chopsticks and tried a piece, and the chopsticks in her hand did not stop. Yukinashita Haruno and Kimishima Ayano were also like this. Too delicious. If there is no resistance to monsters, eating monsters is simply a joy. Magic power washes every inch of skin like a hot spring, and even the soul becomes transparent and comfortable. This feeling is something that other ingredients will never have. This is actually the role of magic power. The monsters that grow in the other world's labyrinth contain a lot of magic power, which is a great tonic for ordinary people in the world of comprehensive comics. In addition, the culinary authority is simply the highest enjoyment. So satisfying. Monsters are so delicious. Everyone ate quite satisfied with one meal. After tasting tea for a while and eating some alien fruits, Zhou Fangyuxi and Yukinashita Haruno said goodbye and left. When they left, the three of them each received a space ring, which contained some monster ingredients, which was considered a gift for joining the familia. Yukinashita residence. When they returned home, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Yukinashita's wife was still wearing a kimono, sitting upright in front of the coffee table, with a serious face. Even if there were no outsiders, she still held her posture. It is not so easy to become the head of the family. If you develop bad habits at ordinary times, you may reveal indecent gestures on formal occasions, and then be disgusted and alienated by the circle of the same level. If a large family loses the warmth of the same level of people, it is like a cake without any protection, and it will soon be divided by other forces in a justified manner. Such a thing is absolutely unacceptable to the Yukinashita family. Being strict with oneself and living with a mask is only the most basic requirement as the head of the Yukinashita family. Hearing the sound of footsteps, she looked up. Chapter 73. Yang Nai, is everything settled? Yukino Yukinashita smiled, nodded slightly, and sat down nearby. Things went smoother than ever. Now, the Yukinashita family can be considered to have joined Mr. Riku's camp. Mom, Mr. Riku is a god, not just an ordinary cultivator as we guessed. A god? Mrs. Yukinashita's eyes flashed with shock. Is it true? Yukinashita Yang Nai nodded, and with a thought, a plate of dishes appeared in her hand. She put down the dish, then took out a few more dishes and placed them on the coffee table. What is this? Yukinashita Yang Nai revealed a hint of triumph. This is a space ring. It was bestowed upon joining the familia by the god. It is said that it can sell for thousands of gold coins in another world, which is probably more than 100 million yen. As she spoke, she explained all the wonderful uses of the space ring. Mrs. Yukinashita was stunned for a few seconds, processing the overloaded information in her brain. Before she regained her senses, such a divine object can be easily bestowed. Yukinashita Yang Nai smiled and said, "That's a god. It's a divine object for us, but for a god, it's easy to create." 103 The decision of the Yukinashita family and the Suo family. That's right. Mrs. Yukinashita nodded. Gods are beyond the comprehension of ordinary people like us. Yukinashita Yang Nai walked behind Mrs. Yukinashita and said, "There's another surprise." As she spoke, white light appeared on her hand and landed on Mrs. Yuki Nashida. Instantly, Mrs. Yuki Nashida felt extreme tranquility. At this moment, not only did the cells all over her body become peaceful, but even her soul became very happy, as if she were in the womb. A moment later, that feeling disappeared, and Mrs. Yuki Nashida only felt that her body was better than ever, as if she had returned to the age of 18. What is this? Mrs. Yuki Nashida asked in shock. Yuki Nashida Yang Nai, this is God's authority. As members of the Familia, we can use the perfect God's authority several times every day. What I just used was the authority of life. As for the authority of elements, it is said that it can erase a modern city. Mrs. Yuki Nashida was even more shocked and took a long time to recover, saying, go ahead and do it well. Since there is a God backing you, Yang Nai, you don't have to be timid. I understand, mother. Yuki Nashida Yang Nai nodded. Mrs. Yuki Nashida continued, besides, don't force Yukino too much. Yukino is impatient, and it would be bad if she makes the god unhappy. Yuki Nashida Yang Nai nodded, I understand. I have already told Yukino that it is just about making friends, not some task that must be done. Mrs. Yuki Nashida was relieved, Yang Nai, you have done well. It seems that you are very fond of the god. In that case, the future of the Yuki Nashida family will be entrusted to you. Yuki Nashida Yang Nai nodded gently upon hearing this. She naturally understood what her mother meant. She did not dislike Riku, but instead felt close to him. He was powerful, good-looking, and gave her a lot of freedom. Being with him was much better than a marriage arranged by the family. As for having more women, that was not a problem at all. In fact, in any country, powerful people will have more partners. This is true for both men and women. Suo's house. Suo Yuki and Kimishima Ayano returned home, but their treatment was not as good as Yuki Nashida Yang Nai's. Suo Yuki and Kimishima Ayano were sneaky, thinking of quietly returning to their rooms, when they heard a stern voice, Yuki. Suo Yuki froze on the spot like a mouse meeting a cat. I heard you ran away with a patient from the hospital. Suo Yanking's voice was filled with dissatisfaction. If something happens to that patient, do you know how much trouble it will bring to the hospital and the Suo family? The Suo family belongs to the bureaucratic nobility, and they value their reputation most. If a scandal is left behind, it will be seized by opponents and have an extremely bad impact. Suo Yuki was silent, not knowing how to explain. Ayano, you too. I asked you to keep an eye on Yuki, but you can't even do that. I'm sorry, Patriarch. Suo Yuki suddenly opened her mouth, Grandpa, it's not Ayano's fault. In fact, today's matter is a great thing for our Suo family. Suo Yanking turned around and looked over, oh? Tell me about it. Suo Yuki calmed her mind and said, what Grandpa said about running away with the patient is not true. It's just because Hatsune-chan was cured by the god. God. Suo Yanking's eyes sharpened. As a member of the Suo family, you believe this too. Although there are many bizarre things in this world that cannot be explained by science. Even in Sakura country recently, many bizarre things have happened that cannot be solved for a while, causing the upper echelons to have a headache. And those so-called yin-yang masters are all useless liars. As the head of the Suo family, he is very clear that gods, yin-yang masters, and the like are just fantasies of ordinary people. Suo Yuki stretched out her hand, and a purple spear suddenly appeared in her hand. She gently tossed it, and the spear flew out and smashed into the ground not far away. Suddenly, the earth shook, and the entire Suo family shook. When the vibration disappeared, there was already a large hole with a diameter of 1 meter in the ground, and a hot wave of air rushed towards them. Suo Yanking had long been shaken by the violent shock and collapsed on the chair, and he did not recover for a long time. This is... Suo Yanking waved away the servants and looked at Suo Yuki, asking in a trembling voice. Suo Yuki was a little surprised by the damage she had caused, calmed her mind, and said, this is the authority given by the god. If used with full strength, it is enough to erase Tokyo. Gods are not fake, and Ayano and I are not neglecting our duties. Suo Yanking's eyes lit up, can erase Tokyo. That's right. Suo Yuki nodded. But Grandpa, don't think too much about it. The god has already instructed us not to mess around. Suo Yanking's expression froze. Not being able to mess around also means not being able to bring benefits. How could he be willing to do this? The power to erase Tokyo, if used well, even the eagle sauce would have to bow its head. Suo Yuki continued, however, there is currently one thing that our Suo family can get involved in. Originally, Suo Yuki hoped to slowly persuade her grandfather. But since she was caught today, she decided to go all out. If the family can cooperate with the familia first, it can naturally grow with the family. Although the Suo family has strict family rules, it is the place where she was born and raised, so how could she not love it? Suo Yanking smiled, Yuki, tell me quickly. If we can help the god, the Suo family will not lag behind. Suo Yuki was speechless. Her grandfather really knew how to talk. Actually, the god there. So, Suo Yuki explained the catering plan. In addition, the god needs to build weapons for the familia and also needs some steel. Does our family have any channels? In fact, Riko had already entrusted this matter to the Yukinashita family. However, the Yukinashita family is still too small and cannot meet the needs of the familia at all. With the increase in the number of familia members, the demand for steel is no longer just a few thousand tons, but tens of thousands of tons. In the future, even more will be needed. The Yukinashita family does not operate many construction sites, and the amount of tens of thousands of tons of steel each time cannot be concealed at all. Suo Yanking laughed loudly and was very proud. The Yukinashita family is just a small family and naturally does not have this ability. However, our Suo family does not have this problem. Our family has an island overseas. At that time, we only need to import some steel and put it on the island. It doesn't matter how much we need. In addition, the head of the Totsuki Corporation is also a good friend of Grandpa. I can completely act as a go-between for this matter. Suo Yuki was pleasantly surprised. That's great. She had no concept of her family's strength and never expected that her family would have such abilities. After that, Suo Yuki showed off the life authority again, allowing Suo Yanking to experience another mystery of the authority, and became more active in the familia's affairs. Especially regarding the matter that the god could bestow lifespan, Suo Yanking was simply envious. As an old man, he naturally craved lifespan. You have done a good job. Assist Yuki well in the future. Suo Yanking changed his previous stern attitude and became gentle. If the god has any instructions, you can respond to them first. The Suo family has been in business for so many years, and it is really difficult to stump me on general matters. Kimishima Ayano respectfully replied, yes, Patriarch turn. 104 The Shock of the Food Demon King. After discussing for a while, Suo Yanking already had a detailed plan. Yuki, leave some of the dragon meat and other demons behind. I'll go and talk to Nakiri Senseiman. Go now. Suo Yuki looked at the sky outside and was a little surprised. Suo Yanking looked like it was a matter of course it's now. How can I sleep with such a big thing on my mind? But, the Yukinashita family there. Father, you have to reserve the interests of the Yukinashita family. Suo Yuki worried, if you exclude the Yukinashita family, it would seem that I am too scheming. Suo Yanking was stunned and nodded, saying, that's right, since it is the same familia, this point must be considered. Don't worry, I will reserve the relevant benefits for the Yukinashita family. Suo Yanking looked down on the Yukinashita family. They were just local tycoons from Chiba and could not enter the eyes of the Kyoto Circle. However, they were lucky enough to have caught the god's eye, so there was nothing they could do. As a veteran in the political world, Suo Yanking was strict with his family but very smooth and sophisticated externally. Naturally, he knew what to do. None of those who can play politics well are simple characters. He called the servants, took various ingredients, and Suo Yanking got into his car and disappeared into the night. Seeing her grandfather leave, Suo Yuki breathed a sigh of relief and forced a smile. I passed. Kimishima Ayano nodded lightly. Fortunately, Miss is powerful. She was also startled just now, fearing being punished. Yuki, what passed? Just as the two were rejoicing, they heard a gentle voice. The person who came was wearing a cherry-colored kimono. Her fiery figure was difficult to conceal even in the loose kimono, outlining tempting curves. Her appearance was 80% similar to Suo Yuki's. Although there were not many expressions on her face, her dark, lacquered eyes carried a cleverness and a sense of intellectual beauty. The woman's footsteps were light, and her bun hairstyle trembled slightly. She walked closer and saw her somewhat flustered daughter, and the corners of her mouth raised slightly. Teasing her daughter was really interesting. Suo Yuki, Mom, why are you here? Suo Yumi rolled her eyes. if I didn't come, you would have torn down the house. Her gaze fell on the damage caused by Suo-yuki and smacked her tongue. Too terrifying. If the power was a little greater, Dad would have been affected, right? Does Mom also want to know the inside story? Suo-yuki was dumbfounded. You don't want me to explain it again, do you? Suo-yumi, does Mom already discussed Yuki? Suo-yuki was helpless and could only explain again. During this period, she had to show off her authority again and used her culinary authority to make a few dishes for her curious mother. After tasting the dishes, Suo-yumi sighed, it's really extraordinary. No wonder Dad is so anxious. I didn't expect that there really are gods in the world. Looking at Kimishima Ayano, she instructed, Ayano, participate well in the familiar activities with Yuki in the future, and don't be absent. The Suo family will handle other matters, so you don't need to worry. Kimishima Ayano respectfully replied, yes, miss. 9 o'clock in the evening. Chapter 74. Far East Culinary Academy. In a luxurious villa, Sensei Imanakari was savoring a delicacy when suddenly, the phone rang. Yo, Yanking, so late and you still have time to call me. Sensei Imanakari joked. As he spoke, his expression turned serious. I will await your arrival to taste the delicacy you speak of. Hanging up, he clapped his hands, and a servant arrived. Sensei Imanakari said, go and invite Irina and Alice over. Yes, Supreme Commander. The servant retreated, and after a moment, a proud girl with a voluptuous figure and flowing blonde hair, and another girl with an equally fiery figure, crimson eyes and short white hair arrived. The visitors were Irina Nakari and Alice Nakari. Neither of them was simple. One had a god tongue, possessing extraordinary taste, capable of deciding the fate of a restaurant with a single word. The other was a master of molecular gastronomy, known as the child of God in molecular cuisine. Although they were young, they had achieved remarkable success in the culinary arts. However, they clearly didn't get along, and even when arriving together, they treated each other as if they were invisible. Grandfather, I wonder why you've called me here now? Irina Nakari asked curiously. Alice Nakari chuckled, Grandfather has his reasons, Irina. Sensei Imanakari laughed heartily, I called you here because an old friend said he found some top-notch ingredients and wanted to share them with me, so I asked you to come and see them. Irina Nakari was slightly surprised, Grandfather's friend? Could there really be some amazing ingredients? As the food demon king, Sensei Imanakari had extremely high standards. To be valued by him and to be solemnly asked to have his two granddaughters come and see, the other party must have a significant background. Such a person would naturally not offend the Far East group by bragging. So, the matter was likely true. Just as he was speaking, he saw a servant leading an extraordinary old man in. The old man was tall and upright, dressed in a suit, and adorned very solemnly. His hair was white, but he gave off a feeling of health and robustness. He walked with vigor, and his aura was extremely strong. Despite his age, his spirit felt as if he were in his prime. Supreme Commander, Lord Suo has arrived. Sensei Imanakari laughed heartily, you're too impatient. You didn't even let me greet you at the door, and you came in yourself. Suo Yanking revealed a smile on his serious face and said, what kind of relationship do we have? There's no need for such formality. His eyes swept across the living room. Sensei Imanakari waved his hand, you may all leave. He dismissed the servants and then looked at Suo Yanking. This time you're so serious. Could there be another reason? Suo Yanking nodded, that's right. As he spoke, he opened the gift box he was carrying and began to introduce its contents. The ingredients in the box were extremely extraordinary. The dragon meat had delicate marbling, the snowflake patterns were as exquisite as artwork, and the walking mushroom had a fragrant aroma that was intoxicating. After a moment, Sensei Imanakari's eyes narrowed slightly, you said this is dragon meat? And what is a walking mushroom? That's right, Suo Yanking nodded. Now the ingredients are here. Why not cook them and taste them before discussing anything else? Sensei Imanakari glanced at his two granddaughters and suddenly stood up. Originally, he wanted his two granddaughters to cook the ingredients brought by Suo Yanking, but now, after seeing the ingredients, he felt an itch to do it himself. Today, I, the old man, will cook these ingredients. Alice, Irina, you will be my assistants. Yes. As the residents of the food demon king, there was naturally no shortage of seasonings or cooking utensils. After Sensei Imanagiri took action, the ingredients were quickly divided into small, appropriately sized pieces, some fried, some deep-fried, some boiled, and some stir-fried, quickly turning into delicious dishes. In a short while, a table of food was ready. Please. Sensei Imanagiri was very solemn, looking at Suo Yanking and gesturing with his hand. Suo Yanking swallowed and nodded gently. As the head of a large family, it was the first time he had lost his composure. It was too tempting. Even though he knew that these were ingredients from another world, he didn't expect them to be so amazing after being cooked. Delicious! Bang! As the dragon meat entered their mouths, the four people reacted differently. Suo Yanking was intoxicated, Sensei Imanagiri's upper body clothes exploded, and he shouted loudly. Irina and Alice were directly stunned. Was this really a delicacy of the human world? Irina Nagiri, who possessed a god tongue, felt as if she had transformed into a dragon, flying freely in the sky, and her body and mind were purified. After a moment, everyone calmed down and looked at the delicacies on the plate, picking up their chopsticks even faster. It wasn't until there wasn't a single trace of food left on the plates that everyone stopped. Yanking, let's talk about the sales of these ingredients now, Sensei Imanagiri said with a serious face and eager eyes. The Far East Group will definitely give you a satisfactory price. 105 the price of dragon meat in reality. Suo Yanking was confident and said, then please give the Far East Group the corresponding price. Sensei Imanagiri looked at Irina Nagiri and asked, Irina, what do you think these ingredients are worth? The value is immeasurable, Irina Nagiri blurted out almost instinctively. As the young lady of the Far East Group, she had almost become accustomed to the delicacies of the world. However, she had never eaten dragon meat or walking mushrooms before. The feeling that her body and mind were evolving was by no means comparable to the hyped-up delicacies of various countries. But as soon as the words came out, she felt that things were going to be bad. How could she reveal her bottom line when bargaining? Unexpectedly, Sensei Imanagiri didn't mind, but nodded lightly, that's right, it is indeed a priceless treasure. If you eat this kind of food every day, you might be able to live to be over 100 years old without disaster or disease. But, food still needs to have a price. Irina Nagiri nodded, I think it's reasonable to set the price of dragon meat at 5 million yen per kilogram. Although dragon meat is an absolutely rare ingredient compared to existing ingredients, it won't be possible to sell it if it's priced too high. Japanese Wagyu beef is known to be expensive, but in terms of the most expensive food, Wagyu beef is not even on the list. Even the most precious A-grade Wagyu beef is only a little over 1000 RMB per half kilogram. The most expensive food in the world is actually white truffles from the Alba region of Italy. The top ones can sell for $35,000 per kilogram, which is about 124,000 RMB per half kilogram. Sensei Imanagiri nodded lightly and looked at Suo Yanking, what do you think? Suo Yanking did not respond, but continued, then what about the walking mushrooms and snake-tail chickens? Sensei Imanagiri still didn't speak, testing his granddaughter, his eyes falling on Irina Nagiri. Irina Nagiri said, the walking mushroom has a special aroma, even better than the top truffles. How about setting it at 100,000 yen per half kilogram? The reason why it is much cheaper than white truffles is actually because the special aroma of the walking mushroom comes from its 2 feet, which account for a small proportion of the overall walking mushroom. A walking mushroom weighing 20 or 30 kilograms only has less than a quarter of a kilogram of feet. In addition, the skin of the walking mushroom has to be peeled off by a few centimeters, which is a big waste. 100,000 yen per half kilogram is already relatively reasonable. Suo Yanking nodded, that's still reasonable. Although food containing magic power can be priced even higher. But in that case, there would be too few people who could afford it, which would directly affect the revenue and sales volume. Instead of doing that, it is better to set a reasonable price that can extract more profits. As for the snake-tail chicken, 100,000 yen per half kilogram. Compared to dragon meat and walking mushrooms, the snake-tail chicken doesn't have many special features, but for people in the world of anime, magic power can cleanse the body, and eating this kind of food is still a very rare enjoyment. Suo Yanking was satisfied. After discussing for a while, he also set prices for things like slime jerky. Slime jerky, 50,000 yen per half kilogram. Giant octopus, 100,000 yen per half kilogram. Sea serpent, 200,000 yen per half kilogram. Aquatic horse, 150,000 yen per half kilogram. Plant sheep, 100,000 yen per half kilogram. Labyrinth rabbit, 50,000 yen per half kilogram. Flying pig, 10,000 yen per half kilogram. Happy cooperation, Suo Yanking smiled. I will have Yuki send the prices to the god, and if there are no problems, you can come and choose the ingredients. Sensei Imanagiri and the other two were overjoyed. Suo Yanking added, by the way, the god seems to have the intention of supporting the Yukinashita family, so the share for Chiba City needs to be reserved. Chiba. Sensei Imanagiri frowned. Is the god willing to support even such a small family? Compared to the international behemoth that is the Far East Group, the Yukinashita family is indeed quite insignificant. Even if you add the Yukinashita family's political resources, compared to the Far East, the Yukinashita family is still just a small force. Suo Yanking smiled and said, for the god, what difference is there between the Nagiri family and the Yukinashita family? Anyway, if he wants to, he can directly turn them into a behemoth-like existence. Old man Nagiri still needs to see clearly. Sensei Iman Nagiri regained his senses and laughed, I naturally understand, I'm just a little surprised. Suo Yanking said indifferently, perhaps the god is mindful of old relationships. It's a good thing for us that the god is so mindful of old relationships. Although we weren't the first to board the god's ship, we can be considered early. Old man Nagiri must seize the opportunity. He had previously mentioned the benefits of being a familia. Whether it was the 3 times a day of life authority or the elemental authority of top-notch destruction, if released, it would be enough to influence the situation on Earth. Therefore, Sensei Iman Nagiri was very clear about Suo Yanking's meaning. This depends on what Irina and Alice want. Sensei Iman Nagiri looked at his 2 granddaughters, without forcing them. Irina Nagiri said, Grandpa, I want to try. If I can establish a friendship with the god, then not only can my god tongue problem be solved, but it can also bring benefits to the family. Even if she is usually proud and aloof, when it comes to the future of the family, Irina Nagiri is still unwavering. Alice Nagiri was not to be outdone, I am also willing. Sensei Iman Nagiri was very pleased, good, since that's the case, then Irina and Alice will go to purchase the ingredients, and by the way, see if they can gain the god's favor. Old man Suo, your granddaughter has gained the god's favor, so you'll have to have her introduce us later. Suo Yanking nodded, what kind of relationship do we have? I'll talk to Yuki about it. As he spoke, Sensei Iman Nagiri suddenly said, since the god is from the mainland, how should the sales of ingredients on the mainland be handled? Suo Yanking laughed, Old man Nagiri, are you testing me? We don't need to interfere too much in this matter. If the god really needs it, we just need to make a few introductions. Sensei Iman Nagiri laughed heartily, that's exactly what I want. Money can never be earned enough. If we offend the god because of this, then it would be a loss. After catching up for a while, Suo Yanking bid farewell and left. Returning home, he sorted out the information and sent the prices to Suo Yuki, saying, send the prices to the god and see if the god is satisfied. Suo Yuki clicked her tongue, so expensive. Suo Yanking said calmly, the luxury goods that are hyped up in our world can sell for millions of yen per kilogram. Dragon meat, which has real benefits, I still think the pricing is too cheap.